Copyright information. Mark of the Phoenix. Book 3 in Animalians Hall series. 100 Halls Universe series. Copyright 2021 by Thomas K. Carpenter. Cover design 2021 by Raven. This is a digitally narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Callie stopped mid-stride 3 blocks from home, hackles rising slightly as the long shadows of dusk made the end of the street difficult for Pax to discern. She could only make out a figure against the geranium bushes, and wondered if they were waiting for her. A botched feeding at the Manticore Dome had delayed Pax from her regular schedule, as she'd had to rescue a frightened assistant who'd forgotten the pacifism amulet and had to dive into the pond to escape getting drilled with a tail full of spikes. "Who is it?" she asked her fox-like companion, who'd relaxed from her initial bristling. "Bright Hag," came the response. "Bright Hag?" asked Pax, moving again. If Callie wasn't warning her away, then whoever it was couldn't be that bad, even if she didn't understand Callie's description. The shock of white hair bound into a braid that hung over the figure's shoulder was both familiar and a surprise, leaving Pax with a moment of hesitation until the person stepped into the fading light. "Baba." Her grandmother strode into her arms, squeezing firmly, not at all the greeting Pax would expect from a woman her age. "Pax, my dear," said Baba, eyes twinkling with mirth. She crouched to Callie's level. Her companion pressed her furry head against Baba, who closed her eyes briefly, then gave a warm smile. "Hello, Callie. You've grown since I saw you last." Callie let her tongue wag out as she placed a paw on Baba's bent knee. She patted the fox-like creature on the head before returning to Pax. "You look so different," said Pax, forehead wrinkling. "Like someone sandblasted the old paint off and gave you a new coat." Baba touched her chin. "Don't worry, all my wrinkles are still in place." Pax caressed her grandmother's stark white braid, then gestured towards her knee-length hemp tunic, which was bound at the waist with a thick brown belt. "You look like the hipsters in Portland." A soft cackle exited Baba's lips. "I think it's the other way around." "Still," said Pax, hooking her arm through Baba's. "Are you staying for dinner?" Her grandmother's expression dimmed as she pulled to a stop. Her mouth wrinkled with thought, disappointment lurking in a dipped corner. "No, Pax dear. I was hoping you'd be home earlier so we could eat together, but I have to go. I'm here on other business, but I wanted to stop by and see how you're doing." She narrowed her gaze, apprehension on her lips. "How is Hunters?" Pax shifted her mouth to the side and shared a glance with Callie, who had sat on her haunches. "You don't approve?" Baba placed a palm against her chest. "I worry is all. That's the last place I thought you would end up." Her gaze flitted to Callie before returning. "You're both gentle souls. I wouldn't want that to change." Pax bit her lower lip, ignoring her grandmother's lie. Baba well knew that Callie had hunted small critters as food when she lived in the shed. She'd even tried to get Callie to eat people food, but the fox-like creature wasn't interested, not on a regular basis anyway. It's been, memories of the dragon salamander fights came back, not without its challenges. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. Animalians has been wonderful. Sure, I was expecting to be in Keepers, but I'm finding my way in Hunters. Wanting to change the subject, Pax gestured towards the Victorian at the end of the street. "What did you think? How were they?" The heavy yet constrained sigh told a tale. Baba crossed her arms, eyes filled with memories. "I'd been away so long that it was hard to tell." She narrowed her eyes at Pax. "What do you think?" I think they're better," said Pax. "Callie and I have been working with them all summer. They're not friendly, but at least the summer was bearable." "That's good," said Baba, picking at the hem of her sleeve absently. "You know your father has no magical ability, and your mother next to none." Pax pulled her head back. "You're not trying to tell me I'm adopted or anything?" Baba rolled her eyes. "Merlin's number. I'm sorry. You're absolutely their daughter. What I'm trying to say, very badly, is that I'm so proud of you. The 100 Halls is not an easy place, especially with Invictus dead or gone. It's not like you had a magical upbringing like most have that attend the school. That you've done as well as you have is a testament to you." A warmth rose to her cheeks. "And Callie," said Pax as her companion pressed a paw against her thigh. Baba's eyes creased with silent appreciation as she smiled at Callie. "Of course you too, Callie. How is Sweden? And your sister?" "We haven't killed each other, so that's good," said Baba, chuckling to herself. "It's been good to be back, but I do miss my granddaughter." "Maybe I can come visit sometime," said Pax. Baba flinched slightly, her mouth twitching into a forced grin. "Of course I would love that. Ines would adore Callie, and we'd have a grand time showing you around." "What's the catch?" "I hear a but in your voice," said Pax. "Soon but not yet," said Baba, checking the silver watch on her wrist. "You need to focus on school, on Callie's growth." The cryptic answer confused Pax, but before she could ask, Baba continued, "I'm sorry, I have to go. I wish we could have talked longer. I miss you dearly." She paused, flattening her lips. "Thank you for taking care of your parents. I know this has been difficult, but you're going to have to do that a little while longer. We don't abandon family." Baba gave her a kiss on the cheek, smelling like sage, before sweeping off to a taxi that had rumbled up while they were talking. Pax stayed on the sidewalk while the yellow car disappeared around the corner, lights flashing across the houses, and her world returned to a grainy darkness. Chapter 2. A few days after Baba's brief visit, Pax and Callie climbed into her blue Toyota Charmer for the drive across the country. The car had a few dings but otherwise ran great. Esmeralda had a friend check it out in their garage before she purchased it. Now that Pax had a few years in Animalians under her belt, the Portland Zoo was actually paying her as staff. It helped they were more flush with cash since Mr. Lovelace's donation. The place was growing, adding new domes and new supernatural creatures every month. Almost too fast for Pax's taste, but still the gorgeous Rougarou they'd added in July had taken to her, not that she let her guard down while she was in the cage. Its thundering growl was worth the implied danger. With her gear in the trunk and Callie in the passenger seat with the window down, they headed east, crossing Oregon and then into Idaho before pulling off at an RV park and sleeping in the back seat of the Charmer. The next day was nearly all mountains, which made her nervous since she wasn't an experienced driver. It didn't help when Callie climbed into the back seat and buried her head beneath her paws. "You're not inspiring confidence," said Pax as she white-knuckled the steering wheel, careening down the mountainside on the highway. Eventually, they made their way to a little town in a wide, beautiful valley that had the kind of sunlight that made her wonder if she'd accidentally slipped into Fae. The little town of Buena Vista clustered against the Arkansas River beneath the towering peaks of the Collegiates. The address she kept on a slip of paper led her to a little house that was barely a step above a trailer, surrounded by a yard of gravel. After a knock, the door flew open, revealing the sun-darkened handsome face of Liam. "Pax?" He lifted her in a twirling hug, which gave her far too much time to inhale his clean and comforting scent. After holding on for a long time, they broke apart to a pair of embarrassed smiles. Liam faced a wagging Callie with his fists on his hips, as if he were auditioning to be a superhero. "I'm not sure I can lift you for a hug, Callie." Her fox-like companion leapt onto Liam, placing her paws on his shoulders. He buried his face in her fur, then received a thorough licking across the chin. "Enough," said Liam, laughing, green eyes creasing. "I had a bath already." "Last week, right?" joked Pax, knowing full well from having her face against his neck that he'd likely showered about an hour before she'd arrived. He pushed the door open. "Come in. I can't wait for you to meet my mom." The way he said it made her wonder what he'd told his mom about them, but she didn't have time to think about it as she stepped into the little house, which was relatively clean and neat, except for a side table full of thick brown bottles like those old-timey cures and restoratives. Pax didn't have time to examine further, because a woman at a table reading a book smiled in greeting. She was ruggedly thin, with the same Colorado tan as her son, her brown hair highlighted by the sun and age. A cane rested across her lap. She rose, setting the book and cane on the table. Pax could see she was trying to hide her limp, as she greeted her with her arms wide. "This is my mom, Ms. Miller," said Liam, hands clasped in front like a schoolboy in front of his class. "You can call me Marlene," she said, embracing Pax. "Ms. Miller is for my students." The woman had a strong grip. After the brief hug, Marlene said, "You're hearty just like my Liam." "I wasn't before last year," said Pax as Marlene faced off with Callie, who had her head tilted. "Between the endless running and the elixirs, you're kind of forced to get in shape." "So you're the famous Callie," said Marlene, forehead wrinkled with concern. The exuberance from outside with Liam turned subdued, with Callie sniffing strangely and glancing back to Pax for reassurance. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Bad lump," said Callie through their mental link. Said Pax, biting her lower lip in apprehension. "I don't know how to say this, but I think Callie smells something wrong with you." "A lump, perhaps?" Liam and his mother shared flat glances. "Which, I guess you already knew. That's what the bottles are." "Sorry." "Don't be sorry," said Liam, touching her on the shoulder. "And don't worry either. I'm making enough money now that I can pay for her medical care. And they say it's not a bad tumor. Very treatable, really." Marlene poured them coffee from a cute little French press. They sat on the back porch and chatted, enjoying the towering mountains that surrounded the idyllic valley. Callie lay at Marlene's feet, as if she were trying to protect her from the tumor. "I'm really sorry about what happened your first year," said Marlene, taking a sip from her steaming mug. "I got you mixed up in my troubles when you had to rescue Liam." "We don't abandon family," said Pax wistfully, missing Baba again. "He was trying to protect you. While I was plenty mad at him, I also understood why he did it. We all do strange things to protect the people we love." Liam squinted at her, as if he detected that she was talking as much about herself as she was him, but the conversation moved. Marlene told them about the reward money Liam earned that summer, when he tracked down a trollbark that had escaped from a private zoo and was preying on the cattle in the valley. That night, Marlene offered to take them to the local bar for a few drinks, but Pax declined, since they were getting up well before dawn for the next leg of the drive. They were picking up Janelle on the west side of Cleveland, where her parents had moved last year. Janelle had spent most of the summer at Golden Willow, but she'd flown home for a few weeks before the new semester started. Pax slept in Liam's bed, on fresh sheets, not that she would have minded otherwise, while he was on the couch. Marlene woke with them, sending them off with a lunch and snacks for the ride. Pax had a pang of longing at the care that Liam's mom had for him. "We don't abandon family." Pax wished that her parents had that same desire for her. Driving across the middle of the country would take them 2 days, with a stopover at a motel outside of St. Louis. Liam had a twinkle in his eye until he saw the twin beds in the room. Over the trip, they traded stories about their summers and speculated on their third year, including who would be their professor in Hunters. In early afternoon, they reached Janelle's place in Avon Lake, which was on the west side of Cleveland along Lake Erie. The manicured lawns and massive brick houses left both of them a little wide-eyed. They pulled into Janelle's driveway and Pax said, "I think her place could fit both of ours and then some." Janelle appeared in the front door, letting out an excited scream. She ran to them in high heels and a sharp black dress, looking like she'd just come from a corporate business meeting. Callie beat them to her, bounding out of the window and across the lawn, knocking Janelle over in greeting. By the time Pax reached her friend, she was in the grass, arms around Callie, who had flopped into her lap and was letting her belly be rubbed. "I think we know who she missed the most," said Pax, chuckling. "Well duh," said Janelle, and after being helped up she gave a round of long rocking hugs. "Come in. I'm sure you're exhausted." "Compared to the halls, it was quite meditative," said Pax. Liam went into the house first, which gave Janelle a chance to give a questioning eyebrow raise. Pax shook her off, which received a double shoulder lift from her friend. Sometimes Pax wondered if Janelle was rooting for the two of them to hook up. Inside they passed a wall of pictures, which included Janelle's brother Lamar, posing with his lacrosse stick or smiling in a fancy school uniform with a crest on the coat. He was a good-looking, bright-eyed kid, thinking he had a world ahead of him. Before Pax could examine further, they were in a huge kitchen with an island and 2 refrigerators. Janelle's parents were cutting up veggies and stirring pots, while soft jazz played in the background. "Our travelers have arrived," said the tall, handsome man. He set his cutting knife down and offered them each a firm handshake, even crouching down and holding his hand out for Callie's paw. "I'm Tade." The woman, who'd been spicing crumbled meat in a pan, quickly washed off her hands, drying them on a towel before following her husband. "This is my mom, Sherry," said Janelle, which received a hip bump from her mother. "I can introduce myself, young woman." They shared a look of mutual love, eyes creasing with mirth. Sherry shook their hands but then pulled them in for a hug, the longest saved for Callie. "The famous Callie," said Sherry. Liam inhaled deeply. "That smells wonderful." "Indonesian beef bowl," said Tade as he moved to a refrigerator. "Would you like something to drink? Water? Beer or wine, assuming you're old enough?" Sherry patted her husband softly on the shoulder. "They can wield magic and survive 2 years at the halls. I think they can have an adult beverage." She gave her husband the sort of cute eye roll that Pax had seen in sitcoms, but never thought was a real thing found in real families. "You guys are so cute," blurted Pax before she thought about it, receiving a trio of raised eyebrows. "Sorry. My parents and I never cook together, nor have this great banter." Pax wrinkled up her face. "Sorry. I'll shut up now." Sherry had a devil-may-care smile. "No need to apologize. I appreciate the compliment." They had a long dinner, during which they chatted about their summers. Janelle's parents had a million questions about the Portland Zoo, promising to make a visit next summer, after Pax offered to give them a private tour. She caught a pang of jealousy from Liam when the conversation stayed firmly planted on her, so she redirected the discussion to his cattle rescue. After dinner, when everyone carried their dishes into the kitchen, Liam, after catching a glance from Pax, said, "Let us clean up." "I appreciate the offer," said Tade, putting a hand on Liam's shoulder. "But you've had a long day of driving, and Janelle has been dying to talk to you both without snooping parents around. There's a fire pit in the backyard. Grab your drinks and go relax." A separate stone patio with an outdoor pizza oven, pavilion, and fire pit provided a comforting spot to lounge. Callie lay by Pax's feet as she relaxed into a soft outdoor chair. "Wake me when it's time to go," she said, but Janelle's serious expression made her sit forward. "Does this have to do with JY? Kinda hoped he was going to be able to join us," said Liam, forehead hunched. "G's doing great," said Janelle. Professor Ansel was able to supply some dragon salamander poison samples, which they were able to use to mix more effective inhalers. He also spent some time with Professor Didi, working on how to control the changes if they do happen. He wanted to come, but they were giving him his final checkup before he was approved to return. "Any idea who our new professor will be?" asked Pax, absently rubbing the back of Callie's neck. "I was at Golden Willow most of the summer, and only got to swing by the campus on occasion, but before I headed home, I saw Pietra and some other Phoenix Corp top dogs strolling around with patron Adele," said Janelle. "Think it could be Pietra?" asked Pax. "That would be pretty awesome." Liam straightened as they both chuckled at him. "What? She's a badass hunter, even more famous than Cassius was, sorry. I can't help if she could also be a runway model." "I'm not so sure," said Janelle, shifting her mouth to the side. They also dropped off a shipping container with the Phoenix Corp logo on the side, and when I asked Professor Ansel about it, he got all weird and offered vague answers. "Something's going on." "We'll find out soon enough," said Pax, "but I'm sure this will be a perfectly normal year, right? We're due for one of those, I think." Her friends stared back at her, dumbfounded. She gave them a maniacal grin. "Bovum seen a Pax, right?" This lightened Janelle, who sat back in her chair with a slight roll of the eyes. "Forgive me for ever being worried about what's going to happen. You know we barely survived last year with the dragon salamanders," she said. I know, said Pax sheepishly, looking up at her best friend. "I wouldn't let anything ever happen to you." Chapter 3. The reunion at the arena with the rest of their hunters class was filled with hugs and backslapping beneath the enormous portal tree, where they'd headed to Care Corset for training during their second year. Brianna showed off her scars from the dragon salamander attack, while Jackson couldn't stop talking about his internship in eastern Russia, where he trained with Kalmyk deathhawks. Jae-young showed up last, and when he tried to stay apart from the group, Pax hooked her arm in his and forced him to join. "Anyone else see the shipping container on the..." began Jae-young, trailing off when Patron Adele stepped beneath the wide leaves of the Baliban tree, inscrutable as usual. "I apologize for interrupting your reunion, but I need to speak with your class outside the arena," said Patron Adele. After a brief pause, her gaze flitted to their belongings. "Bring your luggage." They shared glances and shoulder shrugs as they followed their patron to the back of the arena, finding the fourth-year hunters gathered around Professor Ansel, Pietra Santos, and a cadre of black-clad Phoenix Corp hunters standing off to the side near the shipping container. "Good afternoon," said Patron Adele, facing them with her hands clasped in front. The spire, the tallest building in the world, was behind her in the distance, glinting in the sun. "I know you're all hoping to get settled in, but this year you will not be on campus." After a round of murmuring, Patron Adele quieted them with a raised hand. "This year, the third and fourth-year hunters will be taught by Professor Ansel." The soft round of applause made Professor Ansel glance around and shift on his heels, visibly uncomfortable. He adjusted his round glasses multiple times. "But as you know, Professor Ansel's specialty is not hunters. Your day-to-day teacher will be Pietra Santos, who has agreed to join us this year, until a more suitable long-term head of hunters can be found," said Patron Adele. Brianna put her fingers in her mouth for an ear-piercing salutary whistle. "Thank you, Brianna," said Patron Adele flatly. "You will be joining Professor Ansel, Hunter Santos, and her team at another location to support their operation. This will give you all a chance to see hunters in the field and the challenges of otherworldly ecology. Inside the shipping container is the appropriate gear for your journey. Please spend the next 2 hours repacking. If you wish to leave anything here, just place it in the container and we will hold it until you return." When Brianna raised her hand, bringing smirks from the third years, the patron continued, "You will be likely spending the entire year at this secondary location." The fact that Patron Adele wasn't telling them where they were going was suspicious, but Pax trusted that there was a valid reason. Janelle gave her a double-shoulder shrug to signal she thought the same. No further instructions were given, and they were led into the shipping container, where crates of expensive hiking gear were located. "Oh, sweet Merlin," said Liam, eyes wide as he rubbed his hands together. "We've hit the mother lode." Patron Adele and Pietra moved through the group, helping them arrange their gear in their backpacks for optimal travel. When Pietra got to Liam, she patted him on the shoulder. "Looks like we've got an expert here," she said before moving on. "Quick, someone get a pin to deflate him before he floats out of the container," said Jae-young, chuckling. When Pax struggled to adjust her backpack, Liam appeared. "The buckles need to be higher, but not in your armpit, or you'll end up with a bum shoulder." While Liam helped her pack, Janelle was with Professor Ansel, who was loading her up with additional medical supplies. "I feel like we're going to war," said Pax, frowning. Liam tilted his head towards the Phoenix Corp hunters outside of the container. "They're packing serious heat." "They're not hunters," said Pax. "Only goons with guns. Only Pietra is a real hunter." Liam gave her an appraising stare. "Not a fan of guns?" "They only have one purpose," said Pax, crossing her arms. "At least we have ways of dealing with dangerous creatures that don't involve killing." "I'm sure they have tranq guns and the like," said Liam. "Plus, I think the fact that they have those signals we're going to a dangerous place." Once they were finished gearing up, they assembled outside the container before being led to a group of black vans with a logo on the side, an outline of a rising phoenix in a circle. The third years packed into one van, the fourth years in another, and Pietra and her crew in the last. Professor Ansel rode in the front of their van, which gave them a chance to pepper him with questions. "You'll find out soon enough," he said after the 15th unanswered question. "You look less excited than I was to get munched on by a dragon salamander, Professor," said Brianna, who never wasted an opportunity to speak her mind. Professor Ansel adjusted his round glasses, screwed a smile onto his lips, and said, "I do not mean to worry you. I'm only thinking of the many projects I'm leaving behind this year. But I understand the reason for my addition, as you need to continue your regimen of elixirs under supervision." "Ow," said Jackson, making a face. "I thought we were done with those." "You're never done with those," said the professor. "If you want to work in the field." "Why all the secrecy about our trip?" asked Pax as the van wound through the streets of the 8th Ward. "I will tell you only because we're almost there," he said, glancing over his shoulder as the van turned into a parking lot with a chain fence around it. "We're going to be using one of the patrons' portals to travel to a realm called Danir. The patrons guard these portals quite jealously, so feel privileged that you're getting to use one." "What about the one to Caer Corsid?" asked Liam. "That is a unique case, and it is only linked to that realm because of Patron Adele's special relationship with Lord Asphodel," said Professor Ansel. "These portals, the ones the patrons use on a regular basis, can be configured to send you anywhere that has a sister portal. It's one of the reasons why Invictus and the 100 Halls is the center of the multi-realm, because the patrons control most of the passages between them." "And Danir?" asked Pax. Professor Ansel's face softened. "Most of this world is quite civilized, but that's not where we'll be heading. This region can be dangerous, but nothing too severe, though we will be making an overland trip quite some distance to a remote outpost. The rest you'll learn as we go, but I can assure you that the ecology of Danir is quite unique and fascinating, and if you're lucky, you might even get to see a ghostwind." The van let them out inside a warehouse, at the center of which was a black obsidian stone. Pax was surprised about the mundane location, until Jae-Yong pointed out the runes around the doors and windows guarding it from unauthorized inspection. Patron Adele stood by the stone while they gathered. Pietra and the Phoenix Corp hunters stood off to the side, adjusting their weapons. There were 2 men and 2 women in full black garb, looking like a SWAT team. The tallest one, a woman with black hair and a severe expression, carried a sniper rifle on her shoulder as if it were a toothpick. She was chatting softly with a blond guy with a scar on his chin. "You've got a long hike ahead of you, so I hope you're ready," said Patron Adele. "This year will be unusual, but I think you'll learn more than you would have otherwise. Remember, Professor Ansel is in charge, so defer all questions to him in my absence." She paused while Professor Ansel gave them a weak smile. "But in the matter of security on your journey, Hunter Santos is in charge. Be advised that while Danir is not overly dangerous, it is not without its challenges. Good luck, and we'll see you in 9 months." One by one, they each approached the black obsidian stone. When it was Pax and Callie's turn, she found her heart racing, even though she'd traveled by portal dozens of times during her 2nd year. "One hand on the stone, Miss Nygaard, and one hand on Callie," said Patron Adele. "I'll do the rest." The obsidian was strangely cool to the touch, leaving a tingling sensation in the palm of her hand. Pax opened her mouth to ask a question, when the world dropped out from under her. Chapter 4. The air-conditioned warehouse was replaced by smothering humidity. The round brick room had a sister obsidian stone in the center. The control of the portals, and how they even got to the other realms, left a lot of questions for Pax, but she didn't have time to dwell on them as Professor Ansel moved among the students, handing out elixirs. Pax took hers reluctantly, stomach still swirling from the portal travel. "Ignore everyone's expressions, it's just sour, you'll feel much better in time," said Professor Ansel, eyes crinkling. The lime green potion made her pucker, but tasted like sour apple candy. "I wish they could all taste like that." "What's this one for?" "The first reason is the air here is a little different than on our world. A little too much nitrogen and other trace gases. In addition, this will help you digest the local foods once your body adjusts." "Eat nothing except your rations until instructed," he replied. As Pax joined her friends, the room rumbled slightly, which made everyone look at the floor or ceiling. "Seismic region?" asked Liam as he adjusted the buckles on his backpack. "Neither the professor or Pietra look worried," said Janelle, nodding in their direction. "This whole thing is weird." Once everyone was through the portal, Pietra led them out of the round building and into a brick warehouse of an older construction style, which had greenish crates stacked along the walls and mage lights hanging from black chain. "Smells funny here," said Jae-young, wrinkling his nose, but when Pax sniffed, she only smelled sawdust. They came out onto a wooden loading dock that stood about 5 feet above a trio of golden tracks that went along the ground, heading out in both directions. The back of a car in the distance to the left was speeding away. "Trains? I don't know why, but I was expecting something more primitive," said Liam. Away from the station, the pastoral landscape was covered in greenish-yellow grass upon which 4-legged gray beasts roamed. The sky had the same yellowish cast as the grass, which was a little disconcerting to Pax in comparison to the light blue expectations of her home sky. They didn't have to wait long before a short train of 3 cars came speeding towards them from the right. "I don't see smoke or power lines," said Brianna. Pietra, who was standing nearby chatting with her companions, gestured towards the trio of golden metal tracks. "There's a thin layer of magesteel atop those rails," she said. "Magesteel or magesteel can hold complex enchantments, in this case, a way to push the cars along the tracks without further power. It can be used for more interesting things, but here, cheap locomotion is quite valuable. There are very few of these tracks in this world." "Why don't we have magesteel in Invictus?" asked Brianna. "We do," replied Pietra in her melodic Brazilian accent. "But you've probably never used any. The Tinker's Hall is quite familiar with it, but it is very expensive, and the Danirians are loath to part with it because they haven't been making any new stuff for a long time, until recently, that is." "Why is that?" Pietra flattened her lips. "Enough questions. The train has arrived." The terse response was a far cry from her demeanor in their second year, when she seemed welcoming and forthcoming. Did she resent them for what happened to Professor Cassius? Or was she just trying to be ultra-professional around her co-workers? The line of 3 cars slowed to a stop, allowing them to be boarded. The style was akin to trains from the Old West, with velvet curtains and hard leather seating, but it allowed them to remove their gear. "Don't get too comfortable, we'll only be on this train for a few hours," said Pietra. Lounging with her feet on Jae-young's lap, Brianna said, comfortable, loud enough only the third years could hear her. "I can get comfortable in 3 seconds." Once they were loaded, the train slowly sped up until they were moving at a good clip. The pastoral scene changed to rolling hills covered in hardy forest with thick undergrowth. Callie stared out the window, her breath fogging up the glass. "No flaps." Pax squinted, craning her neck in both directions. "You're right, no birds. Maybe they're nocturnal." A short while later, Jackson tapped on the window, exclaiming, "An airship." With noses pressed to the glass, they watched a zeppelin drift across the sky. It looked like a floating bomb, covered in thin golden threads. "Why aren't we riding on one of those?" asked Brianna. Pietra, who'd been playing cards with her companions at the front of the car, looked out the window. "It's too windy where we're going right now. There's only a few times during the year when they can travel into the cloud hills. Most supplies have to be hauled in on foot, which is why we're all carrying so much gear, but since you've had your second year hardening, that shouldn't be too much of a problem." The train stopped at a stone platform in the middle of the forest. Before long, it was speeding away, leaving the 13 students, 1 professor, and 5 members of the Phoenix Corporation. Pietra formed them up in a long line with her agents on point and at the rear. "We've got a haul ahead. 3 long days of hiking before we reach Lufterpost, which is the facility where we'll be stationed for the remainder of the year. My agents will check on your gear after we've been hiking for a few hours. I'm sure there will be adjustments, but hopefully you're experienced enough from last year that this won't be a struggle. No wandering away, there are dangerous predators here. They probably won't mess with such a large group, but you can never tell," said Pietra. They headed into the forest, along a trail that was cleared enough for passage. The grassy track suggested occasional but not frequent travel, at least that was Liam's analysis. They marched at a brisk pace, nothing like the previous year, but it kept conversation to a minimum. By the time they stopped for the night, everyone fell into a deep sleep in their tents. The next 2 days continued at the same pace, except the hills grew steeper, forcing them through switchbacks, while the winds rose, keeping the canopies in constant motion. In the depths of the valleys, mist became the norm, which made travel both spooky and serene. On the morning of the third day, when they had to take a break to refill water in a stream, Pax and Janelle moved away from the group, staying in sight range but examining the foliage. "Strange place," said Janelle, caressing a pink flower sticking from a long green stalk. "So few bugs and critters like we have in our world." "I saw a weird slithery thing earlier when we passed by that ravine," said Pax. "But you're right, it's so lifeless in comparison." "Hey, what's that?" asked Janelle, extending her long arm deeper into the woods as she wrinkled her forehead. It looked like a plastic bag floating through trees. "A floating bag? Is the low oxygen getting to you?" asked Pax, chuckling. They edged out further, stepping over mossy rocks in pursuit of the creature while trying to stay in range of the group. Pax caught sight of it first, grabbing Janelle's arm to still her. It looked like a gossamer jellyfish pulsing through the air in short bursts. A shiver of excitement passed through Pax as she shared a glance with Janelle, who also had a grin plastered on her lips. Before she could examine it further, the creature sped out of sight, heading high into the canopy in a few short bursts. A moment later, a tree branch snapped heavily, followed by a loud snort and the stirring of leaves as if something large was climbing to its feet. Further up the slope, past where the gossamer creature had been floating, the trees shook as the newer beast rose, grunting and snorting with effort. The hairs on the back of her neck stood tall, as a round eye the size of a fist peered at her through the foliage from a height of 10 feet. It took a moment to realize she wasn't just seeing leaves, but the broad side of the beast, which was at least the size of an elephant, maybe larger, with a gnarly green and brown hide. "Move behind us," said Agent Lyman, the blonde Phoenix Corp member with a scar that went the length of his cheek. He held his automatic weapon, so the muzzle was pointing away, but his finger hovered over the trigger guard. He scowled in the direction of the beast. Janelle stepped away while Pax stood her ground. "No." Agent Lyman shook his head incredulously. "No? That's a fucking boomer. It'll stomp you in the grass so hard you'll be nothing but a pink smear." Pax checked behind her. The boomer made a rumbling noise that she could feel in the back of her knees. Being so near was the same thrill she got when she was in the manticore cage. "No," she repeated. "It's not moving our way." Hunter Santos and Agent Nadia were climbing up the slope towards their position. Nadia had her rifle over her shoulder, while Pietra was empty-handed. "What's going on?" asked Pietra softly. "This fucking student won't get the hell out of the way," said Agent Lyman incredulously. Pietra's dark eyes studied Pax, her mouth bunching up. "Pax? What's going on?" "The boomer, or whatever it is, isn't doing anything, and your Phoenix goon wants to fill it with hot lead," said Pax. "And it's not like I'm without defenses." Pietra nodded, keeping a wary eye on the beast up the slope, which hadn't moved but seemed to be watching the exchange. "I get that, but boomers are notoriously resistant to marks. They're big enough, they can ignore them. They will, however, pay attention to a spray of bullets." The sleek form of Callie slipped through the Phoenix team, joining her at her side, which received additional scowls from Agent Lyman. "We'll be fine," said Pax, crossing her arms. She checked behind her for the position of the boomer, even knowing that Callie would have warned her if things had changed, but a quick report of bullet fire had her diving to the ground. The boomer rumbled, trees shaking, but before Pax could climb back to her feet, Agent Lyman ran past her, unloading a spray of bullets against the creature's flank. It roared in pain, then fled the other way, snapping small trees and limbs clean off in its haste. Rage ripped through her like a wildfire through dry tinder. Pax nearly tackled Lyman before Janelle had her arms around her. The agent stared back defiantly, a smirk on his lips. "Stand down! Stand down!" screamed Pietra. "You son of a bitch," said Pax as Callie growled at her side. Professor Ansel ran up, his glasses fogging in the haste. "What is going on? Why were guns fired?" "That asshole over there was just firing at a random creature because he wants to get his rocks off," said Pax, her face burning with anger. "What?" said Professor Ansel with an uncharacteristic amount of emotion. "What's going on with your team?" "Ansel," said Pietra. It was a boomer. The professor let his mouth hang open, before eventually closing it. Miss Nygaard, the alpha deer is not to be trifled with. Patron Adele gave me a full briefing of the ecology of Danir before we left. The alpha deer, he blinked, or boomer, is the reason why Hunter Santos was asked to bring her team, maybe even why we've been allowed to come at all. One of these creatures attacked and killed a researcher at Lufterpost. It still doesn't make it okay for him to fire at it before it had even moved in our direction, said Pax. Once it gets that fat ass moving, it's too late to stop it, little girl, said Agent Lyman, taking a step back from Callie when she bared her teeth. Lyman, growled Pietra. You're not helping. And Pax, call your companion off. Pax really wanted to let Callie blind him, or shove awful visions in his head, but the way everyone was looking at her, from the agents, to her professor, to the other students at the bottom of the hill, told her it was time to defuse. Come on, Callie, said Pax, fists at her sides, heading back to the rest of the class with Janelle. Pietra nodded to her agents. Head out a little ways, make sure it kept moving. Lyman screwed up his face, but Agent Nadia grabbed him by the arm and yanked him along with her. A word, said Pietra as Pax went past. She nodded to Janelle and Callie. They kept moving back with the group. When it was just the two of them, Pietra said, It's going to be a long year if we're at each other's throats. He shouldn't have fired his weapon, said Pax, crossing her arms. The beautiful hunter had 30+ years of experience on her, but Pax knew she was right about this one. Pietra cracked her knuckles on both hands using her thumb, as she stared at the retreating form of Agent Lyman. He's an asshole, but he's a good teammate, and if shit ever goes bad, which I don't expect it to, you'll want him on your side, said Pietra, tilting her head with sympathy. Isn't he a little old to be having anger issues, said Pax. Pietra snorted softly, giving one shake of the head. You know, that was only a medium boomer at best, maybe 6 or 7 tons. The older ones can reach 10 or 12 tons, and the locals talk about some as big as 20 tons. I'm not denying that it's dangerous. I'm not even denying that their weapons might be useful in the right, or I guess wrong, situation, but he didn't have to fire his weapon in that instance, said Pax. Pietra looked away, before giving a slight nod. Fair enough, said Pietra, patting her on the shoulder. I'll talk to him. The urge to ask Pietra about Cassius rose to her lips, but Pax couldn't muster the nerve before she'd moved too far away. Even though it had been Maxine that had created the whole dragon salamander mess, it had been Callie that had triggered it. Pax had come to terms with the idea that she wasn't necessarily a bad person, and the idea of the bad thing that happened to her parents no longer lingered, but she couldn't deny that trouble followed her, and it was always the people she loved that got hurt. Chapter 5. The next day, a fog crept into the forest, turning their journey into a mute procession. The hills grew steeper, making Pax's thighs burn, and sweat poured down her back in the humid air. A few times, she caught sight of short gray creatures about the size of a medium dog crashing through the forest to get away from them. Agent Nadia, who'd been marching near the 3rd years, called them chompers because they were omnivorous. They liked the cool fog and were dangerous in packs, but seldom gathered because the boomers liked to eat them. The local name for them was Altisbigger. They were marching through a valley when the call for stoppage came as a raised fist. Boomer? Asked Brianna, prompting Nadia to roll her eyes because any noise or surprise brought that question from the blonde 3rd year. Agent Nadia tilted her head. No. I think someone from Lufterpost has arrived. The fog dampened sound, but Pax managed to catch heavily accented English. She pushed forward to get her first glimpse of a Danirian. He had rich ochre skin, with black quill-like projections flowing back from his head much as a human had hair. His clothing had a well-crafted, handmade look. Hunter Santos approached the Danirian as if they were old friends, placing her hand against her heart. Honored Bent, my father weeps for you. My mother dries her eyes, said Bent, inclining his head. Are we far? Asked Pietra. It's been a long hike. You are in the valley. Not far from Lufterpost. I was on the bridge to nowhere when I saw the hornfugels fleeing from the trees and assumed it was your arrival, said Bent. Is that wise? It could have been a boomer, said Pietra. Fear is not a virtue, said Bent. And boomers are easy to avoid if you are not a fool. Pax didn't even realize she'd snorted with agreement, until Bent looked up and a flutter filled her stomach. The Danirian had a feral cast to his expression, and pronounced canines she hadn't seen at first. She knew this was her unfamiliarity with Danirians, but it didn't make her any less uneasy, even though she knew he was a friend. I see we have an admirer of the Sindregler, said Bent, hands clasped in front. Pax wasn't sure if he was making fun of her. Before she could respond, Callie crept forward, sniffing curiously. Bent bent his head as he held out his hand, eyes wide. Pax quickly joined them as Callie approached Bent, who seemed as interested. Hunter Santos kept her lips flat, unreadable, but didn't shoo her away from the meeting. Pax was aware there could be cultural landmines in their interaction, but decided that since Bent had encouraged it, she could continue. This is Callie, my companion, and I'm Pax, she said. You and her are hunters? Asked Bent. In training, said Pietra, squeezing her lips together. Bent glanced between them. Let us speak while we continue the journey. May Pax and her Callie join us? Fine, said Pietra, barely restraining her annoyance. Callie is her name, not a description, said Pax. Wonderful, said Bent. As they walked down the path, Pax asked, May I ask a question? I'm not sure if it's rude or not. The pursuit of knowledge is never rude. Self-development is a sign of a healthy mind, said Bent. What is the little creature that looks like a floating bag? We saw one a few days ago, Pax said. You are lucky then, said Bent. The Flydetzik is a shy creature, considered good luck by our people. Ghost winds can knock you out with their propulsive gas. So don't try to catch one. Pietra paused, clearly sensing she'd come off as harsh. I mean, it won't hurt you. The gas, that is, it's quite pleasant actually, like laughing gas, but you could fall off a cliff. Why is Lufterpost so far out in the wilderness? Asked Pax. Bent glanced at Pietra, in what could only be characterized as a feral frown. Have you not educated your younglings? We've been traveling, said Pietra. There will be time enough for learning at the settlement. I assume the supplies we sent ahead reached you. Without trouble, said Bent, then he turned his attention to Pax as the path turned upward, climbing through the trees as the fog thinned. This outpost is near a magisteel mine, you are familiar, yes I see that. It had been abandoned a long time ago. The ore thought long dried up, but an expedition proved there was still value in the mine, so the settlement was re-established a few years ago. This learning is all well and good, said Pietra, but I must discuss a few things with Bent. Pax nodded as she drifted back to her friends. The path took them up the steep hillside which traversed the width. The thinning fog disappeared, giving them a good view of the valley, but the angle kept the outpost hidden. After a 20-minute climb, they passed an old crumbling wall made from stacked stones, revealing the settlement at the top. Dozens of buildings made from the same brick they'd seen at the train station were spread in a circle around the crown of the hill. The largest building was saved for the middle, black cloud puffing from a stack. Even from a distance, Pax could smell the acrid smoke, a refining operation she assumed. A few Danirians moved amongst the buildings, but a tall one came rushing towards them, a wide, almost scary smile on her lips. Her long quill-like protrusions extended to mid-back, swaying as she strode. Counselor Hega, my father weeps for you, said Pietra, placing her hand over her heart. You must be Hunter Santos, said Counselor Hega tersely, a dismissive glance shot towards Bent. I am sorry it was not me to first greet you, as it should have been. Apologies, Counselor, said Bent, inclining his head. I was merely on a stroll when I encountered them on the path. The creasing around Counselor Hage's eyes was followed by a gesture towards the settlement. Come, let me show you your facilities. We are most honored to host your mages during their training. The excitement in the settlement has been palpable, she said, her voice carrying across the hillside. But as they headed towards the indicated building, Pax couldn't help but think that the locals weren't happy about their arrival, by the hunched foreheads and the silent stares. I feel like we walked into the wrong place, said Janelle, nodding towards a group of Danirians who'd gathered outside a nearby building to watch. Half the group had their arms crossed. Either that or scowls are a form of happiness, said Liam with a shrug. Counselor Hega led them to a trio of buildings. The first would house Professor Ansel and the students, the second Hunter Santos and her team, and the final building was for meals and classes. Pax would be sharing a room on the second floor with Janelle and Brianna, while the 3 guys from their year were in a different room. After they dropped their backpacks off in their rooms, they met in the final building, where stacks of tomes and other gear had been left on the tables. Professor Ansel addressed them with his hands behind his back. "Third years, your stacks are on this side. Take one of each book, you'll have 13 in total," he said. "You'll be happy to know that only 2 of them are nomenclatures." "When do we get to explore the valley?" asked Jae Yong brightly. "We have a lot of work to get done before we venture forth," said Professor Ansel, pushing his glasses back up his nose. "You need to be well briefed in local ecology, and then we're going to recheck your marks and teach you a few new spells. No one leaves Lufterpost unless they're passing muster." Pax groaned, muttering under her breath, "Great, I'm going to be stuck in the settlement while you guys get to explore." Janelle put her hand on her shoulder. "We'll make sure you're ready." "Thanks, Janelle," said Pax. "What about the Phoenix Corp?" asked Liam. "What are they doing while we're studying?" Professor Ansel hesitated before speaking. "As I explained, a boomer killed a scientist, which has necessitated their presence. They will be providing security as well as supporting your learning, but not until you master the new material." Chapter 6. The next 3 weeks, Pax and her third-year classmates barely saw the outside of the learning building. And to Pax's disappointment, little of their studies involved Danir, or the strange ecology of the surrounding hills. She'd hoped to learn more about ghost winds or boomers, but they'd kept to mostly supernatural creatures from their world. The mark testing went better than she'd thought it would. She had been practicing them during the summer since they could prove useful at the zoo, but testing had never been a strength of hers. On a cloudy morning, when storms had moved north of Lufterpost, Pax tugged on Janelle's sleeping form. "Wakey, wakey. Let's go explore. We finally have a day off, I don't want to waste it," said Pax, already wearing her hiking gear, her bright red hair pulled into a ponytail. Janelle groaned, pulling the covers over her face. "Sleep is not a waste. We've barely seen anything but the inside of Building 3. I just want to walk around before it starts raining. Plus the fog blew out when the storm came through, so visibility in the valley isn't so dangerous," said Pax. Janelle pulled the edge of the covers below her right eye. "You know, with Professor Ansel here, I have even more work than I did last year. He's bored, and so every waking moment he's trying to fill my brain with his 38 years of experience. Getting out will do you some good," said Pax. Before Janelle could get the covers over her head, Callie leapt onto the bed and started licking her forehead. Janelle erupted in laughter as she fought off the morning greeting, until she ended up in a bear hug with the fox-like creature. "Fine," said Janelle, rubbing her eyes as she slipped out of bed. "It seems that I'm not getting a choice." "Seen Brianna? Maybe she wants to come," said Pax, gesturing towards the pile of covers on the third bed. As Janelle rummaged through her dresser, pulling out gear, she said, "I think I saw Bri with that 4th-year Pharrell last night when everyone was in the common area." She kept offering to show him the scars from the dragon salamander. I think he finally took her up on it. 10 minutes later, they were headed down the path into the valley. Janelle was munching on a food bar, a local concoction of pressed fruits and nuts, which had the flavor of cinnamon, despite that spice not existing in this world. It had become a favorite of the students once their bodies had adjusted to the elixirs. A Danirian woman leaving the smelter with a soot-streaked face paused upon sighting them, making a gesture at her hip that was meant to be hidden. "You see that?" asked Pax as she continued down the path. "I did," said Janelle, screwing up her mouth. Like she was giving a warning sign, evil eye or some kind of shit like that. "I thought the locals would warm to us, but so far they've been pretty standoffish," said Pax. As they descended, passing the old stone wall, the air grew cooler, and though the normal smothering fog wasn't present, wisps of white, like clumps of spiderwebs, hung in the air between the trees. "I hope we don't get rained on," said Janelle, glancing at the darker clouds to the north. I could use the bath honestly, said Pax. The water is so mineral-y. I never feel clean. So what are we looking for? Asked Janelle. Anything really. Well, maybe no boomers, but I thought we could see what we could see. Callie, anything around? She asked. Callie had been trotting along quietly, but she paused and craned her head in different directions before pushing through the foliage, heading away from the path. This should be fun, said Pax, grinning at her friend. Janelle shook her head. Why do I subject myself to these expeditions? They always end in trouble. Eat her ahead, came Callie's voice in her head. Callie had slowed, head down, tail low. Both Pax and Janelle matched Callie's hyperattention, focusing ahead. Beyond the trees, the sound of twigs snapping echoed. A squat gray four-legged creature was chewing on something bloody in the leaves. You bones not branches, whispered Pax. Everything's gotta eat, said Janelle. That's a chomper and all 'tis bigger. Looks like it killed something. That brown lump of bloody fur looks like those things that scamper through the trees like squirrels, said Pax. The chomper froze, then shifted in the leaves, facing them. It bared its teeth and rose slightly on its hind legs, hissing in warning. Those teeth look like a mad dentist shoved a pair of falsies in there, said Janelle, screwing up her face. Pax straightened. We're not going to hurt you. Just keep on eating, little chomper. The creature hissed again, before grabbing its bloody meal and bounding off into the forest. Cute little guy, said Pax, smiling. Janelle shook her head, chuckling. I just don't know about you sometimes, Pax. That thing was a good 70 pounds, would probably tear out your throat if it could. Everything's gotta eat, replied Pax with a shrug. Just as long as it's not me, said Janelle. They continued off the path, examining flowers and plants along the way. How are your private lessons with Professor Ansel? Learning anything interesting? Asked Pax. Janelle tilted her head as she stepped over a rotting log covered in ant-like critters. Most of it's pretty mundane. A lot of good medical work is like hunting. You have to identify the correct problem before you can apply a solution. Just like trying to subdue a giant worm with a stun mark is only going to piss it off, giving someone the wrong treatment might do more harm than good. But there was one really interesting thing he showed me a few days ago. It's called the Phoenix Mark. It's like a defibrillator in mark form, and like a phoenix, if you do it right, someone will come back from the dead. Speaking of phoenixes, have you seen Pietra and her team lately? They come and go at odd hours of the day and night. I thought we'd be interacting more with them, but so far they've been pretty elusive, said Pax as they headed into a little canyon area with cliff walls on either side. Janelle lifted her shoulders. Off protecting the miners, or something like that. Ansel did mention we'd be heading on a hunt with them soon, so maybe they've just been setting it up. Well, Callie doesn't really like them, said Pax. Callie? You sure that's not just you from your little standoff with Lyman? Asked Janelle with an eyebrow raised. Both of us, said Pax, but lost track of her thoughts when she caught a glimpse of white floating through the trees. Janelle had seen it too, as her head was tilted back, eyes wide with wonder. The ghost wind bounced through the air in tiny surges, like a jellyfish in deep water. Seeing the ephemeral creature brought joy to Pax's heart. Janelle reached out and squeezed her arm, a thank you for bringing her out. Truth was, Pax thanked herself too. There were times in Hunters that she regretted taking up Patron Adele's offer, not that it was much of an offer, since she had no other choice if she wanted to stay in Animalians. As much as she loved Professor Cassius, he had a habit of pushing her to mess with the critters of the world, rather than patiently observe them as she was wont to do. She understood Hunter's purpose, recognized that it was necessary, but she was reluctant to be so involved unless the creature was trying to directly kill her or one of her friends. As the ghost wind bobbed through the upper canopy of trees, they followed, moving quietly through foliage, occasionally glancing around them, but otherwise staying focused on the aerial creature. Callie, at least, wasn't so interested in the ghost wind, which meant she could be their lookout. They moved through the green canyon, heading steadily upward. The cliff walls were covered in moss, yellowish-green lines where water had run down their faces. Their ambling pursuit ended when the canyon curled back upon itself, leaving nowhere for them to go unless they wanted to climb the slick face. The ghost wind kept going, drifting upward through the trees until it was out of sight. Janelle sighed with contentment, even as a light rain tapped on the leaves of the forest. That was serene. I think the storm is starting to move south. We should head back, said Pax, squinting at the darker clouds. As she turned around to march back out of the canyon, she caught sight of markings sticking out from the moss. Hey, she said, approaching the cliff. It looks like someone painted something here. Using her fingers, she scraped away the yellow-green moss, which came away in big sheets, like skin peeling away from a burn. The more they pulled away, the more of the painting they revealed. Standing back, they both stared at it, hands cupped under their chins, even as the rain pattered against the forest. It looks old, said Pax. The painting consisted of 3 figures. She gestured towards the largest one. That looks like a boomer. Janelle moved closer to the cluster of smaller creatures that seemed to be the focus of the boomer. Are these chompers? They did say that the boomers prey on them, said Pax. I can't tell what the 3rd figure is. It's mostly worn away. An ecology lesson, I guess. Boomers eat chompers, chompers eat this other thing, but that eats the boomers? Maybe that doesn't make sense after all, because what would prey on them? Asked Janelle. The splatter picked up in pace, leaving water dripping down Pax's forehead. I don't know, but let's get out of here, said Pax. By the time they got back to Lufterpost, they were soaked through, even with their rain gear, as the heavy rain had them splashing through little streams that formed between the trees. Pax had intended to find Bent upon her return and ask him about the painting, but she was so excited to have warm, dry clothes again, she completely forgot. Chapter 7. Their first hunt came 2 weeks later. Hunter Santos and her crew had been away from Lufterpost for a few days, then came tramping back into the settlement and disappeared into their building. They'd been covered in mud, which wasn't unusual given the regular rains. There was a lot of speculation about their hangdog faces, but then the students learned they would be heading out with them on the following day. Pietra addressed them the next morning in the common area between their 3 buildings. The storms had washed away, leaving warm sunlight. Today we're heading out on your first boomer hunt. It's time you got to experience the challenge of safely taking one down. We've been tracking them down and tagging the ones furthest away for the last month. By marking them and giving the locals tracking devices, they shouldn't ever be surprised by another boomer. Now we're going to do the nearest ones. They have a pretty good range, so it might take a day or 2 to find this one, so prepare accordingly. On the good side, they tend not to invade each other's territory due to their extensive pheromone marking, and we've tagged the boomers nearest, so we know generally the area will find it. Lastly, if you get separated from the group for any reason, remember to use a hunter flare to signal your location. The spell should have been in your prep packet, so I will assume that you all have it memorized already, said Pietra. While Pietra went around to check gear, Counselor Hega and Agent Lyman spoke quietly near the smelting building. Wonder what that's about, Jae-Yong said. A bit of cross-species kink, said Liam, smirking. Jae-Yong stiffened, and Liam sighed heavily, shaking his head. I'm sorry, JY. I'm a complete ass. It's okay, I know you didn't mean it, said Jae-Yong, but his gaze was hollowed out. His affliction was well known at Animalians. While Pax and Callie had gained notoriety from saving Professor Cassius from the dragon salamanders, Jae-Yong had become a curiosity. Therianthropy wasn't unusual in their school, and the Shifter's house taught temporary self-modification in the pursuit of better understanding, but the mixing of his DNA with the dragon salamander gave him a dangerous persona. Once everyone was properly geared, they headed east of the outpost in 2 groups, with a pair of agents shepherding each year. Hunter Santos was smart enough to send Agent Lyman to the 4th years, which meant they had Agent Nadia and Agent Cody with them. As they curled around the base, Janelle gestured towards a strange protrusion coming from the crown of a nearby hill that faced away from Lufterpost. It was a platform that extended precariously over the next valley. The bridge to nowhere, said Agent Nadia. Some Danirians made it a long time ago, to showcase the power of magesteel. They used it for airships when the winds weren't so bad, but those days are few and far between now. "You can walk on it?" asked Jackson, who looked like he might be sick. Amusement bloomed across Agent Nadia's face as she cocked a grin in the bridge's direction. "It's a trip for sure, and best on the days the fog is so thick that it boils up to the bottom of the bridge like a cloud sea. But just don't be standing on it during a storm. Magesteel is hella conductive, and you'll fry like bacon up on that platform." A little while later, a group of Danirians with woven baskets on their backs passed on the way back to Lufterpost. They came from the mine, which was in the valley that the bridge overlooked. The pungent odor of magisteel ore made Pax wrinkle her nose. "That's probably a couple million worth in those baskets," remarked Agent Cody, receiving an elbow in the ribs from Agent Nadia. "Sorry." That afternoon, they entered a wide valley. The forest thinned, leaving small prairies between thickets. Pax didn't even have to ask Agent Nadia if there were boomers about, because she'd stopped chatting with Agent Cody and tightened her focus. When they reached a big field, Hunter Santos stopped the expedition and addressed them. "The boomer is somewhere in this section of the valley. We're going to set up camp here," she gestured towards the next field, "and place our trap over there. No one wanders away. We'll have a short break, then get back to work. Cody, Rick, and Nadia, you take the perimeter. Lyman, I want you to start preparing the trap. Professor Ansel and I will teach the groups how to set up an alarm barrier." Pietra pulled a coil of wire and a bundle of metal stakes from a pack with expert precision. When she noticed them all staring at her, she let a smile bloom to her lips. "Come on, this part's fun," she said, leading them to a spot about 50 feet from where they dropped their packs. "We don't have to worry about boomers. They're big enough that we'd spot 'em from a good distance. But we don't want other critters sneaking into camp and eating our food or taking a bite out of anyone. While boomers and chompers are the biggest dangers out here, they aren't the only ones." Pietra gathered them around as she crouched in the grass. She held up a metal stake. A simple stake, nothing special. She shoved it into the ground. "Put at least a third of it into the soil. Don't want them falling over. Use a hammer if you have to, but this soil is nice and soft. Once it's firmly planted, you'll place a simple charm on it." Pietra briefly explained the spell. It had 2 medium difficulty finger movements and a short phrase. Had it been her first year, even attempting it would have been anxiety-inducing, but Pax had been keeping up with her finger exercises and tongue elocutions. They each took a stake and repeated the spell under Pietra's supervision. It only took Pax 2 tries, which felt like total victory. Once Pietra had approved them, they spread out, placing the stakes in a semicircle as the 4th years were constructing the other half. With the stakes in the ground, the next step was running the wire, which hooked on little protrusions on the stakes. When the circle was complete, Pietra taught them how to link themselves to the wire. While they all stood directly inside the circle, Pietra said, "Hey Lyman, come over here." As he strolled to their location, a sour expression on his lips, Pietra shot her a wink. Almost as soon as he stepped over the wire, Pax had the sensation of something pressing against her skin from the direction of where Lyman was crossing the field. In addition, he looked like he was going to be ill until he'd fully crossed over. "I see by your expressions that you all felt him passing the trip line. Also, you might have noticed that the field made Agent Lyman feel particularly motion sick, which keeps the curious critters from wandering into the camp," said Pietra. "So your team gets sick every time they pass the line?" asked Brianna. Pietra chuckled. "Only if I'm feeling cruel. No, there's a secondary spell that I can place and give them passwords that will allow them passage without the illness. For the rest of you, since you placed at least 1 stake, no password will be necessary. But I will teach you that part of the spell work. It's also in the back of the A collection of Hunter Spells tomes that you received at the beginning of the year." After Hunter Santos modified the trip line so her team could pass the barrier, she gathered everyone together. "See this thicket of trees? This will be our hideaway. The majority of you will be in here, behind some illusionary coverings. Once we bring the boomer into the valley, using a healthy dose of mating pheromones, we'll lure it to this location. A prickle field will annoy the pants off it until it opens its mouth, and one of my team shoots it in the mouth with enough tranquilizer to knock it out. Brianna raised her hand. Why in the mouth? Boomers have a thick hide, which can't even be penetrated by regular bullets. You have to have specially enchanted ammo to break through their skin, which won't work in this case, said Hunter Santos. From the back of the group, Agent Lyman snorted derisively. Pax regretted making eye contact, because it came with so much smugness she had to spit to clear it away. Janelle wrinkled her nose at Lyman. Gross? Some people never grow up, said Pax as she crouched down to rub Callie's neck. We still have about 24 boomers to tag, so everyone's going to get a chance eventually on each part of the operation, but who wants to volunteer for the first one? I'll need to, asked Pietra. Pax shot her hand up and Janelle followed, a nod of support from her best friend. A few other tentative hands went up, but a good few seconds after theirs. Pietra barely restrained her grin. All right, ladies, you were not only first but most enthusiastic. While the rest of the team went to the thicket of trees to set up the illusionary shields, which were hanging blankets that mimicked the nearby area, minus the people, Pax, Janelle, and Callie joined Pietra in the field. This here, said Hunter Santos with a small vial between her forefinger and thumb, holds about 30 doses of boomer pheromone, so be careful with it. She handed it to Pax, who held it as if it were a bomb. We'll sprinkle a little, near the area we want to lure the boomer to. But first we have to set up the prickle field. It'll create uncomfortable sensations if you pass in the middle of it, like you're rolling around in a bed of nettles. It's unpleasant to say the least, said Pietra. Under Hunter Santos' supervision, Pax and Janelle set up the prickle field, which consisted of 2 panels of runed plates set across from each other on poles. The runes were merely to reinforce the spell, but once they'd constructed the equipment, Pietra made them each apply the spell to half of the panels. Janelle, of course, got it first try, receiving a compliment from Pietra on her execution. It took Pax 3 tries, but she managed to apply the field. For the sake of understanding, I want you to lean your hand into the field. You can pull it away the moment you feel the prickle, said Pietra. Standing behind the panels, which were facing each other with about 30 feet between them, Pax tentatively snaked her hand forward until it felt like hot bugs were crawling under her skin. She yanked her hand back. Merlin's tits, that was awful, said Pax, shaking off her hand. Now for the fun part, said Pietra. The way this is going to work is that we'll lure the boomer into the area using its mating call. Then, once we've made a visual, one of you will place a few drops of pheromone on a rock on this side of the field. With a bit of luck, the boomer will head directly into the field, become annoyed and open its mouth, and Agent Nadia will tag it in the mouth with a trank from her blind on the near side. And if it doesn't, asked Pax. We improvise, said Pietra with a wink. If it comes to using marks, slam is best. A soothe or stun won't work. A short while later, once preparations had been confirmed, everyone else returned to the illusionary shield in the thicket of trees. The shifting screen looked like a poorly pixelated video, but boomers had poor eyesight, so it'd be enough. Crouching behind a temporary wooden blind near the prickle field felt like holding up a child's plastic shield and expecting an oncoming train to stop. But Pietra, long black hair cinched into a ponytail, surveyed the area with the confidence of a general, which took the edge off Pax's anxiety. A touch anyway. Who wants to do the honors? Asked Pietra, holding out a compact black box with glowing electronics buttons like a DJ's mixer on the top, and a speaker on the front. Press the green button, and it'll send out a mating call. But do point it away from us. They have their name for a reason. Janelle collected the box, eyeing the electronics like a kid about to open a birthday present. Biting her lower lip, and with exaggerated slowness, she pressed the glowing green button. A moment later, a low tone rumbled from the box, like a tugboat coming into a harbor. Then it rose in both volume and tone, until it hit a pitch that made Pax's teeth rattle from the reverberation. She thought it would just extend out like a foghorn, but then the call ended abruptly with a solid boom. Wow, that was something, said Janelle, eyes wide. When the big ones are mating, It sounds like explosives echoing through the valleys, said Pietra. When do they mate? Asked Pax. The season starts soon, but they're horny enough they'll come even if it's out of season, said Pietra. How long do we have to wait? Asked Janelle, peering over the field in a half-crouch. Pietra lifted one shoulder. It could be within minutes if it's near, or it could be hours, or not at all if they're at the far end of their range. Janelle had to repeat the mating call every 20 minutes, facing the speakers in a different direction each time. For the first hour, Pax stayed alert, head on a swivel, expecting a boomer to come rumbling out of the trees at any moment. But as time wore on, the monotony of crouching in the grass grew old, until she was seated cross-legged, while Callie rested her chin on her thigh while she received an ear rubbing. Callie had the decency to grunt appropriately in appreciation of the impromptu field massage. I'm about to ask when it's my turn, said Pietra, receiving a raised eyebrow from the fox-like creature. Before Pax could make a snide remark, a boomer call echoed across the valley from the north. Finally, said Pax, and Callie rose to her feet. The next wait wasn't as long. They could see the trees shaking slightly as the boomer traveled down the hillside. Janelle triggered the mating call one more time for good measure, and it received an excited answer right away. Horny bastard, said Pax. Might be the girl, said Pietra. Both genders initiate mating, depending on their current reproductive status. When the boomer finally came into view, even though it was across the field a good half-mile, a trickle of anxiety ran down her spine. The boomer was big. Built like an elephant but with a stubby face and gnarly dark green skin. Pax found herself rising in anticipation, responding to an unconscious need to flee to safety, until Pietra put her hand on her shoulder to get her to crouch back down. I want you to place the pheromone now. The vial has a nipple, which will keep you from putting more than a few drops. No more than that, too much and the boomer will go into a horny rage, said Pietra, gesturing ahead. And definitely don't get any on you. Pax crouch walked to the rock, which had been placed about 30 feet from their location, right on the edge of the live prickle field. The boomer was making its way towards her, not quite hurrying, but not taking its time either. She held the vial over the rock at an angle, carefully twisting the lid off and catching a whiff of the pungent odor. As soon as she felt wetness on her fingertip, she knew something was wrong, but it was too late. The nipple that was supposed to regulate the flow of pheromone was missing, and she just dumped a quarter of the vial onto the rock, including some on her finger. Before she could even turn back to Pietra to tell her what happened, the boomer roared, its volume hitting her in the chest like the after effects of a fireworks display, and charged. Chapter 8. Time slowed down as the enormous boomer thundered across the plain, soil flinging from its feet. Pax connected the dots of pheromone and 20-ton beast, but a part of her still couldn't believe it was happening. An image of her bloody, unrecognizable body rose up in her vision, but the years at the zoo and her time in Animalians woke her reactions. Pax threw the vial forward, hoping the overwhelming scent would distract it. She turned as Pietra rose, gesturing towards the illusionary thicket. Code red. Code red. The other members of her team broke from cover. Agent Lyman let off a spray of bullets into the broadside of the boomer as it rumbled towards the prickle field, and inexorably, Pax. Come here, yelled Pietra, reaching into a pouch for a squeeze bottle which she popped off using her teeth. The short sprint to Pietra left Pax's back exposed, the trumpeting roar of the boomer rattling her teeth, rattling her bones, while the pop, pop, pop of gunfire punctuated the cacophony. Agent Nadia rose from her crouch, leaving the trank gun leaning on the blind, and fired a handgun that looked like it could stop a tank. As Pax reached Pietra, the hunter said, "Did you get it on you?" Pax held out her hand, which was quickly dosed with a burning clear liquid, after which she was shoved away, and Pietra threw out her palm for a potent slam. Coplat. The charging boomer impacted the force wave from the mark, blowing back on them. Pax went tumbling over the blind, kneeing Janelle in the chest as she went over, catching an elbow in the head for good measure. As they disentangled, the symphony of noise made orienting difficult, and Pax feared getting shot as much as being trampled by the boomer. She climbed to her knees in time to see the enormous beast catch Pietra in a shoulder charge, right as she triggered a shield mark. The dark-haired hunter tumbled into the high grass like a rag doll. The boomer gave a trumpeting roar that slammed into Pax's ears like a grenade blast, before rising onto its back legs above Pietra's motionless form. A growling Callie leapt into the way, standing over Pietra as if she could somehow protect her from being crushed. Presented with the fox-like creature, the boomer let its front legs fall to the ground, and its head shook violently, as if it were trying to dislodge a nest of bees from its ears. The boomer spun around, demolishing the prickle field, trampling everything in its path. The distraction gave Pax and Janelle a chance to reach Pietra and drag her out of the way. Janelle set to work on her immediately, pressing the side of her face against Pietra's chest, then pulling a small syringe out of her red medic bag. Pax didn't get to see what happened, because the Phoenix Corp unleashed a barrage of heavy fire at the boomer. As flecks of hard, gnarly flesh blew off, revealing blots of blood, the boomer finally gave a frustrated roar and headed in the opposite direction. By the time Pax checked back, Janelle was doing chest compressions on Pietra. "Professor Ansel," yelled Pax, gesturing towards the thicket, but he was already halfway there. Pax caught a whiff of phase the moment before Janelle hit Pietra with a mark. A shroud of flame-like energy entombed the fallen hunter briefly before condensing into her chest. A moment later, Pietra's back arched, and she sucked in a massive breath, eyes flying open. Professor Ansel slid to his knees, a syringe in his grip. "Recharge?" "Already given," said Janelle as she checked Pietra's pulse with her fingertips, and a phoenix mark to get her heart going again. "Good work," said the professor with a nod. Pietra broke into a cough, followed by a groan. Her shoulder was at an awkward angle. "Anger Bean," came the warning from Callie, only a moment before Lyman unleashed on her. "You stupid wannabe mage, you just about got her killed." Agent Lyman's face was blotchy red, spittle flying from his lips. "You're only supposed to use 2 drops. I can smell the scent all over everything." After the harrowing battle with the boomer, and seeing Pietra's lifeless body flung through the air, Pax just wanted to bury her face in Callie's fur, and forget about everything that had just happened, even if it were only for a few moments. Her mind thrummed with adrenaline, leaving her gasping for words. I tried, it wasn't, there wasn't a thing," said Pax, the words sticking to her tongue like hot tar. "Oh, there wasn't a thing," mocked Lyman, bobbing his head back and forth. "You just were too busy doing whatever the hell you wanted, like that first day with the boomer. Do you not understand how fucking dangerous these creatures are?" Pax gasped for air. Everyone had gathered, eyes on her. This was worse than the boomer fight, because she felt like she'd betrayed them by screwing up, even though she knew she hadn't. "I didn't screw up," she said through the tears. "There wasn't a thing on the end of the vial." She tried to mimic the motion of squeezing out drops, but her hands wouldn't cooperate, and eventually she balled them into fists. "It just all came out. Got on my hand." Agent Nadia ran up, pulled Lyman back. "Hey man, lay off. Give her a chance to explain." "Fine," said Lyman, lips curled and arms crossed. "Explain then. Or better yet, show us. Show us the vial." Pax blinked, trying to remember those brief moments during the fight where her mind had been blasted through with terror. "I threw it. To get it away from me," said Pax. Lyman let his jaw drop. "You threw it? You threw it away? You know how hard that stuff was to get?" "I wasn't exactly worried about that at the time," said Pax, crossing her arms. Right as Lyman opened his mouth for another invective, Pietra, who was being helped into a sitting position, said in a weak voice, "Walk away, Lyman. Now." Agent Lyman snarled his lip, then seeing that everyone was staring at him, marched away, shaking his head and mumbling under his breath. Professor Ansel looked up at the crowd. "Everyone back to camp. We'll have a debriefing after we're done patching Pietra up." As Pax moved away, he said, "Not you, Pax." She expected recrimination. She expected a continuation of what she'd already received from Lyman, but Ansel rose, placed his hand on her shoulder, and peered at her through his round glasses. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Me? Her chest was heavy. I'm not injured. That's not what I meant, he said. I'm fine. I'll be fine, she said, and she took a heavy breath, unleashed by Professor Ansel's concern. Pietra tried to climb to her feet, but Ansel reached her first. No. Not yet. You're as pale as milk. You need to rest here, until we've given you the A-OK. He nodded to Janelle, who was still kneeling by Pietra's side. I want all her vitals, and then we'll consider next steps. He strode towards the destroyed prickle field, making it 10 steps before turning back to her. Come on. What are we doing? She asked as Callie joined her at her side. Looking for that vial, said Professor Ansel. You don't believe me? No, of course I believe you, but when something goes this wrong, you have to understand why. He gestured towards the area before the rock. Look over there, I'll check this section. With Callie's help, she scoured the trampled grass. Even though it was made of hardened plastic, there was a good chance it had been smashed during the boomer's rampage. As she hovered over the ground, moving strands of grass to check near the soil, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at the odorous lingering scent. Why does this smell so familiar? She asked. Professor Ansel glanced up from his search. It smells like the magesteel ore. We passed those workers carrying some back to the settlement. It's one of the problems with finding new ore deposits in this region. Besides the fact that boomers are dangerous and territorial, they exude a pheromone that confuses any attempts to locate the ore. That's weird, she said. Not really, when you consider this realm's past. Professor Ansel paused, crouched in the grass. Many centuries ago, these lands and the Danirians were decimated by an apocalyptic event that wiped out most species, and almost the Danirians themselves. When they rebuilt their world, they did so with the help of their mages, redesigning major species to be more in harmony with each other. Their society remembers those times, and acts accordingly. It's only recently that they refounded the magesteel mines, and only after much hand-wringing and discussion. Callie made a small yip, drawing them both over. She had her paw next to the fallen vial. Professor Ansel pulled a pair of tweezers out of a pocket, and pulled the vial from the grass. They carried it back to Janelle and Pietra. No squeezer, said Professor Ansel as they walked. As you told us. It could have fallen into the grass, said Pax. The professor let a smile twitch to his lips. You're too honest, Pax. But wrong in this case. Even if you'd thrown the vial, there's no way the nipple would dislodge if it had been correctly assembled. Pietra was seated when they returned, rotating her shoulder while a cold compress sat on her neck. Janelle shot Pax a questioning glance, but she could only lift a single shoulder in response with both of their teachers right there. She's a good field medic. She set my dislocated shoulder better than anyone has before, and I've lost count, said Pietra. You've taught her well. Professor Ansel nodded. I wish I could take credit, but she's a wonderful self-student. Half the time when I try to teach her something, I find out she's already taught herself how to do it. Janelle held back her smile, but she was beaming inside and it came out her eyes like light. Professor Ansel held out the vial, which soured Pietra's expression. She glanced to Pax. I'm sorry, said Pietra. Why? Pietra flattened her lips. It's my responsibility to ensure the equipment is correct before any mission. While I'm certain that I checked it, I cannot ignore the evidence before my eyes. Even if you'd wanted to do that, it would take pliers to pull the squeezer off the vial. It's not sabotage, is it? Asked Janelle. As much as I'd like to believe that, no. We often assign malice where incompetence is the likelier answer, said Pietra. At any rate, it was me that paid the price, so karma wins again, thankfully. I would hate myself if one of you students had been hurt, or worse yet, killed. She gestured to be helped up. Now that I'm all fixed up, I'll take the team into the valley and take care of this boomer. After this mess, and shooting it up, it's probably going to have a nasty disposition. You're not going anywhere, said Professor Ansel. Janelle had to give you a phoenix mark to restart your heart. You need rest, and under no circumstances should you be using magic for a few days. Back on her feet, Pietra looked ready to fall over, though she didn't allow herself to waver. "Fine," said Pietra. "We can go back to the settlement, but as soon as I'm good, I'm taking the team back into the field." "Only after I give the go-ahead," said Professor Ansel. Like a petulant child, Pietra stuck out her tongue, then added a wink for good measure. With the excitement over, they took down the camp, including the demolished prickle field, which would have to be rebuilt if it could. The march back to Lufterpost took them into the evening, and they didn't return to their rooms until late. By the time Pax fell onto the bed, her eyes struggled to stay open. Janelle, sitting on the edge, rubbing the back of Callie's ears, said, "Long day." "Crazy day," said Pax. Janelle paused, checking back to the closed door. "Do you really think that Pietra mishandled the pheromone vial?" The thought had been on Pax's mind the whole way back to the camp. "No. She's too good. Even Cassius said it last year. She never makes a mistake." "Who do you think could have done it?" asked Janelle. "Maybe one of her agents, if they hold grudge against her, which I find hard to believe. They seem super loyal. I was also thinking about one of the Danirians. They don't seem to like us. One of them could have sabotaged the vial," said Pax. "You're assuming one thing," said Janelle, lips pursed. "What?" Janelle tilted her head. "That Pietra was the target." Pax blinked. "You think someone tried to kill me?" "I think it's a possibility that you should consider," said Janelle gravely. "Do you think it was Lyman?" asked Pax. "He hates my guts." "That's a possibility," said Janelle. "But there's one other." "Who?" "Pietra." Janelle leaned in close. "You don't know how she feels about Callie, or about what happened with Cassius last year. She might even be under orders from Patron Adele. As much as I don't want to consider it, I'd be stupid not to. I guess I need to keep my eyes and ears open," said Pax. Janelle put her hand on her leg. "Me too. And we can fill in Liam and JY as well." Pax nodded to the third empty bed. "What about Bry? And Jackson?" "Not yet," said Janelle. "Mostly because Bry couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it, and I think Jackson has too much of a hero crush on Pietra." "Fair enough," said Pax with a heavy sigh. "We got you, Pax," said Janelle. "We don't abandon family." Chapter 9. For the next few weeks, Pietra was stuck in Lufterpost, so her team went into the wilds without her to scout the other boomers until she could travel again. The experienced hunter joined their classes, taking over for Professor Ansel, whose field experience was limited. Rather than the prepared materials, they spent time talking about her previous jobs and the supernatural creatures she'd had to capture or kill, including a time when she had clung to the back of a peryton as it tried to dislodge her as it flew through the Pyrenees Mountains. During this time, the idea that Pietra had tried to kill her lost its luster, as the hunter seemed entirely too empathetic about the animals involved in her missions, going to great lengths to capture even when killing might have been safer. In most of the stories, Pax found herself agreeing with Pietra's methods. But on a particularly foggy morning, when Professor Ansel needed to give Pietra a full checkup and meet with the Lufterpost Council, the students were given the rest of the day off. Liam and Jae Young, along with a few fourth years, planned on trying to catch the strange cobalt blue fish that populated the nearby streams, using a makeshift fishing pole they'd constructed out of local materials. Pax and Janelle, on the other hand, wanted to explore the bridge to nowhere, which required a short hike across the valley. The heavy fog turned the outpost on the hill into an island in a sea of white. Callie led them down the slope, leaving the steady thumping coming from the smelter behind as they descended into a land of blankness. The mist lightened up enough that they could pick their way down the path, but their vision was less than 30 feet. "This might creep me out more if we didn't have Callie," said Janelle. "She is the best scout," said Pax, shooting her companion a wink and receiving a warm glow of emotion through their telepathic link. Near the bottom, an echoing boom, explosion, not boomer, ricocheted around the valley. Janelle lifted her eyebrows in the direction of the mine, where such noises were common. There had been talk about visiting the mine, but the incident with the enraged boomer had delayed their plans. As they crossed the valley towards the other steep hill, Callie froze, sending them both a message. "Eaters. Can we go around?" whispered Pax. Callie looked back to them, before heading at a diagonal, silently hopping over a fallen log covered in hungry benign insects that looked like living leaves. To the left, the fog cleared away enough to reveal two chompers sniffing along the ground. "I thought they were solitary," whispered Pax. "They're supposedly more active in the fog because it's cooler," said Janelle. "It looks like they're tracking something." Pax had the urge to stay and watch the squat four-legged creatures for a while longer, but she wanted to reach the bridge to nowhere with enough time to return before dark. They left the chompers behind, but Pax couldn't help but worry that they were being followed even though Callie gave no further warnings about them. The climb was steeper than the Lufterpost hill, and they had to make steep cuts across the front, not for the sake of traversing, but due to the rocky boulders blocking the best path. At times they had to hold hands for support, and Pax tried not to look behind them for fear of vertigo. After a good hour climb, aided by the near supernatural endurance they developed during their second year, they broke from the fog and ascended onto the crown of the hill. During their journey across the valley, the mist had thickened, and incoming storms to the north had turned the air unstable, shifting the sheer white expanse like an unruly sea. The bridge to nowhere was on the far side, sticking out like a diving board over a pool of mist. Pax examined the base, wanting reassurance as to the structural integrity of the extension, but finding only a thin magesteel layer connecting it and the rocky cliff beneath. "Shouldn't there be anchor bolts or something else to hold this in place? It literally looks like it's being held in place by a thin strip," said Pax as the urge to walk onto the platform rapidly fled her limbs. Janelle stood back with her hands on her hips, curly black hair pulled into a bun at the base of her neck. Pax could see the wheels turning behind her friend's eyes as she accessed the wealth of information she'd cultivated over the years. She shifted her mouth to the side as she crouched by the edge, her fingers articulating as she cast an unknown spell on the bridge. Her eyes widened in surprise and her jaw dropped. "There's a crapload of magic here," said Janelle. "It's not being held by anything structural. Instead, it's pure, raw magic imbued into the metal." Before Pax could question whether or not they could trust the spell that had created the anchor, Janelle strolled onto the extension as if it were a sidewalk back in the city of Invictus. Pax's heart leapt in her chest as her limbs were flooded with adrenaline. "I was hoping you wouldn't do that," said Pax, blowing out a breath and placing a tentative foot on the bridge. Janelle made little hops. The soles of her boots slapped against the smooth surface. "Seems solid enough. Bent said this could hold 100 tons if necessary. I think it can hold little ol' us." "Yes," said Pax, edging out further onto the bridge. "My logical brain understands, but the old lizard brain is throwing up red stop signs." Janelle walked further out, glancing this way and that, serenely examining their strange surroundings. The structure was about 30 feet in length and 8 feet wide, but as Pax followed her friend, it felt like it was 300 feet long and only 2 feet wide. Pax was a third of the way out when she heard a whine from behind her. Callie only had a single paw on the bridge, and with her tongue hanging out, she let out a pitiful yip. "Oh, Callie," said Janelle, "it's safe, you can come out." "She's probably feeding off my fear," said Pax. "I'm all jacked up on it. Every bit of me wants to run back to the safety of the edge." Janelle raised an eyebrow. "You practically threw yourself at the mother dragon salamander last year in the whale room, but you can't walk across a bridge?" "Animals I understand, falling I do not," said Pax, taking another deep breath before catching up to Janelle in short little mincing steps. "Callie, you coming?" The fox-like creature managed to get 4 feet onto the bridge, continually sniffing at the structure as if it contained some hidden information. No further out from the edge than a single length of her body, Callie lay down, her head on her paws, facing forward. "I guess it's just you and me, boo," said Janelle, grabbing her hand and tugging her forward. Only because she had the safety of her friend's hand, Pax followed her to the edge of the bridge to nowhere. The end felt like standing in the clouds, with the tips of hills cresting the expansive rolling white like islands. "Sorry about the sweaty palm," said Pax. Shish, said Janelle, eyes wide with wonder. Just enjoy it. Adrenaline still raged through Pax, but the longer she stared at the fluffy mist that shifted between the valleys like fat lazy clouds, the more her jaw unclenched. When Janelle released her hand, a brief panic surged through Pax, but she let it pass through her until the meditative silence resumed. I'd like to build a house on this bridge, live above the clouds, said Janelle. All well and good until a storm rolls in, said Pax, extending her arm to the north where bruised purple clouds were forming. The mist between the valleys was swirling from the heavier winds, blowing around their hair, and sending streamers of white into the sky. Damn, I guess we should think about heading back. They were about to turn around, when Janelle's head turned to the right quickly. She crouched, extending her hand. Do you see that? The direction Janelle was pointing confused Pax. She was noting the empty space between the valleys, the shifting sea of silvery gray mist rocking like waves. Between the expanse of white and the swirling, it was difficult to make out what she was indicating, but then the jerky movement caught her eye. A ghostwind, exclaimed Pax. Janelle scrunched up her face. It looks like it's injured or something. It's moving all weird. The ghostwind was on a path perpendicular to the bridge. It would pass about 50 feet out from the edge where they stood. There's something hanging on it, said Pax, squinting. Shit, there is, said Janelle, extending her arms and waving towards herself. Come here, little buddy, we'll fix you up. The ghostwind kept moving, herky-jerky on its unknown journey, but it made no move towards them. Callie, called Pax, half-turned. Can you be my little helper? Like you used to do in the shed? The fox-like creature stood, but her shoulders were hunched with fear. Come on, Callie, said Janelle. We're out here too. You can do it. With her head down, Callie made a slow procession to them, until she stood, legs shaking a few feet behind them. Thank you, sweetheart, said Pax. Can you help us coax the ghostwind over here? Callie closed her orangish-red eyes. Pax faced the floating creature, but could feel the warmth emanating from her furry companion, and she added her own mental calls. She never knew if her thoughts helped bolster Callie's psychic broadcasts, but it made her feel like she was helping. When the ghostwind surged towards them, Janelle squealed with excitement. It's coming. Keep doing that, Callie. In the span of 20 magical seconds, the ghostwind made its way to them, and when it finally reached the bridge, it collapsed on the platform as if it had used its last bit of strength. Neither of them approached the creature, letting it rest as they examined it from a few feet away. When it was floating through the air, it reminded Pax of an aerial jellyfish, but bunched onto the platform, it looked more like a wadded-up white t-shirt thrown onto a teenager's bedroom floor. Along the bottom edge, a black wire had gotten lodged in its flesh, and at the end was a metal stick. Even without moving a hair closer, Pax knew what it was. That's a piece of wire from the alarm field, said Pax. Yeah, said Janelle. Do you think it's safe to remove it? They can puff out a cloud of knockout gas, but I guess as long as you're not near the edge, it shouldn't be dangerous, said Pax. Janelle crept towards the ghostwind, which was nearly motionless except for a quiver along the hem of its billowing body. She managed to make it all the way to the creature. It hopped slightly when she reached out, but otherwise made no further moves to escape. I think it recognizes that you're here to help, said Pax, leaning into her experiences at the zoo and in her shed. With the gentle hands of a medic, Janelle scooped up the ghostwind, expertly lifting the wire and metal stick so it wouldn't put pressure on the creature's ethereal body. The wire had a loop, which had lodged in a protrusion. After examining it as she cradled the ghostwind in her arms, Janelle said, Reach into my medic pack and pull out the snips. Reaching under her arms, Pax carefully unzipped the red pouch so it didn't alarm the ghostwind, and managed to remove the snips without making too much noise. Now pop the loop. I think we can remove it once that's broken, said Janelle. Pax extended a steady hand, nodding towards Callie, who stared serenely at the ghostwind, a sure sign that she was calming the creature. She placed the metal snips around the wire, then with as little pressure as would be required, she cut the wire. Janelle removed it with the precision of a surgeon, and shoved it into a side pocket. There you go, little buddy, said Janelle, shifting her arm so the ghostwind could release itself when it wanted. To both their surprise, The pale creature pressed itself against Janelle, the hem-like edges of its body undulating against her chest in the semblance of a hug. Janelle looked like she was going to float off the platform in sheer joy. Then in a simultaneous motion, she extended her arms and the ghost wind surged away gently, like a Kleenex drifting on a breeze, and for the next few minutes they watched the creature bob across the mist, no longer weighed down, until it drifted into the clouds. "I'm dead," said Janelle with a delirious smile on her lips, leaning into a sigh. "Valid," said Pax. "That was a nice change from creatures that want to kill us." Janelle snorted softly. "Enjoy it while we can. Watch her." The warning from Callie was not expressed with concern, but Pax glanced back to the crown of the hill to see the quill-like protrusions of a Danirian crouching behind the snarled bushes. As soon as she made eye contact, the Danirian girl squeaked and scurried back the other way, presumably down the path. "I think we had a visitor," said Pax. "I saw that," said Janelle. "I wonder if she was following us, or happened upon us." "Probably the latter, or Callie would have noticed earlier," said Pax. "Let's head back. Those storms look like they're moving this way, and I don't want to be caught on this lightning rod." A burst of wind buffeted them in the face, throwing around their hair. As Pax walked back across the bridge to nowhere, she found her earlier fear absent. "What do you think happened here?" asked Janelle, holding up the wire and stick. "Dunno, but I don't like it," replied Pax as they picked their way down the steep path, descending into the mist. As it was getting closer to dusk, sight was limited, and Pax kept on high alert, given the multitude of visitors they'd had on their journey. When they were crossing the valley floor, Callie warned them about chompers, which they didn't see with their limited vision, but then she turned from the trail, heading perpendicular into the wood at a brisk pace, forcing Pax and Janelle to hurry to keep up. The stench hit Pax before she saw it. Her eyes couldn't quite figure out what it was, since it was so big and motionless, 3 of its enormous feet facing them, the 4th missing, only a bloody stump where it once was. A small chomper, which had been eating the discarded flesh, scampered away at their approach. "That's a boomer," whispered Janelle as if she might wake the dead creature. "Someone blew it up," said Pax. "Shit." "Yeah, not good," said Janelle. They circled the beast, which was on the smaller side, maybe only 5 tons, finding a piece of hard plastic stuck to its ear. A crimson phoenix symbol was pressed into the orange tag. "This is one of the boomers that Pietra and her team marked," said Pax. "Why would someone blow it up?" "I don't know, but we should get back and tell the professor." Janelle paused with thought, "and Pietra. We should get moving. I don't want to be out here if it's dark and there are chompers milling around." As they left the dead creature behind, the shadows overtaking the mist in the valley, Pax couldn't help but think that something was drastically wrong in Lufterpost. Chapter 10. The news of the dead boomer spread through the students like wildfire, bringing fear and speculation. No one could understand why someone would murder the enormous creature, and the use of explosives placed blame firmly on the local Danirians, since they used them at the mine, and except for Bent and Counselor Hega, were generally unfriendly. Professor Ansel and Hunter Santos spent much of the next day in discussions with the Danirians, who seemed as disturbed by the event, but came away with no conclusions. When the students asked what their theory might be, they kept their lips tight, a look of consternation on their faces. A few days later, discussions on the meaning of the killing had been buried beneath an avalanche of homework. Janelle was certain it was an attempt to get them to forget about the dead boomer, but Liam thought it was because they were running out of material to teach, since they weren't in the field as originally intended, which only circled them around to the fact that Pietra's team hadn't returned yet. Pax and Janelle had thrown a blanket in a spot of grass between buildings, and were enjoying the cool breezes blowing across the valley when Bent approached. The Danirian wore a light green homespun tunic, and his quill-like head protrusions had been pulled artfully to the side to curl around his neck. "Greetings, Student Pax and Student Janelle," said Bent, inclining his head with the strange, feral smile that always made Pax feel like she was being eyed up for a meal. "Oh, hello," said Pax, looking up from her nomenclature tome. "I mean greetings, honored Bent, my father weeps and She wanted to bury her face in her book. "It is, my father weeps for you, and my mother dries her eyes, but do not worry, this is only for greetings between those that have not seen each other for a long time. I enjoy your human simplicity, so hello will do just nicely, said Bent, eyes crinkling with mirth. How did you learn English so well? Asked Janelle. I spent a few years in Invictus, studying with professors from the Metallum Nocturne. Ah yes, but I do not have any magical ability. In fact, we Danirians do not have it anymore, but that does not keep us from learning new techniques for dealing with magical materials, he said. The magesteel ore, said Pax, nodding towards the smelter. I am a metallurgist by training, but that's not why I have come to speak to you both, he said, placing his hands behind him. Pax shared a glance with Janelle. The first thing that came to her mind was that they were the ones that had found the dead boomer. Yes? Do not be concerned, said Bent. I wish only to invite you to a Geistensmad this evening. A what? Asked Pax. A dinner with guests. I have already cleared this with your professor, and there is no obligation. But some of the Danirians at the Lufter post would like to share food and words with you, said Bent. We're honored, said Pax, trying to find words that wouldn't offend, but we can't speak Danirian, and I didn't think the locals liked us. His mouth twitched. Given our history, there is always mistrust of outsiders, but the news of your encounters with the Flydetzik have lessened fears. I have heard that you coaxed one to join you on the bridge to nowhere, and managed to free it from an entanglement. Yes, said Janelle. The Ghostwind had a wire stuck on it. The two of them shared a wide-eyed glance. The girl Danirian that had been spying on them must have told the others about it. Excellent, said Bent. I will join this Geistensmad so that we can share Sindregler. What is that? You mentioned that before when we first arrived, said Pax. Sindregler translates to philosophy. We are most curious to your thoughts, and why the Flydetzik would seek you out for help. In turn, we may share some about ourselves. These kinds of interchanges are important to Danirians. He glanced back to the smelter. I am needed for a meeting soon. But I will arrive at this building to lead you to the Geistensmad this evening. Please bring your companion Callie as well. Bent made his way back to the smelter at the center of the outpost, leaving Pax and her friend reeling from the encounter. Janelle had her face screwed up. You know, we never really accepted, she said. We could always not go, offered Pax. No, I definitely want to go. I'm just making sense of the cultural differences, said Janelle. An encounter with a Ghostwind is supposedly lucky, said Pax. It'd probably blow their minds if we told them about the time we followed one to the canyon painting, said Janelle. They'd probably just think we were bragging, said Pax. Oh crap, said Janelle, slapping her hand on the grass in disappointment. There's one big problem with this dinner idea. Pax tilted her head. I didn't get to bring any of my dinnerware, said Janelle with a wink. That evening when the sun had drifted past the horizon, and the paths in Lufterpost were lit up with gas lamps that gave off a dreamy light, Pax met her friend outside the building as they waited for their escort. Janelle had somehow managed to piece together an outfit that matched the expected evening. A crimson scarf tying back her curly black hair, black sneakers borrowed from a fourth year, and a gray jacket over a white t-shirt. I feel like an old shoe next to you, said Pax, gesturing towards what amounted to her cleaned-up hiking clothes. You look great in whatever you wear because of that red hair, said Janelle. And anyway, Callie is the best fashion accessory ever. Did you hear that, Callie? She called you a bracelet, said Pax, chuckling. Her fox-like companion lifted one eyebrow but otherwise looked unfazed. Callie had always been suspicious of people, but the one main exception was Janelle, who could do no wrong. All those ear massages paid off, said Janelle with a wink. Further conversation ended when Bent arrived. Good evening. Please join us as we have you for dinner, he said with a little bow. Pax bent at the waist to match Bent's gesture, shooting a side eye at Janelle, who had quirked her eyebrow in response to Bent's wording. He led them to one of the worker buildings in the back of the outpost, near the old wall that was long ago falling into disrepair. Stepping inside, anxiety surged through Pax as she saw a big table filled with numerous Danirians. She'd thought it was going to be a smaller affair. There had to be at least 20 seated around the long, rectangular table. They mostly wore long tunics in various light colors like green and blue, with splashes of brighter colors or metal saved for brooches or quill clasps. Pax was led to a spot at the center, while a bench next to her served as a seat for Callie. The Danirians rose when she approached, and nervous smiles abounded, whether as a custom of their own or upon guidance from Bent. When both she and Janelle were at their spots, everyone sat at once, the shifting of chairs sending up a brief cacophony that matched the fluttering of her heart. When no one spoke, Pax shared a worried glance with Janelle, who was directly across from her at the center of the table. Pax took a nervous sip from her water as she waited for something to happen. "Hello," said Pax when she set the glass down, offering a weak smile. "Happy to be here." The Danirians repeated her hello, though it sounded muffled by the tones of their accents. She looked over at Bent, who was 2 spots from Janelle. "Are we expected to say something?" she asked. Bent blinked heavily. "Oh no. When we meet for a large dinner, there is usually a moment of silence before we start, a chance to think about questions you might ask or topics to discuss. Just a moment, I will explain." He leaned forward, speaking loudly for everyone at the table to hear, until a round of laughter erupted. The brief tightening of her stomach released when she saw the welcoming in their eyes. The awkward moment passed. Bent gestured towards the bowls at the center of the table, and suddenly the table came alive as food was taken and passed. The majority of the offerings were familiar to Pax, who'd been dining on the local foods for the past 2 months. There was a hearty bread they made from the seeds of the yellow grasses, 3 kinds of fruit with hard rinds. Callie liked the weird greenish-blue one with pink spots called a brickle and would eat the entire thing from the inside out. The cobalt blue fish that was eaten like sashimi and dipped in a briny pale liquid, various tubers and roots, and a light cake-like bread made with a local sweetener that Pax particularly enjoyed. Pax followed the example of her hosts, taking similar amounts of food and passing the bowl. She managed to take a few bites of the grainy bread before conversation started. It was clear that the discussion revolved around them based on the head nods and gestures, and eventually Bent translated. "They would like to know how you convinced the Flydetzik to come to you on the bridge to nowhere," said Bent as he split one of the blue-green fruits in half with his fingers, a juicy spray making him squint. Pax shared a glance with Janelle. They discussed ahead of time that they wouldn't reveal Callie's abilities, better that they leave the details a mystery. "As members of Animalians, we are taught how to communicate with animals, including how to put them at ease," said Pax. This answer pleased Bent, who made a noise in the back of his throat. After a round of additional discussion, Bent posed a new question. "You are not the first members of your hall in Lufterpost, but no one has done such a thing before," he said. Pax caught the human word, phoenix, from their conversation, but didn't want to get into the differences between the students and the corporation. "Everyone has their strengths," said Pax with a slight raise of her shoulder. After Bent translated, Janelle asked, "Why do you think that the Ghostwind came to us?" He nodded sagely, clearly approving of her question. The quick back and forth between the Danirians became routine, though Pax wished she'd been seated near Janelle so they could have their own private conversation during the in-between, but that was probably why they'd been spread apart. She could use Callie as a go-between, but her companion's use of picture words made translations for unusual concepts difficult. A tenet of our Sindregler is that actions have consequences or reactions, if we're speaking directly of physics. Since Danirians or humans are the embodiment of action, we carry within us an ever-present intent. Some creatures can sense these intents. The Ghostwind, as you call them, has been known as an astute reader of these intentions. Our history is filled with myths of them coming to the aid of someone who they have previously befriended, or who is known to have a good and kind heart," said Bent. "It could have just been so injured that it was taking a chance with us," said Janelle. "A humble proposition, but it still must trust enough to reach that cross-species boundary," said Bent. "What are the tenets of your Sindregler?" asked Pax, hoping to change the conversation from them. After the translation, there were nods of approval. Pax might have been an introvert, but one thing she knew about people was they liked to talk about themselves. "We have a complicated history," said Bent. "Once, we had high technology and even some access to magic. Our civilization stretched across our world. We even had communication with your lands, which were primitive to ours at the time. Our realms were closer then, so crossing between them was easier. But then the cataclysm came, and much of that was wiped out. Danirians were nearly destroyed, and when we rose from those ashes, we learned that we had to tread carefully, seek harmony rather than domination. Every action has a reaction, even if you cannot see it with your eyes. Like the boomers and the chompers, said Pax, thinking about the painting on the cliff wall. Bent sat up straight, eyes creasing with intensity. You think like a Danirian. After translating, the whole table erupted in nods and murmurs of agreement. The older Danirians next to Pax touched her reverently on the sleeve. Deep in thought, Janelle pushed a piece of bluefish around her plate until she leaned over and asked, "Is the cataclysm why there are so few species?" "Many were wiped out," said Bent. "Were there ever birds?" asked Pax. Bent sighed heavily. "Once, though they were not the feathered kind like your birds. Closer to mammals like your bats, but they died first. There are a few species that live in the frozen south, but nothing else survived." Sensing the topic only brought societal shame, Pax asked, "What about the other tenets of the Sindregler? I am interested to hear about them." The last conversation had not been translated by Bent, as he rubbed the edge of his plate absently, and even after her question, he took a moment to gather himself. The other Danirians were aware of his reluctance, but asked no further questions. Pax's offering finally brought him back around, which cheered the table up when he translated. "Now I must confess, these are not, as you humans say, written in stone, nor is it a religion, but the common wisdom that is passed amongst us. If you would ask a dozen Danirians, they might each tell you slightly different things, but you could boil them down to 3 simple ideas." He held out his fingers and pulled them back as he spoke. 1. Decide slowly using reasoned discussion, but act quickly without regrets after a conclusion has been found. 2. Everything can be improved, especially ourselves. And the last you have already heard, seek harmony with creation rather than domination. The rest of the dinner was peppered with fewer questions, mostly about their haul or their lives growing up, leaving more time to enjoy the bountiful affair. When they left, the Danirians smiled fondly and placed their hands over their hearts, which Pax took as a sign of respect. "That went better than I thought it would," said Janelle. "I enjoyed it, and maybe they won't be so standoffish after this, though I wish I could speak their language," said Pax. The house had been on the far side of the settlement, so the fastest way back to their building was to go past the smelter. As they crested the hill, 3 figures in black moved into the light, 2 of them carrying something large between them with stoic stiffness. Her mind busy with thoughts of the dinner, it took a moment for Pax to realize that the Phoenix Corporation agents had returned from their expedition. "Where's Agent Lyman?" asked Janelle quietly as they hurried towards the 3 agents, who were being met by a grave-faced Hunter Santos. They caught up to them in time to hear Agent Nadia say, "The boomer was chasing a chomper and it ran right into his hiding spot. He started firing, which only enraged it." The agent looked on the verge of tears, her lips bunched. "Lyman is dead." Chapter 11. The burial was the next day. While there were appropriate facilities to freeze his corpse for the return to their world, his will had stated to bury him in the lands he perished in, if such a journey back would be difficult. The Danirians cremated their dead, as not to clog up the land with cemeteries, so a spot was picked in the valley near the trail that led home. The hole lay in a secluded spot beneath a big hardwood. The 3 other agents stood near the body, which had been transferred to a clean linen wrapping. Pax couldn't help but think about those last moments, when the boomer would have crashed into his position. Did fear or rage dominate his final thoughts? She didn't know him, didn't really like him either, but his passing brought a melancholy mood. Maybe because it reminded her of Maxine, who despite their interactions, she'd actually liked before her betrayal and death at the jaws of the mother dragon salamander. The students stood opposite the agents, in a semicircle around the grave. Jae Young was on her right, along with Liam, who looked disappointed that he wasn't the one standing next to her. Even now, he was still thinking about a relationship. Janelle gave her hand a little squeeze, which she thought was for comfort, until she saw Counselor Hega and Bent joining the funeral. The taller Danirian looked almost annoyed to have to join their ceremony, while Bent approached Pietra and offered his version of condolences. No one announced the start of the funeral, but a solemn silence drifted over them like the mist that was so common to the region. Pietra wore her hunting gear. She gripped the bowie knife on her hip as she stared into the empty hole, the outline only slightly larger than the body. Lyman's death weighed heavily on her shoulders. "The life of a hunter is not a safe one," she began, her jaw pulsing. "No one joins our ranks because they want the guarantee of a long life." While Lyman Baker was not a graduate of the 100 Halls, he'd been a member of my team for the last 7 years, tracking and capturing dangerous creatures throughout the realms. In my eyes he was as brave, maybe even braver, than any hunter I'd ever known, because he had no magic to back him up, only the cut of his wits, the force of his bravery, and the sheer will to survive. Pietra closed her eyes for a long moment, wavering on her feet, until Pax thought she might fall into the grave, but then they flashed open, black eyes ringed with red. She stepped out of the way, gesturing towards the rest of her team, who in unison crouched down and rolled the linen-wrapped body of Lyman Baker into the hole. In the span of a few short minutes, dirt was quickly pushed over his body, until only a brownish spot remained in the trampled undergrowth. A small stone was placed on the spot. "We'll have drinks back in the common area," said Pietra. "No classes tomorrow." This seemed to be news to Professor Ansel, whose head bobbed up with surprise, but he didn't contradict her given the circumstances. It was clear she wanted a reason to get good and drunk, by the way she marched towards the path up to the settlement, as if she were headed for a fight. The couches in the common area had been pushed to the wall, leaving room to stand. The agents and students clustered around tables with cups and a couple of bottles of vodka, nervously chatting and making grimaces after each sip. Pax declined an offer. Alcohol didn't really excite her, and it felt weird to be having a drink in honor of someone she didn't like, but to keep everyone from trying to give her a cup, she filled one with water. "She's taking it really hard," said Janelle, nodding towards Pietra, who'd finished her cup without even a facial twitch and poured another healthy shot. Pax tilted her head. "I wonder if it's even harder since she's never really had a mission go wrong." Janelle raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I know," Dark thought. "But you know she's considering it. She probably thinks it wouldn't have happened if she'd been there." Janelle hugged her cup to her chest as she watched Pietra, adding a heavy sigh when she glanced back. "You know that's gotta be the hardest part of this," she said. "The Stone of Remembrance at Bantu's is filled with dead hunters. Last year Cass and her made it sound like they were one of the few left of their class. Will we be like that too?" A bit of laughter behind them startled Pax. She wanted to admonish the culprit, but no one else seemed aggravated by the moment of levity. In fact, they seemed to welcome it, even Pietra, who'd lifted her cup in salute. When she looked back to Janelle, a moment of terror seized her. Pax had never had a friend her age who not only shared her interests, but somehow made her a better person. Their friendship was like sliding a key into an unknown lock, and not only finding that it fit perfectly, but it opened a door to a world they'd never before considered. "What?" asked Janelle suspiciously. "Teach me the Phoenix Mark," said Pax. Janelle wrinkled her face. "What? Now?" She tilted her head. "Why?" When Pax shot her eyes towards Pietra, her lips formed an O. "Pax, dear friend, don't you know it's going to be me bringing your sorry ass back from the dead?" A slow smile spread across Janelle's face, but when Pax's expression didn't match it, her friend sighed. "Yes, of course, I'll teach you, but it's not like an ordinary mark. It's way more complex than it looks, and there's no way to really practice it. I can only show you the fingerings, teach you the focus word, and explain the mental constructs. The rest is pure skill," said Janelle. "I know, I'm a bumbler when it comes to spell work, but teach me anyway." "It'll make me feel better," said Pax. "Sure thing," said Janelle with a wink. She started with the gestures, which, as advertised, were more precise than Pax had seen when Pietra had been resuscitated. If normal marks were the equivalent of spelling out a few letters in sign language, the Phoenix mark required those gestures sped up threefold, and added a secondary challenge: none of the fingers could either get too far or too close to each other. It was a spellcasting technique called ecological that only advanced mages could master. "You'll just have to keep practicing those," said Janelle after Pax could at least mimic the gestures at quarter normal speed. "Once you get closer, I can show you the rest." "Tell me now," said Pax. "Just so I can understand." "The focus word is not so difficult, but the mental constructs require pictures, which I don't have at the moment. You have to be able to rotate the shapes to fit the person you're trying to resuscitate. There's a whole chart. Then you have to put it all together for the spell. Basically, you're gathering electric charge from yourself and the air around you. If you really break down the finger movements, they're similar to the 5 elements for wind. Then when you have a substantial amount, you're hitting the victim with the charge, hoping to restart their heart, along with a shroud of heat and energy, which helps with bringing them back. It's that last part that gives the mark its name." Pax was practicing the finger movements when a hush traveled through the party, as Pietra started telling a story about Agent Lyman. "Too many years ago, I made my first visit to Danir at the request of Counselor Hega," said Pietra, lifting her cup towards the tall Danirian who had been trying to be inconspicuous, unlike Bent who'd been mixing with the students. "They'd hired us to explore this area, see if it was safe to return to Sidstasta, which was what the old settlement was called before they renamed it Lufterpost. We actually, and quite embarrassingly, got lost in the forests west of here. No one had told us that unrefined magesteel ore can affect magnets, and despite acquiring a compass made for Danir's magnetosphere, we were wandering in meandering circles, marching in what we thought was a straight line through dense fog, until we stumbled upon an old campsite of ours." The hunter snorted softly, gaze lost to time. Her smile and dead eyes were in opposition. When she remembered everyone was waiting for her, she took a sip from her cup and cleared her throat. "As I was saying, we were lost, but then Lyman graciously offered to take the lead, and despite the challenges of navigating in a foreign realm, using his wits and a few assumptions about the local conditions, he managed to get us to this location as if he'd been here before. While I admire his bravery, his skill with a weapon, or reading an unfamiliar landscape, it's his friendship and teamwork that I will miss most. You see, it's easy to be a teammate when things are going well, but it's when things go wrong that shows you how much you can rely on someone." She finished with the raise of her cup. "To Lyman Baker." After the final toast, Pietra left the room and no one saw her again that night. Chapter 12. After the funeral, Pietra was cleared for returning to the field, which meant Pax and her classmates could return to the hunt. The 3rd years went with Hunter Santos first, while the 4th years stayed back with Professor Ansel. The smaller group of 10 headed north on a clear morning, heading over the ridge of hills into a wide valley where there were 6 boomers they were meant to tag over the next few weeks. A bubbling energy filled Pax, and she kept retightening her pack straps and tugging on the hem of her hiking shirt. "You okay?" asked Liam, catching up to her at a level spot on the path where he could walk by her side in the high grass. The thicker foliage from the deep valley had turned to reedy gray trees that arched over the path like old, thin men with drooping yellow hair. "Excited to be back on the hunt," said Pax, forcing a smile that she quickly realized probably made her look like a lunatic. "It's okay to be nervous." "I am too," said Liam, adding that aw shucks lift of the shoulder she knew worked with the pretty Colorado girls where he lived. Couldn't he see this was the wrong time? But after a moment of internal grumbling, she checked herself. Did he have really bad timing? Or was she implying meaning to his gesture where none was meant? "Sorry," she said, shaking her head. Liam ducked under a tree branch as pale yellow leaves smacked him in the forehead. "Sorry? Did I miss something?" "Probably not," said Pax, laughing to herself. "I'm just my usual mess." When he gave her a questioning look, she added, "I'm not nervous. I'm actually excited to be out on the trail. My interaction with the boomer was far too short last time." Liam blinked heavily. "It almost trampled you to death, and you're excited about having another go?" "It wasn't its fault," said Pax. "Between the spilled pheromone and the gunfire, how could it not get freaked out? It'd be like if we shot you up with PCP, and then started lobbing dynamite at you. If you didn't freak out, then I'd wonder if you weren't really a robot. Both his eyebrows went straight up. When you put it that way, it makes sense. She punched him playfully in the arm. The problem is that everyone forgets to think about the animals and what they're experiencing when we're trying to mess with them. It would be scary. I find it hard to get past that I might get eaten, or what would I look like as a bloody smear beneath its hoof part of the plan, said Liam. But I get your point. They reached their destination by late afternoon on the fourth day. The strange gray trees had turned to heavy brush that required avoiding due to the little burrs that clung to their clothes when they passed, but eventually they made it to a little plateau that looked over a valley. The rest of the evening was spent setting up camp and putting up alarm triggers until they could finally gather around a smoky fire for a dinner of dried meats and fruits they'd collected along the way. Hunter Pietra spent the time explaining the plan for the next day, sending everyone to bed in their tents so they could start early. Pax fell asleep right away, with Callie curled at her feet. In the morning the outlook was clear and bright, absent of the mist that choked the region around Lufterpost, but those valleys were deeper, while this was a wide region that had a clear breeze blowing in from the west. I'm hoping we can at least tag 2 boomers today, 3 if we're lucky. The valley's easy to move around in, and the boomers are smaller and have less range here, said Pietra. Wildlife was more prevalent, including many smaller mammal-like critters that seemed to scare up whenever they passed a new copse of brush. Brianna even spotted a ghostwind in the distance, floating above the tree line. Midway through the morning, when the sun climbed halfway up the sky, a nearby boomer trumpet startled the group, bringing chuckles from Pietra and her team. Mating call? Asked Jackson. Just making noise. Mating calls are longer and end on an up note. Pietra squinted, gesturing to her right. An adolescent boomer, I imagine, but still 4 or 5 tons. If we head through this clearing, it looks like there's a good ambush spot. Before they could get halfway to their destination, the adolescent boomer came rumbling into view, stopping as soon as it saw them, adding a blurting trumpet, which Pax took as a greeting. Only a couple 100 feet separated the 2 sides. This is interesting, said Pietra, hands on her hips, mouth shifted to the side. It's standing right where we want to be. Agent Nadia unslung her sniper rifle. Just in case, she added when Pax gave her a look. More than ever, Pax was reminded of an elephant without the big ears or trunk. Maybe a cross between an elephant and a rhino. What do you think? Asked Pax, crouching by Callie's side. Noisy, stompy child. Pax snorted. Yes, it is a noisy, stompy child. See if it wants to play. Callie pressed her forehead against Pax's chest, receiving an ear scratch for the affirmative. Hunter Pietra, said Pax, approaching the front with Callie at her side. Can I try something? Whatever it is, it's probably not a good idea, said Pietra. That boomer is staring us down. I think it knows what we plan, and beat us to our ambush location. I think it just wants to play, said Pax. Agents Rick and Nadia both snorted, shaking their heads. Pietra's lips curled towards the ground. Don't be naive, Pax. That's a 5-ton killing machine. I'm half surprised it hasn't charged us yet, said Pietra, cupping her chin. It'll be a 5-ton killing machine if you try to knock it out. I can tag it without having to shoot it, said Pax confidently. I seriously doubt it, said Pietra. Callie and I can, said Pax. Hunter Santos raised an eyebrow. I know your companion has some abilities, but a thoracic fox isn't going to mean much when the boomer spooks and stomps you into the dirt. At that moment, Pax realized that patron Adele had not warned Pietra about the true nature of Callie, instead giving the cover story that she'd been giving for years. That Adele hadn't trusted Pietra with the truth changed her perspective on the hunter. Having second thoughts? Asked Pietra, head tilted. No, said Pax, blinking. Look, I know you said Soothe doesn't work on boomers, but I work at the Portland Zoo, and together with Callie's minor abilities and my Soothe marks, we were able to calm an enraged manticore that was trying to eat one of the workers. I can do this. It was a total lie, as Callie wasn't allowed at the zoo, but after a moment of quiet consideration during which Pietra kept glancing back to the boomer, she said, "Fine. You are a hunter in training after all, and if you and Callie can do this another way, I'm open to it." "Are you serious?" asked Agent Nadia incredulously as she shouldered her sniper rifle. "I can't promise that I can hit the boomer if she's in the way." "I don't want you to provide backup," said Pax. "I don't know how it'll interpret pointing a weapon at it. It might not take that negatively, but I'd rather not have to deal with a nervous boomer." "Your funeral," said Nadia with an exasperated eye roll. "You'll need this," said Pietra, bunching her lips up as she handed over a hard plastic crimping gun, which would stick the marker onto an ear. "It probably stings, so be ready for a reaction." Pax shoved the crimping gun in her pouch, and before she headed towards the boomer, she glanced back to her friends who were doing their best not to fret, but she could see it in their eyes. Janelle had the good sense to at least mouth, "Good luck." The stroll across the field towards the boomer with Callie at her side was one of the longest walks of her life. While her idea had made a lot of sense standing with Pietra and the others, away from them, approaching a 5-ton boomer seemed like one of the more foolish things she'd done in her life, which was a pretty high bar to pass. When they were within 50 feet, the boomer made a warning trumpet. Short and sharp. Pax froze, her heart ricocheting around in her chest. She blew out a big breath. The boomer faced them, lowering its massive head and taking a scraping step forward. "Was that bull getting ready for a charge, or puppy getting ready to play?" she asked Callie. Her fox-like companion tilted her furry head. "Playful charge." "Great," said Pax, snorting softly. "We'll be like one of those poor cats getting strangled by a toddler." She paused. "This would be a good time to apply your patented Callie magic. We come in peace. Do no harm. That sort of thing. Though somehow this seems a far cry from the owl things and balayangs from the shed." "Go back?" "No," said Pax, surprised at her own quick response. Like Professor Cassius before, she wanted to prove that they should be treating the animals on their terms, not as hunters. Tagging the boomers, so the settlement could avoid them, was at least a safe way for the two species to live in harmony. She took short steps towards the boomer with her hands held wide. The creature shook its head, but it could have been a buzzing insect, not a warning. The tall grass gave her an idea, but she wasn't sure how much it would tempt the boomer, since it ate meat as well. The grass and bark they dined on was probably to fill the time between real meals, but she grabbed a handful and shook it enticingly. "Interested in this, big boy?" she asked. The boomer made a snorting blurt and took a step forward. The closer Pax got, the more her heart jumped around in her chest like a rabbit. She tried to tamp down her adrenaline, thinking the boomer might read her nervousness negatively, but the shaking in her hand grew worse the nearer she got. "Keep it together, Pax." Callie's head bobbed up, her furry black eyebrows rising questioningly. "You know if he charges us, you'll be the one to get away. Even a speed mark isn't going to make a difference," said Pax. "Callie, stay." When she was only 10 feet away from the boomer, the enormity of its size hit Pax like a punch to the gut. This small boomer was bigger than any elephant in her world, and there were no big floppy ears or a long trunk to make it seem less dangerous. It also reeked. The boomer's scent was cloying, like an old man who put on too much cologne, and not the modern stuff but the kind from his youth. "You want some of this, Walt?" she asked, using the only old man name she could think of while rivers of adrenaline surged through her brain. The boomer, Walt, ambled forward. It took all of Pax's self-control not to waddle backward, which would have only enticed the creature to move faster, creating a dangerous feedback loop. In zoo terms, this was the baby goat paradox, a minor tragedy that played out every day in the kiddie areas. Little kids couldn't wait to get into the baby goat areas to feed them ice cream cones, but as soon as those hungry little bastards came after the meal, the kids would spook, moving backward, which would only bring the baby goats on like a horde of brain-eating zombies, until the child was bawling their eyes out. She wouldn't be crying, but a bloody smear in the grass if things got out of hand, so she stayed her ground, holding the meal as far out as she could. "Come on, Walt. A tasty meal." "You know you wanna," said Pax. The young boomer stopped right before the handful of grass, stretching its thick neck forward, using its enormous teeth to pull the yellow grass from her grip. The tiny meal instantly disappeared into the great maw of the beast, followed by a grunt and a short bleating trumpet that sounded like an insistent child demanding more food. "Shit," said Pax, grabbing handfuls of grass to offer. "Keep him calm, Callie, keep him calm." As she handed over second and third hunks of grass, she began to see how the boomer fit into the ecology of the region, and why Pietra had said the ones in this valley were smaller than the ones in the thicker forests. Unlike the elephant that had a long trunk to help facilitate feeding, the boomer had a limited neck range, which meant they couldn't easily graze. As she glanced across the field, she could see how the tops of the grasses had been munched clean off at the height of the boomer. The beasts in the valley were smaller, because it was probably harder to get enough caloric intake to grow. The ones in the forests had more leaves and bark to eat, and there were more chompers, which provided boons of fat and bone, critical to continued growth for the enormous beasts. "We haven't seen so many chompers here because of the heat. They like the deep valleys where there's lots of fog," said Pax, continuing to feed Walt, who was happily accepting her offerings. "So there are fewer to eat, and I bet you have an easier time running them down in the open grass, which cuts into the population. The bigger boomers in the forests probably have the chompers walk right up to them, like we did to that one on the way here, since they blend into the foliage. Counterintuitive that the bigger boomers have an easier time, I guess, but the proof is in their size. Which means you don't get the healthy snacks that you really want. Right, Walt?" The boomer grunted in response, which made her laugh. With one hand holding out the grass for Walt to eat, she dared to reach out and pat his thick gnarly hide. After about 10 minutes of constant feeding, which had to only be a minor snack for a creature that large, Walt pulled the grass from her hand and let it drop to the ground. The beast stepped close, its enormous hoof like having a tree trunk drop next to her foot, and Walt turned his head so his eye could rove in her direction. The eye was the size of a baseball, which was larger than an elephant's. She wanted to muse about the difference in insects, or other environmental aggravators that probably led to a larger ocular opening, but having the gigantic boomer staring directly at her with its brown and green flecked eye made her feel like she was seeing the realm of Danir for the first time. "What's up, Walt?" she asked in a soft voice. "You don't seem so afraid or dangerous." He snorted before turning his head to get a good look at Callie, who'd spent the whole time sitting on her haunches, focusing on Walt, sending out good vibes to keep him calm. When Walt stepped forward to get a better look at her companion, his leg nearly knocked her over, so she scrambled out of the way. Walt exhaled through his nose, sending little droplets of wet out. Pax had to wipe her cheek off with the back of her hand, while keeping a close eye on the boomer, which seemed entirely focused on Callie. He leaned forward, bending his front leg slightly, trembling from the difficulty of the task, until his big snout was inches from her furry face. The unusual standoff had Pax ready to grab her companion and make a run for it. Walt had shown no interest in Callie the entire time she was feeding him, but then, as if he'd seen through her companion's psychic feel-goods, the boomer focused on her. Pax hoped that the boomer took the mental interference lightly, but the stern exhale through the nostrils was usually a sign of aggression in other species. She didn't imagine the boomer would be any different. The longer the standoff lasted, the more Pax noticed little micro-movements, the tensing of shoulders, the flicking of the tail, the grinding of the teeth. Walt pressed his snout down, until it was a hair from Callie's upturned muzzle, as if they were two boxers during the pre-fight hype, trying to out-intimidate each other. The tension grew, until Pax found herself holding her breath, but she couldn't let it out for fear that the slightest change would trigger an aggressive charge that would be the death of her companion. When she'd crossed the field, Pax had been afraid for herself alone, thinking that Callie was too quick to worry about the young boomer. That calculation had drastically changed. Pax was deliberating if she should intervene, when Callie stretched upward and licked Walt on the tip of the snout. The young boomer leaned back, let out an ear-thumping trumpet, then shook his head and placed his snout back near Callie. The fox-like creature playfully patted Walt with her paw, after which the boomer shook in a way that Pax could only interpret as laughter. When Callie darted to the left, head down, rear up, and in a playful pose, Walt made a series of hoots, then bounded to the right, forcing Pax to quickly back up, and spun around like the largest bucking bronco in the realms. Over the course of the next few minutes, Callie and Walt rambled around their part of the field in a playful dance. The larger creature was careful not to get too close to the smaller Callie, but they managed to have a back-and-forth game of pseudo-tag. The game ended when Walt tired. The amount of energy it took to move a body that big had to be stratospheric, which would require a huge calorie load to compensate. But beyond the ecological and biological calculations, Pax had a giant grin pinned to her face and a ball of joy so bright in her chest, she was sure that light was leaking out her eyes. Remembering that the whole purpose of the introduction had been for the tagging, Pax approached again, grass in one hand, crimping gun in the other. Walt made no motion to move away, accepting her offer of grass as he huffed heavily. When he leaned down, she placed the gun against the thick ear cartilage and pressed. The crack of the tag being shoved into the flesh made her flinch, but Walt barely noticed. When the meal was consumed, Walt backed away, seeming to sense that their playtime was finished. The young boomer ambled away while they watched. Before he disappeared into the woods, he offered a parting trumpet. "Trample puppy." Pax guffawed. "Too true. Let's go back. I need a break after that. I'm all jacked up on adrenaline." Upon approaching the group, all eyes were on her, even though she knew that most of the work had been done by Callie. Her friends had their arms crossed with smug assurance. They knew what she was capable of. But Hunter Santos and her 3 agents looked like they'd just learned that clouds really were made of bubblegum, and that wishes came true if you wanted them bad enough. "Nicely done," said Pietra, who was still coming to terms with what had just happened. "You and Callie are quite a team." Pax tossed the crimping gun to Nadia. "Thank you for offering the oversight with your rifle. I do appreciate it. I'm sure I'll need it another time." The agent blinked, before wandering back to the gear to put away the crimping gun. "Pay up," said Janelle, slapping Agent Rick on the shoulder. The older man fished a wad of bills from his wallet and handed them over. Her friend shot her a wink. Not a moment of doubt. "Good thing, because I had all sorts of it up close," said Pax. "I guess we learned some things today." Pietra lifted her head and raised her voice. "But that doesn't get you all out of the work. Since none of the rest of you have a thoracic fox companion, we're going to do the next 5 the hard way. Would you be willing to consider some adjustments to the prickle field and shooting plan?" asked Pax, squinting with the expectation of a denial. Pietra blinked hard, throwing up a shoulder in exasperation. "Why not? I think my assumptions about the alpha deer have been completely blown out of the water. What you got?" For the next hour, Pax explained her theories about boomers and their connection to the different ecologies of the 2 valleys. Then she proposed that instead of a prickle field, they use a big pile of grass or bark, set onto a platform so the boomer could easily reach it. "Maybe you don't have to knock it out," said Jae Young. "What if we built a blind so you could tag it while it was eating?" "I don't think we have the resources for that, but I like your thinking," said Pietra. "What if we lured them into the trees? That's almost like a platform blind." "If we modified the crimper, we could reach from a distance," said Liam, receiving a fist bump from Jae Young for the assist. The group strategized a less invasive tagging procedure for the remainder of the boomers. They still utilized the agents for backup, as the multi-ton creatures could do a lot of damage if they got spooked, but over the course of the next week, they managed to tag the other 5 boomers without having to shoot a single one. By the time they returned to Lufterpost, Pax had never been prouder to be a member of Hunters. Chapter 13. Time at Lufterpost was an illusion. Fog rose and fell like the tide around the hilltop settlement. The valley ringled with pseudo-thunder from the mine, blowing more holes in the ground for magisteel ore, and they memorized 1,000,001 facts from the stack of nomenclatures brought from the Animalians campus. The endless quality to their experience was broken up when Brianna reminded everyone that it would be nearing Christmas back in their world, which prompted organizing a holiday party on the day they estimated to be closest. There was no equivalent to pine trees in Danir, but the third-year guys dug up a sapling that sported wide enough foliage to put gifts beneath, while everyone, even the Phoenix Corporation agents, donated ornaments, often enchanted to sparkle or flash, to hang on the tree. A secret Santa gift exchange provided a bit of panic for Pax, especially when she drew Liam. The only gifts she'd ever given were to Esmeralda or Baba, and they had no romantic inclinations, which complicated the process for Pax. It wasn't like she could order him some hiking gear from the internet, and know that not only would it be useful, but that he could take no other signal from it. She half worried that he'd assume she'd rigged the exchange so she could give him a gift, and this only intensified when she learned that a sprig of pseudo-mistletoe had been hung in the common area where they would hold the party. "This is a total minefield," Pax confided to Janelle. "If I give him too personal a gift, he'll think that I'm interested, but if it's too shitty, he'll think I'm a terrible friend." Lounging on the bed with Callie curled next to her snoring, Janelle looked up from her tome of field spells and healing herbs and said, "The second one is safer. You can always claim that you're a bad gift giver. It's not like we have a Neiman Marcus here, though that would be rather convenient." Pax wrinkled her nose. "What's a Neiman Marcus?" "You are such a zoo girl. Did they ever let you out to actually see the world beyond the cages and domes?" asked Janelle. "Why would I want to?" asked Pax, sticking out her tongue. "Who did you get, anyway?" Janelle wagged her exquisitely plucked eyebrows. "Not telling." Pax buried her face in the pillows. "Why did Brianna have to bring up this holiday thing? I hate holidays." "You know she probably has a Santa tattoo over her heart, and she shits tinsel," said Janelle. "But let her have her fun. It's not so bad." Pax rolled over, cradling the pillow to her chest. "Christmas sucked at my house. Any present under the tree for me was always from Baba, even if it had my parents' name on it. They would sit in the corner and quietly judge me while I opened presents made for kids from the 1400s. Janelle shifted her mouth to the side and placed her hand on Callie's back to give it a rub. "After Lamar died, I got double the presents, as if they'd given me his share. I think they thought it would help lessen the pain, or maybe their guilt, but it always made it worse." Slowly, Pax sat up, setting aside the pillow and placing her hands in her lap. "I'm sorry, Janelle. I'm being such a brat. You lost your brother, and I was just complaining about receiving a hand-carved soap bowl for Christmas." "It's fine," said Janelle as she looked away, then slowly her nose wrinkled. "Hand-carved soap bowl? Baba never had much money, and what she did she saved for me to come here, but she was a whiz at carving. But she didn't always know what I wanted. One year I got a stuffed bullfrog, which is actually my favorite present from her. She traded a scrimshaw goat for it," said Pax. "Your Baba sounds both weird and wonderful," said Janelle. "Truth," said Pax. On the day of the party, the holiday tree had dozens of presents underneath, wrapped in yellow leaves from the valley, or in old scraps of linen. Pax wore a light green tunic she'd borrowed from Bent, bound at the waist with a belt, her red hair cinched with a cord. "Very Christmas y and super cute," said Liam when he saw her, eyes glinting from a little pre-party drinking. "Green and red. Going for a young Santa?" she asked, tugging on the short beard he'd been growing since the party was announced. She'd almost said young hot Santa but caught herself. Liam scratched at it. "It's so itchy. Gonna shave it tomorrow." He noticed Callie coming through the crowd in her makeshift antlers. "Hey, nice reindeer costume." Wait here a sec," she said, hurrying to retrieve her present from the tree. Liam held the gift in his palm, weighing it. A bit of heft to it. "Is it a block of magesteel, perhaps?" "Wouldn't that be nice?" said Pax. "You'd be as rich as a coterie mage." Liam set his drink onto the nearby table. As he untied the linen wrapped around the gift, Pax was overtaken by a wave of lightheadedness mixed with the urge to scurry from the room, but she plastered a smile on her lips and wrote it out. He didn't seem to know what to make of the square block of concrete-like substance, his lips oscillating between performative smile and concern. "Turn it over," she said, hoping the quiver in her voice wasn't noticeable. Liam's eyes brightened upon seeing the pressed paw print with the words, "Merry Christmas" on the top and "From Pax and Callie" on the bottom in neatly painted red handwriting. "It's probably a little heavy to hang on a tree, but it was the only thing that Bent had that would work," said Pax. Liam leaned over, throwing his arm around her for a hug which was clearly meant as a thank you but lingered longer, until his cheek brushed against hers and she pulled away. "Oh, that is scratchy," said Pax, touching the side of her face. He held up the gift. "This is great. I'll treasure it always." He looked around for a place to set it. "I should put this back in my room. I'll be back." Face tingling from the nearness, Pax wandered around the room, swaying slightly, not that she'd had a drop to drink, and musing about the warm, gooey center growing inside her. She didn't even realize Jae Young was standing before her, until she looked up. He had a carefree smile, and his hair hung in his eyes, which had a hint of feralness from being part dragon salamander. Pax found herself leaning closer. "Guess who's your secret Santa?" he asked, holding out a tiny box. "Oh, JY, thank you," said Pax excitedly, accepting the gift, instantly curious about its miniature nature. Jae Young watched her with rapture, and as her fingertips brushed the box, she imagined him kissing her neck and had to shake off the thought to focus on her present. She cleared her throat and lifted the tiny lid, revealing a speck of golden metal on a tiny spike. Carefully, she plucked the item from the box. "An earring," said Pax in wonder. "How did you get this?" He leaned in close with a whisper. "Don't tell anyone, but there's a tiny bit of magesteel on it. I traded the locals for the fleck. Took some work to meld it to the earring, but I took a class on jewelry making when we lived in Arizona. I even managed to stick a dark vision spell on it. It really needed a bigger piece for a full spell, but it should give you some low-level vision in the dark." "Merlin's tits, that's amazing," she said, throwing her arms around him in a smothering hug. She could feel his heart beating against hers, which was pumping like a steam engine out of control. When she finally pulled away, her eyes caught the sprig of green above their heads. As their gazes met again, they leaned in close, lips parted ever so slightly for a kiss. Pax curled her hand around the back of his neck, resisting every urge to open her mouth and fully enjoy the moment. When it ended, she pulled away, a shiver of pleasure ricocheting down her spine. Pax quickly replaced her earring with the magesteel one as Jae Young watched with a hungry grin on his lips. They both turned when Liam pushed through the crowd unexpectedly, 2 drinks in his hands. "Oh," he said, looking between the two of them and then to the mistletoe before his cheeks bloomed crimson. "Sorry." Before he could escape, Pax grabbed his arm and tugged him back. She took the cups one by one and handed them to Jae Young, who looked on curiously. Pax stood on her tippy toes, and using both hands to tug on the collar of Liam's shirt to pull him closer, she gave him a lip-hungry kiss. She let it linger a few moments before pushing him back. "Merry Christmas. I love you both, but remember I love Callie more," she said with a wink. "Have a good time at the party, I need some fresh air." Pax scooped a cup from Jae Young's hands and strode from the room. A boulder outside was a common hangout place for the students when they were done studying and sick of being inside. A patch of storms to the north crackled with energy, lighting up the clouds as the low rumble traveled to her across the vast distance. She took a sip from the cup, wrinkling her nose at the bitter alcohol before setting it down. She was enjoying the show when she noticed a Danirian girl watching from the corner of the building. Pax didn't acknowledge her at first, wondering if this was curiosity or something else, but finally, impatient for the standoff to end, she called out. "If you want to watch the storm with me, you're welcome to it," said Pax, patting the spot next to her on the boulder. She wasn't expecting a response, but the girl hurried forward, keeping her head tilted forward slightly. Her brown tunic had the longer sleeves that Pax associated with the family of the workers that lived in the settlement. Age was difficult to determine, but Pax guessed she was on the cusp of adulthood. "Thank you," said the Danirian girl. The "you" sounded more like "you," but it was the first bit of English she'd heard from a Danirian besides Bent and Counselor Hega. "You speak English?" asked Pax. "I practice," she said with some effort. As Pax studied the girl's kind eyes and long quill-like protrusions, she realized that it was the same Danirian that had spied upon them at the bridge. She also noted a second familiarity based on the brownish-black color of her quills. "You saw us at the bridge and you're Bent's daughter?" she asked. The slender girl nodded. "I'm Pax." "Jitta," said the girl, mimicking the gesture towards herself. Do others know English? Asked Pax. Some. Bent teach, said Jitta, lips twitching. What do you do here in Lufterpost? Asked Pax, which brought wrinkled confusion from Jitta. Do you have a job? Or in school? Jitta held out her palm and tapped on it. School, but help father. Or need math. Or need math? Another nod. Ah, for the mine. The mine was to the south of the settlement, and since the boomers around it had been the first to be tagged, there'd never been a reason to visit. They only had the rumbles of explosives to mark its location and continued existence. Yes, said Jitta. I would like to see it someday. The mine, that is. The Danirian girl nodded, leaving uncomfortable silence between them. Do you like the mine? Asked Pax. Jitta furrowed her brow before making a gesture with her hand, like flipping over a pancake. Flant, she said, using the Danirian word. Flant? Jitta growled under her breath, frustration with the lack of words coming out. She mused for a moment before repeating the gesture and saying, Good. Bad. Ah yes, I understand. There's good and bad about the mine, said Pax. To her surprise, Jitta didn't agree, but made the gesture again idly. Sindregler, said the Danirian girl with a sigh while still searching a better explanation. But at a burst of laughter, a few Danirians emerging from a group meal, she sprung from the boulder and hurried away before Pax could ask any more questions. Sindregler, said Pax. Flant. Good and bad. She felt like Jitta had been trying to import something meaningful, but the limits of their shared languages got in the way. Sindregler, she said again, thinking about the dinner with Jit's father. They'd talked of harmony and rebuilding after a cataclysm. No one really spoke about what had happened after their civilization collapsed, or at least they hadn't explained it to them. Actions have consequences, Pax said, looking out as the storm clouds pummeled the valleys to the north. There was something dangerous lying beneath the surface of Lufterpost, but she couldn't quite see it. Actions have consequences. She had a good feeling that Jitta spoke of the dangers of the mine, but Pax didn't think she was talking about the literal dangers, rather the one posed by returning the mining of Magrithril to society. The actions had already been taken, but who was going to pay the consequences? Chapter 14. In the month after the holiday party, Pietra took them on 2 more hunts, each time giving the third years more responsibilities in their organization. As they honed their procedures for capturing and tagging the boomers, Pietra warned them not to get complacent by their success, a fair warning considering the potential for fatal consequences. But it wasn't during a hunt that Pax and her friends faced trouble with the local ecology. Instead, it came on a day off from school, when Liam and Jae Young convinced Pax and Janelle to join them on a fishing trip. They'd headed straight out to the river that morning, gear in hand, Callie scouting for danger, and a lunch packed. The spot was idyllic, if otherworldly, as the yellowish trees bent over the meandering stream, reflecting their color against a blue sky. The cobalt fish were plentiful, making it an eventful day with ample catches and many thrown back. The only interruption was a double explosion at the mine that echoed through the valley, sending the tree mammals scurrying in fear. They hadn't been setting off explosives for a while, so the return was a surprise. I can't say I missed it, said Liam, flinging his makeshift fishing pole line into the stream, where a school of cobalt fish darted. Janelle had waded into the stream, pants rolled up above her knees. She'd been catching water sprinters, tiny bugs that moved like torpedoes right beneath the surface, to study them beneath a handheld enchanted glass which acted like a powerful microscope. I'd like to see one blow before we go back at the end of the year, said Janelle, looking up from the water sprinter she had captured in her hand. Pax and Jae Young lounged on a patch of mossy stone, both their feet in the water, while Callie explored the forest behind the stream. The only reminders that she was still in the area came as mental pictures of interesting bugs she was sampling, and the occasional scamper of tree critters when they found themselves entirely too close to the furry predator. Kicking her feet in the cool water, Pax said, "How's your transformational challenges these days?" Jae-young kicked a splash of water into the stream as he leaned back, staring up at the sky. It's good. Working with Didi this summer really helped me come to grips with it. He pulled his arms to his chest, but then seemed to stop himself and stretch them out with a sigh. "Want to see something?" Sensing his vulnerability, Pax nodded without speaking and scooched over on the mossy rock until she was sitting next to him. The time outdoors had given him a smooth tan, but as she watched, an oily black sheen formed on his skin. She almost let out a little exclamation of surprise, but swallowed her reaction instead. "That's really cool," she said. "I'm not done yet," he said with a grunt. The change happened at the end of his fingernails, which thickened and extended into claws. He was staring into the water, but the reflection was clear enough she could see the orange gold in his eyes. "Does that hurt?" she asked. "It did at first," he said, avoiding her gaze until she reached over and turned his head towards her. "But I'm more used to it. I like animals, remember," she said with a wink. He let his chest puff up slightly. "How long does it last?" asked Pax. "It's like keeping your jaw clenched. I can maintain it for a while, but then I get tired," he said. "What happens when you get tired? Do you go back to a human arm, or does the transformation expand to the rest of your body?" she asked. He lifted one shoulder. "Could be either one. More stress means the second, but the better I am at practicing my control, the less likely." Liam glanced over his shoulder as he was winding up his string. "You showing her your cool claw arm thing?" Jae-yong rolled his eyes. "Clearly Liam's a fan," said Pax. Climbing out of the stream, Janelle stretched her arms. "This has been fantastic, but can we head back? I am taking a double major, after all." "And as your potential patients, we thank you," said Liam, bowing in the stream and nearly falling over when he lost his balance. They chuckled at the near misfortune. Callie appeared from the forest when they were gathered to return to the settlement. She came right over to the bucket of cobalt fish that Liam had in his right hand. "Hey there, I think you had your fill in the trees," he said, but Callie kept staring and licking her lips. He pulled a small one out and tossed it to her. Callie gobbled it down, crunching on the bones with the tail hanging from her mouth before moving to Pax's side. "Tell Liam thank you," said Pax. The fox-like creature turned her head towards him, while she finished swallowing the cobalt fish. "That's not whoa," said Liam, reacting to the image projected into his head. "That's you're welcome." "Must have been good by the way you're blushing," said Jae-yong, slapping his friend on the shoulder. "Can we go by the mine?" said Pax, swinging her arms. "It's not that far out of the way, and this has been as clear a day as any. We're not going to get a better chance." Liam and Jae-yong looked to Janelle, who bunched up her cheeks, then let them deflate slowly. "Sure. Maybe they'll be setting off another explosion when we get there." "Doubtful, but thanks, Janelle," said Pax. "I know you have so much to do." A little ways from the river, they detoured to the south, and they were pushing through the undergrowth towards the mine when Liam stopped them, the handheld tracker in his fist beeping steadily faster. "We've got a boomer headed our way," he said, frowning. "Man, it was really moving for a second. Maybe there's a glitch. That repeater they put on the smelter stack doesn't always reach the depths of the valley," said Jae-yong. Their carefree attitudes disappeared beneath veneers of professionalism. They were hunters after all, and had spent the last few months tracking and tagging boomers. The unspoken danger had everyone tightening their gear and flexing their fingers in case they needed to evade it with a spell. Liam kept staring regretfully at his bucket of cobalt fish. Even Callie's hackles bristled slightly. "It's right up ahead, maybe 150 feet, said Liam, extending his arm towards the trees across a small clearing with a big fallen log covered in insects. Everyone froze, squinting ahead. Pax crouched down to get a different view. She saw nothing but trees for a few hundred yards. "Isn't this one of the bigger ones?" "Like 15 tons, asked Pax. "Yeah," said Liam. "We should be seeing it," said Pax as her heartbeat sped up. She held her breath. "I've got a good sight line. What about you, Callie, you see it?" "No." Liam hit the tracker with his palm. "No glitch that I can see. Should be right on the other side of that clearing." "We'd see it if it was," said Jae-yong, shaking his head. "I don't like this." Let's move up slowly, said Pax, eyes darting. If it's camouflaged or lying down where we can't see it, we can just go around. If it charges, let's hit it with a group stun. They crept forward a few steps at a time, stopping regularly to peer forward. She had the uneasy feeling that something was quite wrong. Still tracking it, whispered Pax. Liam's head bobbed between the tracker and the forest, until he extended his hand again. It's moving to the right, my right. It should be right there. Caution left them as they hurried to the location he was indicating, because there was a clear visual and no sign of a boomer. Jae-yong reached the area first, and a medium-sized chomper came bursting out of the undergrowth right at him. Shayet! The chomper squealed, stumbling around on its stubby legs, until Janelle leapt onto the fallen log and hit the disoriented creature with a well-placed slam, knocking it out. The five of them crowded around the chomper, which lay motionless, front legs twitching. Stocky little dude, said Liam, crouching on his heels as he examined the creature. Look at those powerful feet, said Janelle, using a pen from her pack to poke the claw. But why is the tracker following it? Callie had been sniffing around the creature's snout. Flecks of blood covered the muzzle. Less than boomer, greater than. Pax didn't understand at first, until she realized the connection. It ate the tag. Either it fell off the boomer, or it died and he was munching on the corpse. It didn't kill it, right? Asked Liam, shaking his head. No, I've answered my own question. Maybe it died of old age or something. It was a big one. We should go find out, said Pax. Report it to Pietra. Let's be quick too. It's not dark yet, but it will be if we linger too long. Callie, can you track it? The fox-like creature started sniffing around the stunned chomper, heading into the undergrowth. What do we do with that one? Asked Liam as they followed Callie. It'll wake up eventually with a bad headache, said Janelle. Callie led them through the undergrowth, forcing them to knock the yellow leaves out of their way to keep up. Thick foliage kept their sight lines down to a few dozen feet, and had it not been for Callie as scout, Pax was sure they would have stumbled into danger. Stop. Stop, repeated Pax, catching herself for being too loud and repeating it softer as if that would erase the first outburst. Stop. Callie was hunched forward, hackles at full attention, which reverberated through Pax. Her heart thrummed in her throat, and the whole forest became a danger. Eaters. Liam, who'd edged forward, turned his head. Pax couldn't hear over the beating of her heart, but the way his eyes widened worried her. It was the smell that she noticed first. Thick, wet, cloying. Metallic taste in the back of her throat. She'd never been in a slaughterhouse, but she instantly felt like she knew what was ahead, and was proved correct when Liam carefully pulled back a large branch, revealing the scene ahead. On a short rise about 60 feet away was the boomer. She'd seen dead whales on beaches before, flopped on their side, beached out of confusion. To remove the massive carcass, wildlife officers would use explosives to blow the flesh into manageable pieces. What was left was then covered with scavengers fighting over the remaining flesh. This reminded her of those images, as the bottom half had been torn off and was lying a dozen feet away, while the boomer's guts had been ripped open by a pack of busy chompers. Occasionally one got too close to another, and would snarl and snap, until order was resolved and feeding continued. Liam pinched his nose and whispered, "Ow, that's awful." Stone-faced, Jae-yong said, "There must be almost a dozen chompers. I didn't know they could take a boomer down." "They didn't," said Janelle, gesturing at the bloody skin hanging in the trees. "That's what the explosion was earlier. Someone murdered it." Together they watched the pack of chompers feed on the dead boomer, silently contemplating what it meant that someone had purposely killed it using explosives. Even Callie was transfixed by the gruesome scene, so it was by sheer chance that Jae-yong saved them. He turned his head to spit. Pax reacted to his wild-eyed gesture, throwing herself forward as he threw a stun mark behind them. Shayet. She expected to find the lone beastie that they'd knocked out earlier behind them. Instead, it was half a dozen hungry chompers headed to the boomer for a nice meal. Leaves and brush exploded away as they fired stuns and slams into the approaching beasts. "Run!" yelled Janelle, not that anyone needed prodding. Jae-yong was first, with the rest of them running behind, but their escape took them closer to the dead boomer, and the chompers that weren't able to get a good hunk of bloody flesh were drawn by the motion. In the span of 10 seconds, they went from quiet observation to being chased by a small pack of chompers, which despite their bulky bodies made good time through the undergrowth. "I didn't know they were so aggressive," said Janelle, now in the lead, glancing over her shoulder as she leapt a short thorny bush. Pax paused to fire a stun at a chomper that got too close, shredding a tree limb, throwing yellow leafy confetti in a wide arc. When she turned back, a chomper appeared on a small boulder, leaping directly at her chest. She managed to turn so its teeth didn't catch her cleanly, but the momentum took her onto her back with the heavy beast landing directly on her chest, knocking her breath from her lungs. The beastie opened its toothy mouth, and Pax shoved her arm directly down its throat. The thick muscly esophagus convulsed as she hammered its gag reflex with her fist, keeping it occupied on dislodging her arm rather than biting down on her face. There was a good chance that it might regurgitate all over her, but it was a price she was willing to pay. As the chomper pulled back far enough to release her arm, she slid it out of the wet hole, preparing a mark before it could bite back down again. But Jae-yong appeared from her right, shoulder charging it, a snarl erupting from his lips, and with the chomper flipped onto its back, he raked it with his dragon salamander claws, bloodying it and sending it scrambling away. Liam helped her up, as Janelle fired marks at the circling chompers. "You okay?" "Too close," said Pax as the adrenaline rush left, leaving her hands shaking like the aftershocks of an earthquake. "But yeah, thanks. All of you." This time running in a tighter pack, they made their way up the ridge until the remaining chompers gave up, and returned for a sure meal at the dead boomer. Standing around with their hands on their knees, heaving with effort, they surveyed the forest. "What the hell," said Janelle. "Every other time we saw one, they slunk into the trees." "Maybe they're more brave in packs, or the smell of blood incited them," said Liam, scratching the back of his neck. "Thanks, JY," said Pax, putting her hand on his shoulder. His eyes glistened gold-orange. "You really saved me." "Glad to help," he said, heaving with breath but not from effort. Pax could see how excited he was by the brief tangle with the chomper. "You good?" He nodded fiercely. "Excellent, really. I was worried I wouldn't be able to control it in a fight as Dee Dee had been teaching me, but I shifted right into my claws without even thinking about it." Jae-yong held up his oily black arm, flexing the claws at the end of his fingers. "This is good. I can do this," he said, lips curled upward. "What I want to know is what you did when that chomper tackled you," said Liam. "I thought you were a goner for sure, but then you shoved your arm down its throat." Pax shook the spit from her arm and examined the scratches along the length. "Yeah, not the cleanliest move, but it keeps them from biting down. Only works on big-mouth creatures, so watch out if you ever try to attack me." Janelle appeared by her side with a tube of ointment. "Looks like the incisors scratched you up a bit. Let me clean them up before we move out. I don't think they're poisonous, but infection can be a bitch." "Yes, Dr. Morrison," said Pax, grinning while Janelle rolled her eyes. "The real question now is what we're going to do about the blown-up boomer," said Liam, forehead hunched. "We tell Pietra and Ansel," said Janelle, looking up from the medical work. "But who did it?" asked Jae-yong, still looking feral, but his eyes were turning back to their normal brown. "That's a good question with no good answers," said Pax, grimacing from the ointment as Callie licked her leg in solidarity. "But I agree with Janelle. Let's tell our teachers about it." "And do nothing?" asked Liam, throwing his hands up. "We're stuck out here in the middle of Danir. This is not a good place for things to go wrong. I'm not saying do nothing, but we should tell them first. At the very least we can gauge Pietra's reaction," said Pax. "You think she could be involved?" asked Liam. "It certainly isn't Professor Ansel, and I doubt that it's Pietra, but we shouldn't cross her off the list. There's a lot of money to be made from the resuming of the magesteel trade. Who knows what kind of forces might want to stop it?" Jae-yong screwed up his face. "By blowing up a boomer?" "Yeah, I haven't worked that part out yet, but wherever there's money there's always intrigue," said Pax. "I thought it was wherever there is Pax there is intrigue," said Liam. "Also true, but since I know I didn't blow up the boomer, let's keep our eyes and ears open," said Pax. Like Liam said, we're in the middle of nowhere, Danir. It would be a bad place to be if things went wrong. Chapter 15. A week later, Pax returned to her room after a practice session with Liam outside the old Lufterpost walls. In the aftermath of the flight from the Chompers, she realized that her friends hadn't used their speed marks because she couldn't always reliably cast hers, and they hadn't wanted to leave her behind. Their caution had saved her life when she'd been tackled by the Chomper, so she'd been spending her free time working on the marks as if she were a brand new hunter. As soon as she opened the door, she recoiled from the noxious air in the room. Her nose and eyes burned, triggering tears, which she wiped away as she stepped back out of the room. "Oh crap," said Janelle, hurrying out with an eyedropper, lips set with concern. "Lean your head back, quickly." Pax craned her neck back, and Janelle hovered the eyedropper over, squeezing soothing liquid into her eyes. Within a few seconds, the burning stopped, even in her nose, though she hadn't been medicated there. "Sorry about that, I thought the door was locked," said Janelle sheepishly. "What are you doing?" asked Pax. "Don't worry, I'll air out the room before bed," said Janelle. "Fumigate is more like it," said Pax. "The professor's been teaching me how to mix the regular hunter elixirs from the local available ingredients. I had to do some extra reductions for the sensory potion, which made the room a bit of a toxic mess. Don't worry. It'll clear a room out, but it's not dangerous," said Janelle. The second time Pax stepped into the room, it was like nothing had been wrong. The dresser and table had been taken over by glassware and tins, which held ground-up minerals of bright colors like magenta and neon orange. After locking the door, Janelle placed the eyedropper in a vial. "Did you hear they found another one?" she asked. "What?" asked Pax, who'd been looking over the alchemy ingredients like a window shopper. "Where?" "To the northwest along the trail coming into the settlement," said Janelle. "A Danirian delivery caravan found it along the path. No sign of death from what I hear." "That's not good," said Pax. "If they can kill a boomer without explosions, then it'll be easy to hide their tracks." Janelle plopped onto her bed, hands in her lap. "That's what I was thinking. Whatever is going on here seems to be accelerating, but the question is who's doing it. I've been thinking about that since we told Ansel and Pietra." Pax paced around the room. "We know it couldn't have been Pietra or her team, because they were in the council building giving new updates to the Danirians about boomer tracking. While we know that Ansel wasn't around during the time the boomer died, I'd sooner believe that you were the killer than the professor. Which leads me to wonder about Counselor Hega. She runs Lufterpost on behalf of the Danirian government. She has the means to do the deed, and could be motivated by increasing the magesteel trade. I don't think it's her, despite her abrasive personality," said Janelle. "From what Ansel has told me, she was one of the most outspoken critics against resuming mining for magesteel, and that's why they put her in charge, and if someone's killing boomers, that's only going to make it easier to find new ore deposits." Pax crossed her arms and stared out the window at the smelter. A line of black smoke trailed from the stack, blown sideways by the gusty winds. The longer she stared, thoughts about the boomer killer percolating through her mind, the more her gut twisted until the words squeezed out with a grimace. "What about Bent? An increase in the magesteel trade would be good for him and his family. He also has access to explosives and other chemicals at the smelter. Did you know they use arsenic in the ore-reducing procedure? I bet you could take down a boomer if you gave it enough of that poison." "I like Bent and Jitta," said Janelle as she chewed on her lower lip. "But I get your point. He has motivation and access to the tools to get the job done. You know, Jitta offered to give us a tour of the mine. We could take her up on it," said Pax. "She offered you a tour, but yes, we should do that," said Janelle. As if summoned by their conversation, Jitta and a number of other Danirian workers appeared from the smelter in their dirty tunics, laughing and holding up their hands to block the wind from their eyes. The quill-like protrusions on their heads quivered in the wind. Pax and Janelle grabbed their gear and headed out to the courtyard before Jitta could slip away to her father's quarters. The Danirians came over to greet them after Pax waved. "Greetings, Pax," said Jitta, grinning. "And greetings, Janelle," How are you? Asked Pax, making sure to enunciate for easier understanding. The Danirian placed a hand against her chest. Good. Many ore today, good output. That's great, said Pax. We have a free afternoon. Could you show us the mine? The smile on Jit's lips faltered for a second, but she propped it up. She glanced at the sky, which despite the gusting winds was clear. The mists that normally clogged the valley had been absent for weeks. Yes, the mine, we can go, said Jitta, extending her arm towards the path. As Pax followed, she remembered that Callie was out hunting, but decided that the opportunity might not present itself again, so she continued without her companion. The pace to the mine was brisk, not that it bothered Pax with her alchemy-trained endurance, but Jitta didn't seem excited by the prospect of taking them. There could be many reasons, the most obvious that she'd just finished working at the smelter for the day, and probably didn't want to give a tour of her other work location. But even Janelle sensed it, as they shared curious glances as they followed the well-trodden trail. The mine was located south and then east of Lufterpost, in a canyon nestled against the steep slopes of surrounding hills that formed an S-shape. Pax smelled the mine before she saw it. The lush forest had a cleansing weight, a soothing quality at each inhale, but that property faded, replaced with the sharp smell of metallics, and for the first time Pax caught a similarity to Phase, though it quickly faded as she stepped out of the trees to witness the decimation ahead. The sight of the tiered hillside, stripped of vegetation and soil like a clay ziggurat being summoned from the ground, made her whole body tense up. It was an area the size of a football field that had been stripped clean. Chutes descended from the upper areas, carrying topsoil which was being hand-sifted by workers at the base. Pax squeezed her arms against her chest as she stared at the destruction, regretting her decision to visit the mine. You do not like? Asked Jitta. It's all gone, said Pax. A whole hillside. The Danirian sighed heavily and gestured towards the mine with her hands, forming a box, then to the rest of the yellow-green valley. It is small price. We take only here. Small mine. Not like mines in your world. The accusations in her dark gaze hit Pax right in the gut. You're right, said Pax. Our mines are huge, whole mountainsides or forests, whole ecosystems. It makes me sad. Jitta squeezed her lips tight. We keep mine small. Handwork only. Magrithril or make difficult. Only here. What about the rest of the region? Isn't there more ore all over these hills? Why not get that too? Asked Pax. Jitta grunted under her breath, gesturing more strongly towards the mine. Only here. Council agree. Take ore then heal hill. Other way is danger. Danger to take too much ore? Asked Pax. Yes. Too much ore bad, said Jitta. Sindregler? The resource curse. Countries with too many natural resources end up poor because of corruption. Janelle paused. Who keeps the explosives? Jitta blinked, keeping her lips tight as she stared back without answering. Her gaze bounced between them. Bent father keep. Pax's stomach sunk as she asked, what about the dead boomers? Someone killed them with explosives. Were any missing? No, said Jitta, shaking her head furiously. No missing. Pietra asked too. I tell her. Janelle stepped forward and tried to place a comforting hand on Jit's shoulder, but she flinched away. We believe you. We're very sorry. See mine? Asked Jitta forcefully. Pax sighed. Yes, we saw the mine. Thank you. Jitta stared back for a moment, her jaw pulsing, until she rushed back to the path that led to Lufterpost. Pax and Janelle followed, but the journey back was rushed, with Jitta angrily swiping at leaves not even in her way. When they got back to the settlement, Jitta turned for a brief second before bursting away, not another word spoken. I'm such shit with people, said Pax. She hates us now. Janelle crossed her arms and tilted her head, as she stared at Jitta returning to the workers' quarters. The question had to be asked, but I don't think she hates us. I think she hates the idea we think she might have been a part of the boomer killing. But what I can't figure out is if she hates that idea because her father is a part of it, or the misplaced accusation stings, said Janelle. Did you notice the phase smell at the mine? Asked Pax suddenly. Yeah, but I suppose it's not a surprise. Magesteel has a strong affinity to magic, said Janelle. I guess that makes up for the fact that they can't use magic anymore, said Pax. Or that's what they want us to believe. Janelle stretched her arms upward. I need to get back to work. I have a strong feeling we're going to need those elixirs eventually. A gust of wind buffeted her hair around her face. Go ahead. I'm going to go look for Callie. She was hunting this afternoon. She likes to sun on a nice rock that looks over the valley when she's not in the room. Pax headed behind the buildings, down the slope to the ancient wall. A good 90% of the barrier still stood, though numerous sections could be knocked down with a well-placed slam mark. It didn't make sense to her why the old settlement needed a wall, unless that pre-cataclysm world was more feudal, like the warring factions of ancient Europe. As expected, her furry companion was stretched out on the rock in a nice patch of sunlight. Her dark fur had tufts of orange in spots on the belly like a calico cat. Callie lifted her head slightly upon Pax's approach, thumping her tail in greeting. Pax found a spot next to her companion, close enough for belly rubs, which incited a kicking of the back leg. Good hunt? The image of the little tree-hopping mammals fleeing before her should have been frightening, but she was used to Callie's appetites. The wind in the valley turned the forest into waves as it shifted and rocked. Pax lounged with Callie until the sun dipped below the horizon, quickly plunging the settlement into darkness. Away from the lights of Lufterpost, her enchanted earring kicked in, giving her a bit of low-level vision, where normally she'd be relying on Callie's guidance. As they picked their way around to the path, Callie froze. Heading up a lesser-used trail, an ochre-skinned Danirian climbed towards the settlement. Pax crouched next to Callie, keeping out of sight. The Danirian paused on the slope next to a pile of boulders, unslinging his backpack and stuffing it into a hole. When he left the confines of the gnarled brush, sneaking back into the settlement, Pax got a good look at the Danirian and her heart sunk. It was bent. Chapter 16. Pax didn't get to inform her friends about the discoveries of that day until later in the week, since Liam and Jae-young had been on a mixed-year hunting trip with Pietra and her agents. On the morning they returned, she gathered them in their room, and Janelle applied the privacy charm she'd used in the dumpster their first year. The news about the mine, the ownership of the explosives, and Bent sneaking back into the settlement left them both glum. Jae-young plopped onto the bed, while Liam paced around the room. But I really like them, said Liam. It doesn't mean anything yet, said Pax. Just that we need to keep an eye out. What was in the backpack? Asked Jae-young. Nothing conclusive. Just hiking supplies, but clearly meant for a longer hike, said Pax. Like to visit the boomers and poison them, said Jae-young, frowning. They found 2 more dead ones this morning. What? Both Pax and Janelle said at the same time. Counselor Hega met Pietro when we were coming up the trail. There was a lot of shouting. Hega put the blame on Pietra and her team for not keeping the boomers safe, said Jae-young. We've practically given the killers a map to finish them off, said Liam, shaking his head. And without the boomers they can find more magesteel ore, said Janelle. What about Sindregler? They seem pretty serious about their harmony business, said Pax. Or at least Jitta and Bent do. A convenient cover if you're the one doing it, said Liam. If you can't find more ore, that makes it a lot easier to have self-control, said Janelle. It's easy not to eat the chocolate snaps if they're locked up. I only ate 2, said Pax. I was having cramps. I'm teasing, said Janelle, grinning. You know you're welcome to them. So what should we do? Asked Jae-young. Not sit here, said Pax, bouncing her knee. Where were those 2 dead boomers found? Southwest, said Jae-young. About a 10-mile hike. Pax jammed her hand into her thick red hair. Damn. The old trail Bent used heads that direction. There are old trails everywhere, said Liam. You can get just about anywhere around here from Lufterpost, which is why they put the settlement here. We could easily get there and back before dark, said Pax. I guess I'm not getting a shower yet, said Jae-young, standing up and stretching. I have trail dust on my trail dust. After they gathered their gear, talking loudly about a trip to their fishing spot so the other students would overhear. The four of them and Callie headed south. It would be easy to circle around to the correct direction once they hit the floor of the valley. Nice that the mist has been pretty absent these days, said Liam when they finally made the path. It'll be back after the windy season, said Pax as the tops of the trees shifted wildly. She squinted as the wind gust hit her. Before we go, said Janelle, reaching into the other pouch on her hip, elixirs for everyone. These are a mix of stamina and awareness. I've tested them on myself, so they should be good. No wonder you can study for 2 different careers, said Liam. Better living through alchemy, said Jae-young, chuckling. The elixir went down both cool and hot like minty mouthwash. A surge of energy followed, and Pax felt like the world had been dialed into focus. She paused near a tree to examine the crinkled edges of the yellow leaves, which as she looked closer, had finer shades of orange and green along the veins. The shifting trees seemed to slow down, and the ever-present white noise of wind muted until she could hear Liam's heartbeat, see it pulsing against his neck. She resisted the urge to press her fingers along the curve, feel the steady thump of his pumping blood. Yo, said Jae-young, shaking his head and stretching his jaw. That's much better than what Cassius gave us last year. Come on, said Pax, bouncing on her heels as she was able to rip herself away from the constant flow of details. Let's go. The years of training, body modification and elixirs had given them a healthy endurance, which they applied to their run in earnest. At a pace that would have burned a world-class marathoner out after the first 2 miles, they made their way to the site of the first boomer, slowing down as they neared, expecting the carcass to summon chompers. They found the body in a hollow near a spring. The 8-ton boomer had fallen forward as if it had passed out, its snout underwater. A pair of chompers were busy chewing on the back legs, squirming back and forth as they tried to rip through the gnarled green skin. Not so many this time, said Janelle as she pulled back a branch to see better. The other one had been blown apart. The blood probably drew so many, said Jae-young as he licked his lips. Let's stun them so we can examine the corpse, said Pax. Girls on the left, boys on the right. They knocked the creatures out easily. The chompers had been so busy working through the thick flesh, they barely acknowledged their approach. Grabbing the back legs, Pax and Janelle dragged their beastie back into the forest, while Callie kept watch. This is a big one, said Pax, grunting. Over 100 pounds. So is the other one, said Janelle, her forehead wrinkling with thought. Back at the dead boomer, Pax circled the corpse, looking for signs of how it had been taken down. Liam was crouched near the ground behind the creature, examining the spaces between the grass. It walked over to the water and just fell over as far as I can tell, said Liam, staying on his heels. If it was poisoned, then it was either a slow-acting one or that water is tainted. Pax scooped up a handful and gave it a sniff. With her hypersenses, she would have been able to tell if there was a foreign chemical, but it smelled like clean water with the occasional bug carcass. Even the dead boomer hadn't affected it much, only a slight rotting tinge. How'd they even find this one? Asked Janelle in the bushes. She and Callie were looking over the ground on the far side of the spring. The other one is right near the trail, and once they noticed the marker on this one wasn't moving, they checked on it too, said Liam. They could have been shot, said Pax suddenly. Everyone's head bobbed up. If you used one of the Phoenix Corp guns, and filled it with poison instead of tranquilizer. We've been with Pietra and her agents every waking minute for the past week, said Liam. No way she could have been involved. Not saying she was, but that they have the weaponry for delivering a load from a distance, and there are plenty of poisons available that could take down a boomer. The Corp has some with their gear, and the mine has plenty of wicked stuff too, said Pax. What you're saying is we still don't know who's killing boomers, said Liam. I wonder if they have any missing gear, Jae-young said. Doubtful, said Janelle. You know how tight Pietra is with it. She has check sheets for her check sheets to make sure everything gets back and is in proper working order. It's why she's been so successful for so long. Until the day of our first boomer hunt, said Pax, remembering the sheer terror of the enraged boomer charging at her and thinking she would be trampled. Which points to someone outside the Phoenix Corp, said Janelle. You know, said Liam as he scratched the back of his head. When I joined Hunters, I thought I'd be spending more time crawling in dark caves and climbing mountains to track down and kill vicious supernatural beasties. I didn't think I'd be examining the sites of their deaths like a crime scene. That's because the name Hunters is all wrong, growled Pax, crossing her arms. Our goal shouldn't be to hunt and kill, but to keep people and creatures living in harmony. Sindregler. Liam held up his hands. I'm on board, you don't have to yell at me. Sorry, said Pax as her heart thumped against her chest. Her emotions swirled around her like a tornado. I'd name us protectors if I could, but that numbnuts hall already has the name. There's nothing else here. Let's check out the other one, said Janelle. On the run, Pax caught up with Liam, who flinched slightly when he noticed her by his side. I'm really sorry about biting your head off back there, she said. No worries, I appreciate your passion, said Liam with a wink. My passion, said Pax with a laugh. That's a nice way to say that I'm shit with people. You should have seen it back in high school when some kids were passing around their hunting pictures, you know, the ones where they're posing with the dead deer, holding it up by the antlers. Liam's eyes widened. Oh no, what did you do? I tore up the pictures, totally lost my cool, said Pax as her breath quickened from the memories. It was a total shit show. They called me stupid things like deer in the headlights girl, or deer dummy for the rest of the year. I stopped trying after that. They ran in silence for a bit, but when Liam's lips started doing a little dance, she said, What's your question? He seemed almost pained to ask it, and when she saw his eyes flit to Callie, who was running ahead, she knew exactly what he wanted to say. You're wondering how I can be okay with Callie killing and eating small creatures, she said. Especially when I'm not exactly a vegetarian. Her fox-like companion glanced back, before surging forward to run with Janelle at the lead. Yeah, said Liam, swallowing. Sorry? No, it's a fair question, said Pax. Some parts of me are not okay with what Callie does. For the creatures we protect, I cannot place my beliefs on them. They don't have the capacity to understand. That's why it's important to understand them, and create a space where they can live, but also keep them from hurting people. But Callie, she's an intelligent creature. I wish she would, I wish she could, choose not to, but part of that is in her breeding, I think. Pax slowed to a stop. Liam faced her, concern racking his face. Mostly I allow it, because I don't want to lose her. I couldn't face life without Callie, because I wouldn't be here without her, said Pax. The reflection of her emotions in Liam's face nearly broke her in two. The truth of her shattered life, held together by her obsessions and Callie's love, had never been more apparent, making her wonder if her recklessness was really nihilism in disguise. Liam reached out, but Pax burst away, letting her emotions burn out in a short sprint that had her careening down the trail with leaves of penance slapping her face. She ran flat out for a good mile, legs pumping like demons, before slowing to a stop, the rational part of her brain reminding her of the dangerous chompers that would likely be encountered near the dead boomer. Janelle caught up with her first, her gaze searching for clues to the sprint. You okay? With her hands on her head, Pax said, Fine now. Janelle glanced down the path. No, it wasn't Liam. Old memories. Her friend shifted her mouth to the side. I think I need to adjust the mixture. The earlier versions were too jittery, but I think this one is messing with your emotions. The conversation ended when the others caught up to them. They continued to the site of the next boomer in silence. Pax sensed the chompers even before Callie warned her. The air had a sharper tint to it. Look at that big boy, said Jae Young, gesturing towards the largest chomper they'd seen so far. I bet he's 200 pounds, said Liam. I guess they get bigger here. Or they get bigger without so many predators to hunt them, said Janelle. It's only been 3 months since the first boomer was killed, and maybe 7 total dead. I can't imagine that change would have that big of an effect on its own. That kind of selection takes time. There has to be something else driving the change, said Pax. 3 chompers, even big ones, were no match for the third-year hunter students, who dispatched them with stuns and dragged them down the path where they could keep an eye on them while they examined the dead boomer. The creature was on its side, lying beneath a big, wide tree, which was the oak of this forest. After a quick search around the site, Liam said, "It looks like the boomer was milling around here for some reason and then it just fell over." "The tree," said Jae-young suddenly, gesturing upward at a long, thick branch extending over the path. "I bet whoever took it down was up in the tree, just like we've been doing on our hunts." "That limb is perfect," said Pax. "Good eye, JY." Jae-young was first to the tree, examining the wide trunk. "Scuff marks on the bark. Some easy handholds to get up there," said Jae-young as he scaled the tree, climbing onto the limb. He stood on a spot over the path, feigned aiming a gun with one eye closed. Would be simple to shoot it in the mouth when it looked up. The boomer back at the spring had probably been shot from the other side. "They're sloppy drinkers, so a good opportunity," said Pax. Thoughts of the boomer disappeared when Jae-young stretched on his toes, looking deeper into the forest. His rounded eyes suggested nothing dangerous, but everyone followed his gaze. "What do you see?" asked Pax. "There's a ghost wind floating this way," he said. The bobbing white creature came into view moments later, drifting through the trees with a carefree rhythm. Transfixed by its approach, Pax immediately noted the off-kilter hitch in its aerial gait, and when she met Janelle's gaze, she knew she'd seen it too. "Is that?" asked Pax. The question was answered when the ghost wind entered the clearing and hovered in midair with only the slightest bobs. A section of its nearly translucent skirt had a rip in the bottom. The creature had slits for eyes in the upper dome of its body, and they were pointed at Janelle. She reached into her pouch, producing a little tin, which she popped open, producing a pinkish powder. Janelle dumped half the tin into her hand and held it out to the ghostwind. "Lycuric flowers," said Janelle, keeping her gaze focused ahead. "They're a delicacy for the ghost winds." The aerial creature made a tentative surge towards Janelle, before finally succumbing to the treat and descending onto her hand. The ghostwind collapsed over top like a handkerchief on a magician's hand, its body convulsing slightly as it devoured the petals of the pink flower, while Janelle watched, transfixed by the creature's nearness. After the meal was finished, the ghostwind made the short journey to her chest, lying across Janelle's shoulder in the semblance of a hug. While the creature was moving, the gas that it used to propel itself created the appearance of the whitish color, but now, relaxed in one place, its body was translucent, with little squiggly purple lines suggesting internal organs, while the hem of the skirt was pinkish. Janelle had wetness glistening in her eyes as she put a careful hand on the creature. The skirt of the ghostwind undulated with a rhythm that reminded Pax of a contented cat's tail curling and flexing. When the ghostwind lifted from Janelle's shoulder, it didn't leave right away, but hovered before her face, pointing its eye slits at her before bobbing away. Janelle followed the ghostwind like a thrall, until the creature rose higher, traveling over the gnarled bush where she could no longer tread. "That was magical," said Janelle, pumping her shoulders, a delirious grin on her lips. "I think it shot you up with its happy gas," said Liam, smirking. "That was the same one that you saved on the bridge to nowhere," said Pax, receiving a nod from her friend. "The rip on its skirt looked mostly healed," said Janelle, eyes sparkling. "I collected the lycuric flowers on the off chance we'd see her again." "Hers, Pax." "The eye slits had faint purple smudges beneath like makeup," said Janelle. "Does she have a name?" asked Liam. Janelle squinted intently before answering, "Bubbles. She makes me feel like I've been drinking champagne when she comes to visit, and I could see the little gas bubbles coming out of her internal muscle when she lifted off." Before she moved away from her spot near the bushes, Janelle's forehead bunched up and she crouched down in the grass, lifting a pale frond. It was the wrapping the Danirians used for their sweet cakes. The leaf was found around the rivers, and it added a slight cinnamon taste to the cake. Janelle sniffed the frond, nodding with a frown on her lips. "What is that?" asked Liam. "A sign that it's a Danirian that's doing the killing," said Janelle. "They wrap these around those sweet cakes. We had some at the dinner with the Danirian workers." "Another reason that it might be bent," said Pax with a sigh. "Why is it always the people you really like that end up being terrible?" "We don't know that for certain," said Jae-young. "The chompers are waking up," said Liam, gesturing down the path, where the biggest one was climbing to his feet like an unstable foal. "Probably not going to be happy about the headache we just gifted him." "What do we do about Bent?" asked Jae-young. Keep an eye on him, his daughter too, said Pax. If he leaves the settlement, we should follow him. Watch the other Danirians as well. Do we tell Ansel or Pietra? Asked Liam. Not unless we have proof. All we have right now is speculation, said Janelle. When they left the dead boomer, Pax looked back one last time as the chompers returned to their meal, remembering the painting on the wall of the canyon. There had been 3 figures on the wall originally, the boomers, the chompers, and a third that had been worn off by time. Each one of them connected in a circle. But it wasn't just that painting on her mind. It was the cataclysm, Sindregler, and a general sense of foreboding, like far above them was an avalanche waiting for a little push, and once it broke free, every one of them would be crushed. Chapter 17. Nothing happened in the next few weeks, despite their constant attention. As far as Pax could tell, Bent hadn't left the settlement since the previous time. Even his daughter, Jitta, was visiting the mine less. During this period, the Phoenix Corp team was wrapping up their mission, tagging the last few boomers. Once that was finished, there would be a few weeks of monitoring, and then the whole class would return to their home realm and back to the Animalians campus. The only excitement they enjoyed were Janelle's successful elixir experiments and the end of the windy season. They were warned that the last few weeks were the worst, requiring the smelter to be idled at times when the flow of air over the stack was so fierce that it might suck hot plasma-like gases up and burn up the building. It was only by chance that Pax knew Bent left Lufterpost on a particularly windy day, because Callie had been lounging on her rock in the sun, and she saw him sneaking down the path in hiking gear. The word picture Callie had sent suggested that Bent carried something long on his back that could be a sniper rifle. Shit, said Pax, throwing herself off her bed and quickly throwing on her clothes to pursue. She made a quick visit to Liam and Jae Young's room to learn they were fishing, while Janelle was showing Professor Ansel her new elixir mixtures. A backpack half off her shoulder, shoelaces not completely tied, and in a general state of dishevelment, Pax made it to the old trail where Callie was waiting patiently, sitting on her haunches. You're lucky you carry your clothes with you, said Pax, crouching down to finish her shoelaces. By the time they were halfway down the slope, she felt like she'd finally come to order, but there was a good chance she'd forgotten something in her haste. She'd been keeping a pack ready in case of this happening, but the surprise left her mind reeling. Pax and Callie moved like zephyrs through the yellow-green forest. Her fox-like companion took the lead, following the scent of the Danirian scientist. On the crown of the hill the wind noise was ever present, a wailing that whipped past the buildings, but in the shadows of the valley it was muted. Like diving beneath a turbulent sea to find a blissful kelp forest. For the first half-hour they moved quickly, following a sure trail with ample scents, but when Bent moved away from the path, Callie had a harder time following his journey. The path also provided clear sight lines, whereas the undergrowth could hide restless chompers. Along the way, Pax used the tracker to check the locations of nearby boomers. Since the killings had begun, the normal territories that they'd kept to had been upended. Some of the smaller boomers, from the North Valley, had been migrating down to pick up the territory that had been vacated. It was only luck that kept Pax from being seen by Bent when she crested a ridge that overlooked a stream coming down from the northern hills. She didn't see him at first, as his light greenish-yellow tunic blended into the hillside, until he started to turn. He was about 100 feet across the little ridge. Pax dropped to the ground behind a thick bush, while Callie crouched by her side. The clatter of her impact was muffled by the heavy winds. She waited for a 10-second count before peering around the side of the bush. Bent had turned the direction he'd come from. He kept checking something in his hand, which she assumed was a tracker, and on his back was a long, thin duffel bag that could easily be a sniper rifle, modified to deliver tranquilizers or a heavy dose of poison. His indecision was clear. He kept rotating, looking in various directions as if he were trying to decide where to go next. But it wasn't the confusion of an inexperienced backpacker traveling in unfamiliar territory, nor did Bent display the light-hearted demeanor he did back in the settlement. If the tidy assortment of gear connected to his pack was anything to go by, he was as serious and professional as Pietra and the Phoenix Corp agents. The veneer of casual scientist was further scrubbed away when he closed his eyes momentarily, fingers dancing and mouth moving as if he were casting a spell. She was too far away, and the wind too fierce to catch any scent of phase, and while she was an inconsistent mage herself, there was no mistaking the gestures required for magic. This changed her calculus in following him. It was one thing to be tracking a metallurgist gone hiking, but a hardened mage carrying a sniper rifle who'd been killing 10-ton animals was a wholly different thing. When he disappeared back into the forest, Pax waited for 10 minutes before moving again, reaching his previous spot after climbing over the ridge and splashing through the glistening stream. Callie spent the next few minutes sniffing around the location he'd been standing, to no avail. She grunted with her nose in the grass, never signaling the scent found. Smell trail gone. Knowing that it was likely the spell he'd cast had removed his trail, left her shoulder blades itching with the idea that he'd moved to a new location and had the sniper rifle pointed at her back. She spun around, nearly toppling in her haste, gaze darting everywhere but finding nothing. "Let's go back," said Pax. For the rest of the journey back to Lufterpost, she kept checking over her shoulder. When she reached the hilltop village, Pax went straight to the building where Professor Ansel and Janelle were working. The alchemy lab had been constructed using materials borrowed from the smelter. Professor Ansel was listening to Janelle explain her mineral reduction strategy with his chin in his hand, round glasses glinting from the sunlight coming in through the window. Janelle vibrated with the excitement of her retelling, bronze skin glowing, thick curly hair bobbing as she spoke. It took all of Pax's self-control not to interrupt. She waited near the doorway, still wearing her hiking gear, heels bouncing with anticipation of the conversation. She'd argued with herself the whole way back whether she should involve Professor Ansel, but decided that it was past time, given the knowledge that Bent was a mage and might be the boomer killer. "Don't get enough hiking with Pietra?" mused Professor Ansel when Pax was finally able to approach. "Yeah, I was doing a little research on our Danirian friends," said Pax, shooting Janelle a glance. Her friend's mouth tightened as her eyes widened slightly in understanding. "Specifically Bent." "Are you sure?" asked Janelle, interrupting, gaze flitting to the professor. "Yes," said Pax with a heavy nod, receiving a sigh from the professor. He shifted his mouth to the side as he positioned himself towards both of them, rather than just Pax. "I see there's something going on that you're aware of too," the professor said. "I don't know what she's going to say, but I am aware that there are some inconsistencies with Bent, and many questions about the killing of the boomers which haven't been explained," said Janelle. "I followed him," said Pax suddenly. "Callie warned me he was leaving the settlement. I found him about an hour to the northwest." "This is not unusual," said Professor Ansel. "You and your friends go fishing regularly." The professor's reluctance worried Pax. Her stomach was churning with the regret of bringing this up to him, but she crashed forward in the only way she knew how. "He had a sniper rifle with him, and he cast a spell while I was watching," said Pax, the words rushing out of her mouth like an avalanche. "Whoa," said the professor. "That's a lot to unpack. You saw him with a sniper rifle?" "Well, no," said Pax. "But the long bag on his back looked a lot like the one Agent Nadia carries." "Which does not mean it's a sniper rifle," he said. "And what's this about spell casting? You are aware that the Danirians lost their ability to channel phase many centuries ago during the cataclysm." His fingers and mouth were moving like a spell. "I'm sure of it," said Pax. Professor Ansel relaxed into a little internal sigh that made Pax want to scream inside. She knew what he was going to say, even before it came out of his mouth. "Once again, you're making assumptions about his behaviors without true evidence. Why were you even following him in the first place?" asked the professor. Pax looked to Janelle for support. She nodded and continued the explanation, going into their trip to the 2 dead boomers a few weeks ago, and the sweet cake frond, leaving out the appearance of Bubbles. Then she went into their theory about motivation and opportunity, laying out the potential killing weapons with the explosives and industrial poisons. Professor Ansel went quiet for a good minute before answering, adjusting his round glasses multiple times as he went through his internal arguments. I recognize these various happenings seem quite meaningful to you both. The killing of the boomers is quite distressful, and I assure you that I am as concerned about it as you are. But the politics of the Danirans' world is not our mission, and I can assure you that Patron Adele has given me her highest level of trust in Bent, and that is enough for me, he said, clasping his hands in front of him. Before Pax could let loose the fiery retort building up in her gut, Janelle stepped in the way. Thank you for listening, Professor Ansel. Can I be dismissed now? She asked. The professor blinked twice before nodding. As they left the room, he called out after them. I know you think because of what happened last year that you need to be involved, but this is not our realm. We should complete our mission and return to school. It seems the sooner the better. Back in their room, Janelle rounded on her before she could speak. I know you're pissed off, Pax, but you shouldn't have just blurted that out to him without talking to me first, or the guys, she said. The heat in Pax's chest dissipated in the face of her friend's frustration. You're right. I'm sorry. I should have kept my stupid mouth shut. He didn't believe us, and it was stupid of me to bring it up. No, bringing it up was the right thing, said Janelle, lips pursed. I just wish we could have discussed it first. Bovum Sina Pax isn't always just a joke. You tend to rush into things without thinking. Yeah, said Pax, plopping onto her bed, lips curled into a frown. Janelle sat beside her and patted her leg. As for the rest, I believe you. I mean, we don't know for certain it's a sniper rifle, but it damn sure seems like it. And the spell casting, I'm 100% with you there. Thanks, Janelle, said Pax. But I don't understand Bent's role in this. Patron Adele, giving her seal of approval, kinda messes me up. But who's to say that she's a perfect judge of character, said Janelle. What do we do now? Asked Pax. We tell Liam and Jae Young, said Janelle. We should tell Brian Jackson too, said Pax. Janelle wrinkled her forehead. Why? I thought you were against telling them before. I don't know, said Pax. Things are getting really weird really quick. I just feel like there's this impending doom hanging over our heads. Don't worry, said Janelle. Everyone feels it. It started back when Agent Lyman got trampled, and every boomer death has only ratcheted it up. Trust me, we won't be surprised if things start to go wrong. I just wish I knew what it was that was going on, said Pax. Janelle shifted her mouth to the side. Speaking of weird shit, when the professor and I were visiting the smelter today to borrow some chemicals, we inquired about arsenic. Wait. You're feeding us arsenic in those potions? Asked Pax. Janelle sighed. We use it for a reducer, but yes, there are trace amounts you've been ingesting. Better living through alchemy comes with a price, but don't worry, it's too small of an amount to be dangerous. The point is, they were out of arsenic. They tried to say that they didn't have much, and that it had been used up in ore testing, but I know I saw a huge box of it last week. There's no way they used that much in that short of time. Someone's making a big batch of poison, said Pax, placing her hands on her head. But wait, Ansel knows this too. Why wasn't he more concerned? I don't know, said Janelle, and that's been bothering me. I know this isn't his specialty, he's an excellent medic and alchemist, but he can't be this oblivious, can he? Unless he's in on it, said Pax, bunching up her lips. What if this is all to increase the magesteel trade to the 100 halls? What if Patron Adele gave Ansel instructions to kill the boomers? He could be helping Bent. Think about it. Who else could brew up a poison that could kill a boomer? The color drained from Janelle's face. I don't want to believe that. Yet you do, said Pax, shaking her head. And I just went and told him about following Bent. We can't trust anyone here, said Janelle, exasperated. Pax put her hand on Callie's neck. We can trust each other. Chapter 18. Pax told the rest of the third-year class about their suspicions, including what she'd observed with Bent and the disappearance of the arsenic. They all agreed to keep an eye out for new developments. No one liked the idea that they'd come all this way to help someone murder the boomers to increase the magesteel trade. It wasn't until a week later, when Jitta found Pax at the Sunning Rock, that they learned something new. Callie was sprawled out while Janelle had her nose in a book. The windy season had been on pause for a week, which meant the fog had consumed the valleys around Lufterpost, truly invoking the Cloud Hill's name. The young Danirian had circled around the outside of the wall, which told Pax that she'd intended not to be seen, especially when Jitta kept glancing back towards the settlement. "Hello, Jitta," said Pax, wondering if Bent had included his daughter in his schemes. "I come with news," said Jitta, her lips pinched. Janelle sat up and closed her book. She watched the young Danirian intently. "New mine site has been found," said the young Danirian, a heaviness in her shoulders. "Is that what your father wants?" asked Pax. "No," said Jitta, shaking her head vehemently. "Sindregler? Small ore only." "Why are you telling us this?" asked Janelle. Jitta looked on the verge of tears, though Pax wasn't sure if they cried like humans. "Many afraid. I warn you," said Jitta, glancing angrily back towards the settlement. "2 more alpha deer found dead. No more Sindregler." "Where were the boomers found?" asked Pax. Jitta didn't seem to understand the question at first, but then nodded, turned towards the northwest and extended her hand. Pax's stomach twisted in response. That was the direction Jit's father had been headed when she'd spotted him. Pax didn't know what to think. Maybe Jitta knew nothing about her father's duplicity, and had truly come to warn them, but another part of her thought it was a trick. "Why afraid?" asked Pax. "Afraid. Like story of cataclysm," said Jitta intently. Was this childish fears or something more? Pax wondered. Jitta was young but not that young. She was doing engineering calculations for the mine, after all. "Like cataclysm? We're not at any end times here," said Janelle, taking up the conversational slack. "From what little I know of your stories, that was like a total breakdown of your ecology and civilization." "Cataclysm here," said Jitta, angrily pointing directly at the ground, then back at the settlement for additional effect. "No one here after cataclysm. Everyone gone. Stories say bad ghosts released from Magrithril mines came uphill from Sea of Mist. Took everyone away. Disappeared. Not even bones here. Only boomers remain. Everyone afraid now. Council say 1 mine. Small ore. Now there will be 2. She tugged on her quill-like appendages violently. "How many more before ghosts come?" "Maybe that's what was on the canyon wall," said Pax, gesturing to Janelle. "What mean?" asked Jitta. "The circle." Pax made one in midair with her finger, then went back and dotted each point that she made. "The boomers lead to the chompers lead to the mystery figure, and the mystery figure leads to the boomers. What if the one not shown was the ghosts?" Janelle raised an eyebrow. "You're not really thinking there are ghosts? I mean, I know they exist, but we haven't seen a single sign of them here, and I don't want to since we don't know a damn thing on how to deal with ghosts." "Not like ghosts, but something that makes people think there are ghosts," said Pax. Jit's forehead nodded. "What is circle?" She repeated the gesture. "An old painting on a canyon wall. Some long-dead Danirians must have put it there, and a ghost wind led us to it," said Pax. Jitta put a hand to her open, gaping mouth. "You know this painting?" asked Pax. "No," said Jitta, "but it is Sindregler?" "It is." Jitta made the circle. "Sindregler? Balance. But if no balance there is." She screwed up her face, trying to find the right word, but Pax knew it in her gut. Every inch of her flesh was screaming it out. "Consequences." Jit's eyes flashed wide. "Yes?" "The boomers," said Janelle. "The balance has been broken, and now there will be consequences." A heavy tingling numbness descended on Pax. Janelle was feeling it too. No one spoke. They didn't have to. "What will the Danirians do?" asked Pax. "Where will they go if the ghosts come?" "The mine," said Jitta with surety. "Can defend. Have explosives." Pax wasn't sure the mine was the best idea, but she didn't have a better one, and without understanding the danger of the ghosts, it was hard to make that decision. After Jitta left, Pax turned to Janelle, who was staring at the forest as if it were on fire. "We have to protect the boomers," she said, eyes wide. "How?" asked Pax. "There are so many of them. And they have the tracker. There's no way we can protect them all, even if we enlisted the whole school." Janelle tilted her head. "But if they couldn't use the tracker?" Together they looked up at the repeating tower attached to the stack on the top of the smelter. It was a simple metal tower with a red and green light that flashed intermittently, an unnecessary relic from their world since there were no planes on Danir, and the winds were too fierce for the airships. "If they can't find them, it'll be impossible to track them down in short time. That might give us a chance to stop whoever is doing it," said Janelle grimly. "Tonight?" Her friend nodded. "Tonight." Chapter 19. The problem with disabling the signal repeater was twofold. The first issue was its central location in the settlement. The smelter sat on the highest point, and the stack stretched even further up, making it difficult to be inconspicuous. Secondly, they had to destroy it in a way that it couldn't be restored, which meant cutting a few wires wouldn't be enough. The whole apparatus had to come down, but without anyone noticing. Pax and Janelle crept out of their room, deep in the night, with ropes and other gear they thought they might need to remove the repeater. Wind whistled across the hilltop, beneath a blanket of clouds that reflected the settlement's few lights. Pax's heart bounced around in her chest, not because she was worried about being caught, but at the thought of climbing up the stack. The orange-red glow from the interior of the smelter slipped through the shielded windows, turning the building alive. With no one awake except for the furnace tenders, Pax and Janelle crept to the door. Inside, the heat of the furnace produced beads of sweat on her forehead. They'd only been in the smelter a couple of times on tours with Bent earlier in the year, but the location of the stack was clear, so they headed in that direction, staying behind the generators and tanks that provided the energy for the smelter and settlement. Halfway to the back, voices stopped them in their tracks. They threw themselves behind a pallet of barrels. A Danirian in heavy leathers and a melt-proof helmet approached the glowing bath with a long pole. He dipped a ceramic ladle into the liquid metal for a sample, which sent sparks in a wide arc, before carrying it away to a measuring location. While he was gone, they hurried to the back of the plant. The hot gases were sucked through a series of pipes that led to a generator, utilizing the excess heat for the energy of Lufterpost. The steady hum of engines drowned out sound beyond a few feet, leaving them to mime to each other as not to shout. Inside the generator building, which sat beneath the stack, they found a set of stairs leading to the roof. Emerging in the cool air, the wind washed away the heat from their bodies, but the fear of climbing returned. Crouched beneath the ladder, Janelle said, "You gonna be okay?" Pax pictured the dead boomer with its snout in the spring, while chompers chewed on its legs. "I'll figure it out," she said. Janelle went first, which seemed like a good idea until Pax started climbing. When she made the foolish mistake of glancing groundward, instead of seeing Janelle's upturned face, she saw the distance that she could fall, which only made her palms sweatier. It didn't help that the stack was warm, the radiant heat only slightly dissipated by the steady winds. The first 10 feet, the ladder was protected by a low wall, but once Pax was exposed, she felt the winds were trying to rip her from the ladder. She gripped harder with each step, wishing she had a harness or other safety line like climbers did when they were ascending cliff walls. "It's just a ladder," Pax muttered to herself. "Have you ever fallen off a ladder?" "No, because that's what ladders do, they help you climb safely." The self-encouragement lasted until a wisp of cloud ripped past her face, reminding her of the height. Pax clung to the metal, no longer climbing as she let the vertigo pass. Halfway up the stack, the wind was a constant, pulling and tugging insistently. She had to press her body against the ladder to keep it from catching her like a kite and ripping her hands away, but even that wasn't enough, as the space between the ladder and the stack was about 8 inches, giving ample room for the wind to pass. Pax stopped when the top of her head hit Janelle's shoes. No longer needing to climb, Pax wrapped her arms through the gaps, clinging like a child to their parents' leg. "It's to the right," shouted Janelle over the wind. Pax's stomach climbed into her neck when she saw how far away the repeater was from safety. The reason for the distance became clear when she saw bricks with holes ripped into them. The repeater had first been installed there, but had been yanked from the stack by the steady winds. "How are we going to pull that off?" asked Pax. "Put a rope on it," said Janelle from above. "Just a sec." Her friend maneuvered herself to the inside of the ladder and motioned Pax to climb up until they were face to face. "Hi," said Janelle with a grin. "Fancy meeting you here." "You're enjoying this entirely too much," said Pax as a buffet of wind made her grip tight. "My back is a little warm, but I think I can hold you while you reach out and wrap the rope around it," said Janelle. "I can do what?" asked Pax incredulously. "No and no. Climbing this ladder is bad enough. You want me to just lean out there?" "You know I got you," said Janelle gravely serious. "No way I'll let go. You know that." "Yes, I know that, but my hands are entirely too chicken shit to let go to reach out there," said Pax. "Think of why we're doing this," said Janelle. Pax squeezed her eyes closed. Reasons which all seemed very important down there, where the most severe consequences of gravity might be a stubbed toe. "We can go down if you want," said Janelle. "No," said Pax. "I just need a moment more to gather my senses." "Don't take too long," said Janelle. "We're quite exposed up here. If someone comes out for a late-night stroll and looks up, we're caught." "I'm rooting for that," said Pax, finally opening her eyes again. Before attempting to reach the repeater, they looped the rope through the ladder so they could lower it down once they yanked it off the stack. "Ready?" asked Janelle as she grabbed Pax's belt. With a quivering lower lip, Pax said, "No. But I'm going anyway." Pax removed her fingers from the metal ladder one by one. She reached towards the repeater, but barely made it across the gap. "You're gonna have to hold on with your left hand and foot and reach out, but don't worry, I've got you," said Janelle. Taking her right foot off the ladder felt like leaning out over a cliff. Janelle's hand on her belt was so tenuous, it felt like it barely had a spider's thread of strength. Each adjustment only brought Pax a little closer to the stack. As long-limbed as she wasn't going to be able to reach the repeater unless she let go with both hands, keeping only her left foot on the ladder and relying on Janelle's grip on her belt to keep from falling. The moment her left hand came off the ladder, a wind gust nearly ripped her away. As she dangled at the end of Janelle's arm, Pax faced the void, the expanse beneath sucking her down. The crown of the hill, surrounded by a sea of clouds, was minuscule, barely a mote. When the wind finally subsided, Janelle said, "Go for it." Pax leaned out further, threading the rope around the repeater a couple of loops, then tying an expert knot. Back on the safety of the ladder, Pax let out a trembling breath. "See, I told you I had you," said Janelle. "Now let's yank this down." The two of them, with their alchemy-aided strength, managed to tear the repeater from the stack. When it finally came loose, the sudden weight as it fell, metal and wires and all, yanked Pax away from the ladder. Janelle grabbed her shirt, giving Pax enough time to regrip. "That was fun," said Janelle, a little wild-eyed. "Said no one ever," said Pax. Together they lowered the repeater onto the roof of the smelter, and then climbed down after. They repeated the lowering, this time to the ground outside the building, then crept back through to retrieve their prize. Hiding it was easy enough. The rocky slopes around the settlement had plenty of nooks and crannies where they could bury it and cover it with bushes. When they were finished, Janelle pulled out the tracker, which showed an offline status. They hugged briefly before returning to their rooms. Callie barely lifted her head as Pax climbed into bed, and miraculously she slept better than she had in weeks. Chapter 20. Their victory lasted for a few days, until they returned from a hunt with Pietra to find a new repeater on the stack. Upon finding that the one they'd removed was still in its hiding spot, Janelle slumped on the rocks. "I guess we should have assumed they'd have replacement gear," she said. "Think we can steal that one?" asked Pax. "They put a cage on the bottom of the ladder with locks. I'm sure they'll have the other doors locked as well." Janelle exhaled. "We tried, Pax. We tried. But it wasn't enough," she responded. "Not just that," said Janelle. While I made my trip by the smelter, I overheard Counselor Hege and Professor Ansel talking. We're leaving in a week. All the boomers in the region have been tagged. Our work is done. But how can we just leave while someone's still killing boomers? Asked Pax, exasperated. I also heard they're sending in a team from the city on an airship. The winds are due to die down for a few days, giving them this rare opportunity. I guess Counselor Hege is finally taking her responsibilities seriously. Either way, it won't be our problem soon, said Janelle with a hollow stare. After the news they would be leaving, Pax could barely pay attention in class. She watched the tracker like a nurse tending a terminal patient, scrolling through the little red dots that signaled the location of each boomer they'd tagged. Every time a dot didn't move for more than a few minutes, her heart palpitated, and her palms grew sweaty, but then the boomer would move. It had probably been drinking from a pond or chewing leaves from a tree, and she could breathe again. With no more boomers to tag, Pietra and her Phoenix Corp agents were always in Lufterpost, breaking down their gear. For the journey back to the portal, they would be taking the airship, which would allow them to haul the gear and school equipment over the Cloud Hills. The big black containers were stacked in the yard. Once the airship arrived, they'd have to carry them to the bridge to nowhere. On this particular day, Pietra was reviewing the techniques they'd learned. They sat in a big circle in the common room. The experienced hunter was unencumbered by the normal accoutrements of her craft, lounging in black pants and a turquoise tank top that showed off her muscled arms. I'll give you a challenging one, said Pietra, dark eyes glinting with pleasure. Let's say you're in a high desert region, hiking with minimal gear, and you spot a manticore on a ridge that's clearly seen you. What do you do? Janelle nudged Pax with the toe of her boot, but she was barely paying attention to the discussion. Her eyes were glued to the tracker. Pax, said Janelle, a half-grin lurking. This one is right up your alley. There's something wrong, muttered Pax. Janelle leaned over, smirking, a rare moment of levity. Yeah, you're about to be attacked by a manticore. Since she'd woken up, Pax had been scrolling through the dots constantly, because there were many of them that were no longer moving. She'd thought there had to be a glitch. When the repeater got unsynced, the whole screen would freeze, making it appear that the boomers weren't moving until it would catch up, and then all the dots would teleport to a new location. Pax kept waiting for the refresh, but in her gut, she knew this was different. While many dots weren't moving, others were, and she hadn't seen a glitch where only part of the screen was stuck. It wasn't until she realized that some of the dots that had been moving were no longer doing so, that she knew something was very wrong. They're dying, she blurted out much louder than she intended. The entire class turned to look at her. Pietra, not understanding, chuckled. The point is for you to survive the manticore. I assumed you'd have some great ideas for us from your experiences at the zoo. Or is the tracker more interesting than my class? Yes, I mean no. I'm sorry, said Pax, holding up the tracker. The boomers, almost all of them around the settlement, are dead, even the ones that migrated here from the Eastern Valley. I thought there was a glitch this morning, but I've seen 3 more stop moving since I've been watching. Not everyone had their tracker on them, but those that did pulled theirs out, studying them intently. Hunter Pietra wordlessly crossed the room and gathered behind Pax, who scrolled through the region. Here's number 43, said Pax, highlighting the dot with her finger. If we look at the location data, it hasn't moved in the last 5 hours. Now number 15 hasn't moved since last night. I've gone through most of them. It looks like it started yesterday afternoon. Pax studied Pietra's reaction as she covered her open mouth in horror, but there was something more, a recognition that made her clamp her lips shut and look away into the distance. Class dismissed, said Pietra gravely. I need to talk to Professor Ansel. Pax followed Pietra as she rushed from the room. You know who's behind the killings, said Pax as she caught up outside the building. Her friends arrived behind her. It's Bent, isn't it? Pietra spun around, looking mentally disheveled. She glanced briefly at Pax before looking back to the black cases in the yard. No, said Pietra, shaking her head but appearing unsure. I don't think so. She burst away again, finding Professor Ansel in the makeshift laboratory, placing glassware in cushioned boxes for travel. Pietra frowned at Pax and her friends, who lurked at the doorway but spoke quickly. "It happened," said Pietra. "They struck before the guardians came." The professor froze, then carefully set down the jar he was holding before adjusting his round glasses. "I see." "Wait," asked Pax. "You two knew this might happen. Why didn't you do something?" Pietra spun around, facing Pax. The older hunter's jaw pulsed with anger. "You think we just blindly allow the murder of these creatures? We've been working on this problem since the first killing, but quietly, so we might flush out the culprits. It's not like we can guard them forever. But you've been running around making noise and forcing their hand before we could stop them. They probably sped things up when you two numbskulls decided to take down the repeater." "Did you not think there would be backup equipment?" asked Pietra, angrily jabbing her finger at Pax. "Better than sitting on our asses and doing nothing," said Pax. "How do we even know you're not a part of it? Maybe your inaction has been part of the plan all along. It was your tagging that even made it possible for the boomers to be so easily murdered." Professor Ansel cleared his throat as he stepped forward. "And it was your techniques, Miss Nygaard, for how to safely trank the boomers that gave the perpetrators a way to kill them without the need for magical ability and explosives." "That's not true," said Pax. "Of course it is," said Professor Ansel as he pulled off his round glasses and cleaned them with the edge of his shirt. "Think about the change from killing them with explosives to finding boomers fallen over dead. That changed after you perfected the technique." Janelle stepped forward, fists at her sides. "Now wait a fucking second, you can't possibly be blaming this on Pax." "I'm not blaming it on her." "Not in the least bit," said Professor Ansel reluctantly. "The blame clearly lies with the ones who are doing this, but I'm just pointing out that not everything is as clear-cut as she would like. I believe I've heard your friends utter the phrase bovum sine pax. Not everything needs to be so loud and visible. Rushing into everything can sometimes be a detriment." "Okay," said Liam, "then what have you two done?" "Ansel, we don't have time for this," said Pietra angrily. The professor gestured towards the 4 students. "I don't think we have a choice. In the 3 years they've been members of this hall, they've showed a clear disregard for following the rules or listening to their professors." "Fine," said Pietra, crossing her arms and leaning against the table. "But make this quick." "From the very beginning," said Professor Ansel with an exasperated sigh, "we've known that there was talk of expanding the magesteel trade. The official policy of the 100 halls is that we welcome the return of this valuable material for use, but Patron Adele was concerned about what that meant. While the cataclysm has many causes, the strip mining of the Cloud Hills is one reason. The linkage between the various species and the ore isn't completely understood, but we know that these species are important to a healthy ecology. The solution of tagging the boomers so they could be studied and protected while keeping the miners safe was a worthy solution to the region's dilemma. Hunter Santos has been returning to the forest at night, tracking the perpetrators, but unfortunately they have evaded her attempts at discovering them," said the professor. Pietra punched a fist into an open hand. "They shouldn't be able to avoid me. Whoever it is, it's like they know how I operate. They must have an experienced mage on their side." "Another reason that it's bent," said Pax. "I saw him use magic." Ansel sighed. "While I don't have a reason to say that he doesn't have access to phase, I remind you that Patron Adele has vouched for him." "The patron isn't always correct," said Pax. "No," said Professor Ansel, "but in this case I believe her. As for our other solutions, I stole the arsenic from the smelter so that it couldn't be used for poisoning the boomers. I can assure you that it's safe in a hidden location. And we've worked with Counselor Hega on the political side of things. She's the one that organized the guardians that will keep the boomers safe after we're gone." "But those guardians are too late," said Jae Yong. "Unfortunately, you are correct," said Professor Ansel, looking quite deflated. "Then what are you going to do?" asked Pax, still stinging from the professor's comments. "I'm headed into the valley to see if I can find out who's doing this," said Pietra. Even if we can't reverse what they've already done, if we know who's behind it, it'll help Counselor Hege keep them from profiting politically. What about your team? Asked Professor Ansel. Pietra rubbed her forehead. I gave them the day off. They're fishing at that stream you all have been raving about. The four of us can at least cover some ground. Let us help you, said Pax. No, absolutely not, said Pietra. You're good hunters, I'll give you that, but you're not dealing with dangerous critters anymore but people. None of you would stand a chance against someone with a gun. Professor Ansel nodded. I have to agree with Hunter Santos. If we were dealing with boomers or chompers, I would allow you to help, but things have changed. I'm going to ask that all students stay in Lufterpost until the airship arrives. Pax started to argue, but Janelle grabbed her hand and pulled her from the room. Pietra stormed past them, headed to her quarters while they huddled together. They stared into each other's eyes, jaws tight with thought. Pax bounced on her heels as she waited for someone to speak. We're going out there, right? Asked Pax, waving her hands. The serious demeanors fractured into grins. Jae-young put a knowing hand on her shoulder, shooting her a wink. We wouldn't want to tarnish your well-earned reputation. Chapter 21. The five of them headed into the valley by the South Trail. They had a clear view all the way down, as the heavy winds kept the mists away, only faint wisps hanging between the trees like forgotten ghosts. Janelle gave them an elixir for stamina and sensory enhancement, keeping back the really good stuff until they needed it. After studying the tracker all morning, Pax thought their best bet to discover the culprits lay near the mine, where the few remaining boomers in the region were alive. If I follow the way the dots stopped moving, I think there are 4, maybe 5 teams moving through the valley killing boomers, said Pax as she stumbled behind Janelle, studying the tracker. If we can reach this boomer about 6 miles south, we might be able to prevent its killing and learn who's behind it. Liam yelled over his shoulder. Does anyone else find it suspicious that Pietra's team wasn't in the settlement today? I can't believe you suspect her, said Janelle, since you can't stop drooling whenever you're near. I don't see it, said Pax. Pietra and her team were always accounted for during the other deaths. But then how did the technique for luring boomers get to the people who are doing it? Countered Liam. Pax had no answer. It had always been a consideration, even if she didn't want it to be true. She liked Pietra, despite her corporate connection. I still think it's bent, said Pax under her breath. About halfway to the southern boomer location, Jae-young slowed and craned his neck. Did the forest just get really quiet? Pax nearly ran into Janelle, pulling up short, looking around. It took a moment to recognize the absence of wind. It stopped, said Janelle, looking up. The wind just died. Which means the airship will be able to reach us in a few days, said Liam. Jae-young gestured into the trees, where white wisps already formed. Not before the fog does. Got another dial on this elixir? Asked Pax. Without the boomers, the chompers are restless. Don't want to run into a pack of them in the fog. Not worried about the chompers, said Liam, frowning. The idea that they might be running against the agents was on all their minds. If Nadia saw them first, there would be nothing they could do against her sniper rifle. Without the wind, the mist closed in quickly, filling the spaces between the trees with a pale shield that left the world muted. Are boomers still alive? Asked Janelle. So far, but we should hurry, replied Pax. With Callie in the lead, they reached the location of the boomer in short order, stopping when they were a few hundred feet out. They crouched behind a tree, huddled in a circle. Now what? Asked Janelle from her heels. Pax checked the tracker. The boomer is down this ridge, moving slowly. How are we supposed to protect it? Asked Liam. Spread out around it, like a net. And hope we see them before they see us, said Pax. Just be quick with your marks, said Jae-young. Pax took the wide ridge on the far side since Callie could help detect creatures in the fog, but every snap of a twig or crush of a leaf on the way across sounded like a gunshot in her ears. They passed a few dozen feet from the boomer. It was grazing on a yellow bean tree, stripping the delicious leaves from the branches with a single bite. The boomer snorted once, acknowledging that it was aware of their presence. They climbed a rocky slope that meandered into the next section of hills, but they stayed near the valley floor level. The fog made seeing past about 30 feet impossible, but Callie kept her appraised of the smaller critters scampering through the forest. During the wait, her mind gravitated back to the painting on the canyon wall. The circle had been broken, and now they would pay the price. It seemed appropriate that the fog had returned, and maybe that's why the Danirians associated it with ghosts. Someone approaches. Callie crouched on the rocky ridge, pointing her muzzle towards the north. Her hackles bristled. Pax slipped down the slope, pressing her chest against the damp earth. Ahead in the mist, a figure moved, their features blurred by the blanket of whiteness. Janelle's elixir did a wonder for her senses, but it couldn't penetrate the fog. Slowly, the figure came into view. The long black quill-like appendages clearly marked them as a Danirian, but Pax couldn't get a good look at the face. She didn't see a weapon, but Pax wasn't about to rush into danger without knowing if anyone else was around, and how they might be armed. As the Danirian moved perpendicular, Pax noted a long pole on its shoulder. The Danirian was craning its neck towards the trees, clearly looking for a good spot to lure the boomer. It would be easy to foil the attempt. Callie could spook the boomer, and maybe Pax could sneak up and knock out the Danirian when they were coming down the tree. She was so intent on the intruder ahead, Pax didn't hear the soft crush of leaves until Callie warned her. Behind. Pax rolled over in time to see a black-clad Agent Lyman staring down the sights of a semi-automatic rifle from 30 feet away, a grin slowly spreading across his face. Chapter 22. The spray of bullets ripped up the ground next to Pax as she rolled out of the way. Lyman screamed as Callie invaded his mind. He blasted the ridge indiscriminately before reaching to his hip. Pax heard the grenade land against the rocks and burst to her feet. Run, Callie. They threw themselves down the slope as the explosion ripped through the trees, sending shrapnel over their tumbling bodies. Pax landed in a sticker bush, a thorn jabbed right through the flesh between her forefinger and thumb. The fog and the rocky valley echoed with shouts and gunfire. The boomer roared somewhere nearby. Is he near? Whispered Pax, crouched next to her companion, who'd flipped back onto her feet after the fall. Leaving. Both of them? Yes. Any others? No. Knowing Lyman and his Danirian companion were gone, Pax dared a shout. I'm over here, she said, hoping that it wouldn't draw the boomer, and soon enough, her friends stumbled out of the fog, wild-eyed and looking in all directions for danger. They're gone, said Pax, grimacing from the thorn still in her hand. Who's gone? Asked Liam. Pax, exclaimed Janelle, drawn towards the injury. What happened? Agent Lyman threw a grenade at us, said Pax. I wasn't really looking where I threw myself. Agent Lyman? Wait. Are you sure? I thought he was dead, said Liam. 100% careful, said Pax, sucking on her teeth as Janelle wiggled the thorn. He had me dead center, but thankfully I have Callie. Sorry, just seeing how stuck it is. But I think I'm just gonna have to yank it, said Janelle, then pausing, looked up from the injury. They must have faked his death, said Pax. We attended a funeral for an empty grave, said Liam. Jae-Yong crossed his arms, which had a hint of oily black across the skin. There was definitely a body in there. When everyone looked at him, he added, I have a really good sense of smell. Could have been anyone that might have died, maybe that miner that was first killed by a boomer, said Janelle. Which means Pietra is dirty, said Liam despondently. Maybe not, said Pax, but probably. She wasn't there the day they faked his death. But we have to assume that she might know. It definitely means that her agents were in on it. They're probably part of the other teams. Shit. I really liked Nadia, said Janelle, then looked up, gripping the thorn. You ready? No, but do it, said Pax, gritting her teeth. The thorn was lodged between her muscle and bone. Janelle tugged once to make Pax flinch, and then as soon as she relaxed, yanked it hard. Ouch, said Pax, stomping away as she held her thornless hand. When she crouched on her heels, Callie came forward and licked away the blood until Pax could catch her breath again. Thank you, Dr. Callie, but I need to put some ointment and bandages on it, said Janelle. Keep an eye out for Lyman, Pax said, nudging her chin towards the forest. The fox-like creature disappeared into the fog. A few minutes later, Pax had a fresh bandage wrapped around her hand, but the injury still stung. We finally have our answer, said Liam. Now what? I don't think they'll come back, but we don't know if they'll continue hunting boomers right now, said Pax. I heard the Danirian talking on a radio after the shooting stopped. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but the message of warning was clear, said Jae Young. That means they know, said Pax. If Pietra's not dirty, then she's walking into a trap, said Liam, rubbing the back of his neck. We should get back to Lufterpost to tell Professor Ansel, said Pax. They moved at a brisk pace, but not full out like they could run for fear that they might encounter the highly armed and trained agents. The fog was both a blessing and a curse, but at least Pax felt comfort that there would be no sudden sniper shots, at least not while they were in the foggy forest. The mood changed about a mile after they left the southern boomer. Callie warned Pax and she warned her friends. A pack of chompers crossed their path, tromping through the undergrowth, wetness on their wide mouths. They found a bloody tunic along the path, with a crushed shortwave radio in the grass. The Danirian with Lyman had been caught by a pack of chompers. Nice of Lyman to protect his friend, said Liam. Unless they were split up, said Jae Young. They're even more aggressive than before, said Janelle. Pax poked the plastic radio parts with her shoe. Between the fog and the lack of boomers, there's nothing to hold them back. I hope the chompers don't climb steep hills too well. As soon as she said it, Janelle snapped her head around. Their eyes met. Pax's gut twisted not once but twice until she felt sick. Oh no, said Pax. The painting, said Janelle with a heavy sigh. That's the third image. What is? Asked Liam. Ah, said Pax grimly. That's why the old walls were there. She explained what Jitta had told them about the ghosts and the worries of the Danirian workers. We need to get back to the settlement, said Pax. This is getting worse by the moment. With Callie's guidance, they managed to avoid the larger packs of chompers roaming through the fog, while smaller groups were easily chased away with a few well-placed stuns, but everything changed when they neared the trail that took them up to Lufterpost. Invictus hairy butthole, whispered Janelle as she peered around a thick yellow bean tree. There must be dozens of chompers. Look over there, said Jae Young, his voice echoing the horror they all felt as he gestured to the base of the slope, where a group of chompers were circled around eating. I hope it's nobody we know. Jitta traveled frequently between the settlement and the mine, but Pax didn't want to risk the chompers to learn the identity of the corpse, if enough was even left for examination. The sounds of bones crunching and wet sloppy eating reached them through the damp fog. How are we getting through? Asked Pax. We're faster than they are, said Liam. I'll take the lead, hit 'em with stuns, don't stop until we've reached the peak. Oh fun, I love running up steep hills, said Pax. Think how much harder it'll be for our stubby-legged friends, said Liam severely. Everyone ready? Wait, said Janelle. Won't this lead the chompers up to the settlement? No one spoke for a moment. Got a better idea? Asked Liam. I have a feeling they'll be headed that way eventually. With all the boomers dead, they're gonna get hungry, and they look like they're packing on more weight. No one disagreed. Liam held up his hand and gave them a starting count with his fingers before taking off at a sprint at the chompers near the path. Pax took the final spot since she was the worst with marks, keeping Callie right behind her. She could only see Janelle's back as they sprinted forward, the cool fog and trees rushing past her. Liam's first stun sent the chompers into a frenzy. Pax could only hear the shouts of exhaled magic, the thud of bodies, and the nearby chompers crashing through the trees towards them. Pax ran past 3 beasties lying on their sides with twitching feet, as other chompers appeared on both sides, drawn by the motion. She was so focused on her surroundings, she missed a tree root and it knocked her tumbling. The world somersaulted over her head, but with her supernaturally honed reflexes and the training on the tumbler, she dipped her shoulder and rolled forward, landing back on her feet without losing much momentum. A group of chompers had gathered at the base of the path, but Liam and Jae Young blasted a way through. Before Pax knew it, she was ascending the hill, her legs pumping like demons with Callie at her side. Normally the hike took 30 minutes from base to peak, but they managed it in less than 10, sweat rolling off their faces and arms, bursting into the Lufterpost Commons after checking no chompers were directly behind. They'd been so focused on the escape, they hadn't thought about who they might encounter in the settlement. The sight of two black-clad Phoenix Corp agents froze Pax and her friends. Agents Nadia and Rick were looking equally disheveled, as if they'd recently ascended the other side of the hill at great pace. They wielded semi-automatics at a distance of 100 feet, giving them the clear advantage. The initial pause gave Pax hope that their assessment of the others had been incorrect, but that brief impression was dashed when Agent Rick shifted his weapon from his hip, pointing the muzzle in their direction. Chapter 23. No one moved as the two sides faced each other down. It felt like a poorly written western to Pax, since the other side had guns while they only had short-range magic. Callie's hackles rose and she growled but made no motion forward. "Anyone have a way to reach them without getting shot?" said Liam under his breath and without moving his lips. "Not at this distance," said Janelle. The two agents were speaking quietly to each other, and even with her elixir-aided hearing, Pax couldn't make it out. "Can Callie blind them so we can cross the yard?" asked Jae-young. "Was I the only one who just ran up this hill in nothing flat, because we had to avoid a hungry pack of chompers?" Pax sighed, then stepped forward, hands up, yelling so the agents could hear them clearly. "Why do you have your gun pointed at us?" Agent Rick shouted back. "Why did you attack Lyman?" Agent Nadia elbowed him in the ribs. "How can we attack a dead guy?" asked Pax. "And he tried to kill me, first with his gun, then with a grenade. We were just there to figure out who was killing the boomers. But now we know it was you and some friendly Danirians. How much are they paying you?" The question visibly stung the two agents. Rick prepared to shout back, but Nadia pushed the muzzle of his weapon away from them. She spoke quietly to her companion before stepping forward, matching Pax's hands-up position. "Not enough for straight-up murder," said Agent Nadia. "And not when we have bigger problems below the settlement." A heat rose in Pax's chest. "Murder? You can murder boomers, but you draw the line at people?" A whole host of angry arguments went through her mind. She wanted to lean into her rage, let it wash over her as she let the agents know what she thought of them, but the admonishments from Hunter Santos and Professor Ansel, mocking the Bovum Sina Pax title that her friends had given her, convinced her she shouldn't rush into headlong danger for once. Pax glanced back at her friends. She'd promised to keep her friends safe. The boomers were already dead. She didn't want her friends to join them just because of her lack of control. "A truce," offered Pax. "I think we're going to need everyone once the chompers decide to make the climb." Agent Nadia checked back with Rick, who gave a reluctant nod and shifted his weapon to his back. The two sides crossed the yard. The students and the agents had spent months working together, tracking and tagging boomers, but that cooperation had been shattered by the betrayal. The tall, dark-haired agent would hardly meet Pax's gaze, instead gesturing to the settlement. "Have you seen any of the Danirians?" asked Nadia. "Aren't you working with them?" asked Liam. He explained what they'd found after the fight with Lyman. Nadia and Rick shared a glance. "None from the settlement. We didn't meet them until a few days ago." "Where are they now?" asked Jae-young. "Once we started seeing chompers everywhere, they got spooked and made a run for it rather than coming here," said Agent Nadia. "I'm beginning to think they made the better choice," said Agent Rick. Pax was about to ask where the other students were at when Professor Ansel, followed by the rest of the class, appeared from the nearby buildings. The professor went right up to Nadia, his lips bunched with anger. He adjusted his glasses before demanding, "What is going on? Where's Pietra? Where are the rest of the Danirians?" Agent Nadia bit her lower lip, gaze askance. "I don't know where Pietra is. We thought she was here, but you'll have to get the rest of the story from them." The two agents started to walk away, but Pax stopped them. "Is Pietra a part of it?" Agent Nadia shook her head, then continued to the other side of the yard, which allowed Pax's chest to untighten. She'd been afraid Pietro was dirty. Professor Ansel and the rest of the class hung on the silence until Pax gave a brief explanation of what they'd learned on their trip, including the agent's role in the killings, the painting on the canyon wall, and what that meant for the chompers. Professor Ansel appeared particularly wounded by the news that the agents they'd been working with the entire year had been the ones behind the killings, while the students seemed less surprised. Pax wondered if her fellow students had less trust of corporations, or if Professor Ansel had spent too much time at Golden Willow. But where are the Danirians? No one is here? Asked Brianna. They went to the mine, I think, said Pax. The old stories of Cataclysm included this place getting completely wiped out. I think we know how it happened. It's happening again, said Janelle. And we get a front row seat to the action. We need to put up a defense. The old wall still stands in most places, said Pax. Can we trust them? Asked Brianna, gesturing towards the agents. We're going to have to, said Liam. The airship doesn't get here until tomorrow. The chatter rose until the two agents returned, and everyone fell silent. Professor Ansel cleared his throat suddenly as if he realized he should be in charge, but knew he was ill-prepared for the responsibility. We should fall back to our main building. We can defend the structure better than the hilltop, said the professor. If we do that, said Nadia, we're giving up our escape routes and ability to move around the settlement. There are 3 main trails that lead up here, and you have 13 students with magical abilities plus me and Rick. That should be enough to defend the choke points. That's going to put a lot of people in danger, said the professor, his voice breaking with emotion. We should keep to the main building. It's the safest location. What about Pietra? Asked Pax. Don't we need to keep the hilltop clear so she can return? Or Lucia, said Agent Rick. Why would we care about her? Asked Jae Young, snarling, his skin showing an oily shine. You guys were the ones who did this. Agent Rick puffed out his chest. You'll care if you want our help. Your help? Responded Jae Young incredulously. You guys should be begging us for our help. We could hole up in the building and let you sorry suckers die. Rick marched forward until Nadia grabbed his arm, yanking him back. Hey man, JY, cool it, said Liam, putting a hand on his shoulder. I mean, I don't like these assholes, but we need to work together if we're going to survive this. So are we guarding the walls or the building? Asked Brianna. Walls, said Nadia at the same time the professor said building. Great, said Brianna, throwing up her hands dramatically. We're all gonna die now and I've never been kissed before. Janelle scrunched up her face. Wait, Bri, you were making out with Pharrell just last night and Jackson 2 days ago. Let's focus on the do not die part please, said Brianna. Which means we need a decision. Walls or building? Neither Nadia or the professor seemed prepared to budge, so Liam said, let Pax decide. Wait, what? Asked Pax. Why would you have me decide? Let's face it, said Liam. You know the animal world better than anyone. We've got to survive up here for another day, and give Pietra and that other agent a chance to return. Plus, you were the crazy one that saved Professor Cassius from the dragon salamanders, and figured out how to deal with the boomers. Pax had always thought of the events from last year as another example of her reckless behavior, but the way everyone looked at her with the expectation that she should be the one to make the call left her completely terrified. She wanted to tell them she was a complete mess and could barely make it through childhood, or wax on about the bad thing and how she couldn't be trusted with such responsibility, but the truth was she knew Liam was right. As brilliant as Professor Ansel was with his craft, their current circumstances were not his strength, and Agent Nadia, while formidable in her own right, was not a hunter. If Pietra had been there, the question of leadership would have been clear, but without her. I guess we have to first consider how the chompers will act, said Pax, starting slowly as she walked away to erase the feeling of so many people watching her think. The sun warmed her shoulders, beaded sweat on her forehead. She closed her eyes, imagined the chompers in the forest, and channeled their hunger, their rage. There was a component of the pheromones, the link between the boomers and the chompers and the ore, as if, rather than developing through natural selection, the system had been designed this way. They won't come up here during the day, she said quicker, spinning around. Too hot for their chunky bodies, especially after that climb. They're mostly nocturnal. Mostly. But really it's the heat, and once it gets dark and the air cools they'll come up here. They won't come up here, said Agent Rick dismissively. They have shit sense of smell. I bet only a few of those dumb fuckers bother with the hike. You're wrong. Why else would they be gathered at the base of the hill, in such numbers? And the walls? The words triggered memories. The stories the Danirians had told. They've done it before. Look at the walls. They didn't fall down. They were rammed. No offense, Rick, but I'm going to listen to her, said Nadia. If we're wrong, then we stood guard for nothing, no harm in that. There was something else. A tantalizing clue to their nature Pax was missing, but Agent Rick had disrupted her thinking, and now with so many eyes upon her it was lost. We need to block the parts of the walls that have fallen down. Assume that they'll try to get in through everywhere. Block the paths too, not that it'll keep them from trying to barge in, said Pax. There are masonry blocks behind the smelter, said Jackson. We probably don't have time for mortar, but it'll slow 'em down. Great, said Pax. Anyone else? Actually, forget that. Pharrell, can you and the other fourth years scour the settlement, looking for anything that can be used to fill in the gaps in the walls? I can help, said Janelle. No, said Pax, I need you and the professor to mix elixirs. Whatever you think will help us get through the night. We'll get right on it, said Janelle, saluting before hurrying off. The professor blinked, adjusted his glasses, then disappeared after her. What about us? Asked Nadia. We need eyes on the paths. Not just eyes, but scout down them a ways, look for choke points we can block with traps or anything to stop them. Do you have explosives? Asked Pax. Nadia and Rick shared a glance before she nodded. A little. Lyman had most of it. We'll do what we can. Break up in teams, said Pax. Nadia and Liam. Brian Jackson. J.Y. and Rick. Jae-Young screwed up his face at the pairing, but she figured that Agent Rick was the most likely candidate to go rogue, and he was best prepared for sniffing out his treachery if it came to that. What about you two? Asked Nadia. I need to think. There's something about the link between the boomers and the chompers and the ore that I'm missing, said Pax, rubbing her right temple with her fingertips. Pax went on a walk around the settlement. The sun was warm on her back. Callie was panting, and she might have complained about the heat if it weren't the only thing keeping the chompers in the valley. Pax wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, continuing around the smelter, which stunk of metallics and raw earth. The clank of machinery drew her inside to find Counselor Hega in a soot-stained tunic loading chunks of coal into a furnace. The tall Danirian arched forward with a shovel, lifting it easily with her surprisingly strong frame. Counselor Hega, I'm sorry, I didn't expect anyone to be here. I thought everyone had gone to the mine, said Pax. The Danirian woman leaned on her shovel, clearly worn out from the solo effort. You are Pax, said Counselor Hega, not really a question, a statement of fact that came with creasing of the eyes, a judgment. Where's your companion? Callie stayed outside. It was too hot for her, you know, all that fur. Pax cleared her throat uncomfortably when Hega stared back silently. Why did you stay when the others left? They should not have left. The settlement is my responsibility, and if the nascent magrithril bath is allowed to cool prematurely, then it will not have the final properties required, rendering it worthless. Thus I labor alone, said Counselor Hega. You're not worried about the chompers, I mean the Altus bigger, asked Pax. Sweat rolled from the back of Counselor Hage's head, dripping from the quill-like appendages as she stared out the tinted windows. The mantle of responsibility was heavy upon her shoulders, and a sea of thoughts roiled beneath her brow. When she looked back to Pax, a pang of fear rang through her, but it passed quickly. The counselor had a reputation as a firm leader, one who got what she wanted, and that moment in her gaze was instructive for Pax. I worry more about what the council would think if I abandoned my post and let the magesteel trade fail, said Counselor Hega. Forgive me for asking, but I thought you were opposed to the magesteel trade, asked Pax. Counselor Hega snorted derisively. And you think that absolves me of my duties? I am not like the wind, flinging myself across the hilltops at the first sign of danger. Her jaw pulsed and her eyes burned through Pax. Once Danirians have reached consensus, we follow through, even if we disagree. I'm very sorry, said Pax. I shouldn't have implied. No, you shouldn't have, said Counselor Hega severely. The reason I came in here when I saw you was to tell you that we're setting up defenses around the settlement. Traps, barricades, anything we can do to stop the chompers. When it's night and it gets cool, they'll come up here. I think that's what happened before during the cataclysm, said Pax. There was a twitch at the corner of Counselor Hage's lips, before she turned back to the pile of coal, filling her shovel with a load of the black lumps. Was it agreement? Derision? Pax couldn't tell. Do what you must. I will be tending the fires, said Counselor Hega without turning back. Outside, Pax breathed in the fresh air. The heat in the smelter had gone right through her clothes. A bead of sweat broke free and slid down her spine, making her shiver. Pax shook her head, admonishing herself for bringing up the cataclysm to the Danirian counselor. Of course she knew about it, but the event weighed on Pax's mind. The cataclysm had been devastating to the Daniran civilization, completely remaking them into an agrarian society with technology no more advanced than pre-industrial age. This settlement was a rare allowance of technology, but only because the magesteel trade would present other opportunities. Pax didn't completely buy the story, but since she didn't know the intricacies of Danirian politics, she decided she'd probably never know. The rest of the settlement was alive with activity. A group of fourth years hurried past with wheelbarrows full of masonry bricks, while the two agents and her friends were digging into the black cases that had been packed away, pulling out wire and trigger plates for traps and other dangerous surprises. Their industry brought her hope and pride, the feeling that they would be okay. They were a group of trained hunters and a pair of agents in a hilltop settlement with a defensive wall. Pax was certain that the Danirians had made a mistake leaving for the mine. Whatever their superstitions, having good walls was better than the steep stripped slopes of the mine, and if the heat continued unabated into the night, then maybe the chompers wouldn't come after them at all. As if the sky was punishing her for her hubris, a rumble of thunder bounced across the hilltops, drawing her eye to the northwest, where towering bruise-purple clouds gathered. A storm was on its way. Maybe the storm will go north, Pax remarked to Callie, who was cleaning her paw, seemingly oblivious to the incoming dangers. A thread of lightning reached across the sky, forcing Pax to squint at the flash. Even within the minute that she'd watched the storm, it had advanced, marching across the hills, headed their way. Or maybe not. Chapter 24. The sun set like it had every other day, and normally its passage went unnoted, but today everyone in the settlement watched it slip below the horizon like a condemned man watched the clock. When it was gone, Pax sensed a tightening of moods. Laughter was brief, and followed by an embarrassed clearing of the throat. The fog rose in the valley, filling it like a cup, until it had climbed to the edges of the walls, threatening to spill over. Despite the ominous mood, Pax was confident. The gaps had been filled, weak sections were reinforced with timbers, and lights shone on the paths which had been cunningly but obviously trapped. They didn't want Pietra or the other agent to make it all the way to the settlement, and then die by their defenses, so they made sure the devices were easy to spot. To ensure no chompers slipped past their defenses, Janelle took to the stack. Nadia constructed a harness so Janelle could keep her hands free, while she provided overwatch on the settlement, and used the walkie-talkies for checking back with guards at each trail. The students had each been given 2 elixirs, one which they drank immediately, a long-lasting potion that would keep them alert and awake. The second was to be taken if, and probably when, the fighting started. The student housing was the fallback position, so Professor Ansel set up the infirmary in the lower level. They could pile tables and other furniture in front of the doors if necessary, but Pax hoped it wouldn't come to that. The first chomper showed up about an hour and a half after sunset. It was smallish, ribs showing against its gray lumpy skin, clearly driven to the climb by hunger. The stubbed tail with a bloody end suggested that the fighting below was fierce, or at least had been a struggle for this particular chomper. Its end was quick as the chomper stepped into a strangulation trap, which cinched around its neck and tightened the more it struggled. Pax watched the chomper's end, the grunts and foot scrapes booming in her ear. She could feel Callie's hunger, a hole in her gut opened by the hypersenses as the chomper met its untimely end. When it was finished, Agent Rick and Jae Yong dragged the body behind the wall. "One down," said Brianna brightly. "If they're all like that, this should be easy, 'cause how many chompers can there really be?" "Thousands," said Nadia grimly. "If you look hard enough, you can always find one." Each trail was guarded by a rotating group of at least 3. Those not at the wall were given a chance to eat, use the bathroom, or take a nap, not that Pax thought there was a chance in hell that she could rest. Over the next 2 hours, chompers ascended the hill in 1s and 2s. None of them posed a challenge. Not even a single bullet was spent, as one of the students would stun them to be dispatched clinically with a knife. Given Callie's abilities, Pax wasn't assigned to a trail post. They made the rounds, checking the makeshift barriers for attempted break-ins. Outside of the trails, the hillside was a steep, rocky climb, covered in gnarly bushes, but a patient or lost chomper might find their way. When Pax traveled by the east trail, she found Liam slashing through the empty air with a long pole that had a blade attached to the end. Jackson and one of the 4th years were sitting on crates near the wall, idly checking back with Liam's progress while keeping their focus on the path. "Make that all by yourself?" said Pax with a smirk. Liam spun the pole in one hand expertly, before resting it on his shoulder. "I carry something similar when I'm on the trail back home," said Liam. "Jackson helped me enchant the blade to stay connected to the pole." "Is that really going to stab through that thick chomper hide?" asked Pax. "Grab one of those brickle fruits and toss it in the air towards me," said Liam, striking a cocky pose. A basket contained the blue-green fruit. She pulled one out, hefting it in one hand. "You ready for this?" she asked. "Always." Pax glanced over her shoulder as if she'd heard something, then lobbed the brickle fruit directly at him. In a smooth motion, Liam rotated his body, extending the polearm blade out. The fruit landed on the ground in 2 halves, the pinkish interior showing, which immediately drew Callie's interest. She was quickly munching down on the sweet fruit while Liam preened. "I guess if the chompers have a good brickle fastball, then you're good," she said with a wink. He returned a smile that didn't reach his eyes. They were supposed to be the hunters, but now they were stationed behind a wall while thousands of chompers milled below. "We'll be good," she said. "Of course," he said, the twitch in his lip betraying his nervousness. She felt it as well. The knot right below the breastbone, as if she'd eaten something she couldn't quite swallow. Yet it also felt apart from her. Pax wasn't sure if that was her connection to Callie, or her years of working with supernatural animals. "Liam." Jackson's voice was calm, but had an intensity that required immediate response. They joined their fellow 3rd year at the wall. The fog was thin for the first 20 feet down the path, then thickened, a blank white hole ringed with the yellow-green leaves of trees. Pax heard growling before she saw the first chomper. A hefty one, probably weighing 150, had snarled away a competitor. Its wide mouth looked like it could fit a basketball without a problem. The creature ambled out of the fog on stocky legs like a stout bulldog. The hairs on the back of her neck were at full attention. The air had grown cooler, a brief shifting of leaves as the storm slid closer. A stab of lightning punctuated the sky, drawing the gaze upward, but only for a moment because the first chomper was joined by 3 more, and though the fog made sight difficult beyond 30 feet, she could sense more gathering below. The radio next to Jackson crackled to life with Janelle's voice. "Chompers at south and east walls, wait, make that west too. It looks like they've finally joined the party," she said. As she stared over the wall of crates that formed the barrier between them and the growing number of chompers, Pax's confidence about their preparations evaporated like tears on a hot stone. "We should have dug pits and blocked over the openings completely," she muttered. "What?" asked Liam by her side, his voice cracking with concern. Merlin's tits, there's so many of them, said the fourth year Simon. The path was packed with chompers, sniffing and growling. A shot rang out on the other side of the settlement. Jackson flinched. Shouts followed as marks were being used. Should we hit them with a stun? Or a flame spray or something? Asked Simon, holding his hands up as he danced on his heels. I wish we had one of the agents over here, said Jackson. Liam stepped to the edge of the crates. If you know a splashier spell, go for it, otherwise just ready the stuns and slams. I'll stab them when they get close enough. The first chomper surged forward like a battering ram, hitting the crates before a single spell could be loosed. The speed of the creature at such short range surprised Pax. Only the reinforcing planks on the backside of the crates kept them from being knocked back, as the thick skull of the chomper crushed the wooden panels. Shayet. Koplat. A quick jab from Liam dispatched the chomper, but the use of magic seemed to send the rest of the creatures into a frenzy. Their lethargic ascent turned to chaotic sprints toward the barrier. They smashed into the wood and were knocked back. Feeling quite useless behind the three guys, Pax encouraged her companion. Can't you do something to help? Callie's whole body relaxed. Her keen gaze loosened, as if she was seeing nothing at all. On the other side of the barrier, a chomper snarled, turning on its brethren, until a melee formed as the creatures attacked each other, giving the guys a chance to reform the defense. Don't wait for them to get all the way here, said Pax. Hit them further out. The stuns and slams won't be as effective, but you'll keep them from damaging the barrier. Pain sounds from the other side of the settlement made Pax wonder if she should investigate. She grabbed the radio. Everything okay over there? Asked Pax. Brianna's response came soon after, the cracks of gunfire echoing behind her. A chomper hit the barrier, a brace snapped, went right into Pharrell's thigh. They're taking him to Ansel. Everything else okay? Asked Pax. A pause. We're holding our own, but the numbers are growing. What about you south? Asked Pax. Chompers stacked like logs, said Agent Rick, followed by a grunt and the squeals of dying chompers. With the offending chomper dead, the others turned their attention back on the barrier. Liam handed his weapon to Jackson. I hope this works, said Liam, shaking out his hands. Veins pulsed on Liam's head as he worked through it, mumbling the incantation under his breath. When he finished, he threw his hands forward, a rolling ball of flame extending out and hitting the leading chompers. An oily napalm-like firestorm splashed over the creatures, lighting them aflame, sending them into a frenzy of squeals and pain. A few chompers ran to the barrier, but Jackson and Simon were quick to knock them down with a well-placed slam. The chaos lasted half a minute, but in the aftermath, they counted 8 dead chompers, including the briefly unconscious ones on the other side of the barrier that they could reach with the bladed weapon. Nice work, said Jackson, patting Liam on the shoulder. Thanks, said Liam, his forehead covered in perspiration. Just keep doing that and we'll be fine, said Simon. Yeah, said Liam, but Pax could see how much that spell had drained him. Animalians were typically low-phase mages, which was why marks were their weapon of choice. As the next wave of chompers gathered on the path, Janelle's voice came through the radio. Now might be a good time to drink those second elixirs. Be warned, they pack a punch. A moment later, a bolt of lightning crackled directly overhead. And now might also be a good time for me to get off this metal ladder. Pax hated to lose the overwatch, but she agreed with her friend. Along with her fellow hunters, she downed the second potion, which tasted like cinnamon and cloves and burned the whole way down. Liam tapped his belly as he belched. I'm almost surprised that fire didn't come out. The nervousness that had roosted on their shoulders flew away, leaving keen focus. The elixir had panned away the dross and left gold. When the next batch of chompers came for the barrier, the 3 mages hit them with stuns and slams, stabbing any that got close. Their second defense left Pax feeling better about their chances, especially when Janelle showed up moments later. The other 2 have guns, so I figured you needed one of your own, said Janelle with a wink. Pax stayed at the east gate long enough to see Janelle launch a spell similar to Liam's, but without the visible effort. After the ball of flame sent a group of chompers squealing into the forest on fire, she blew her finger as if it were a gun, and shoved it into an imaginary holster. "I'm going to check on the walls," said Pax, gesturing to Callie, and they headed north around the settlement. The glow from the smelter remained constant, as her radio crackled from the storm and the occasional updates. During the 20-minute circuit, they killed another couple dozen chompers. Pharrell rejoined the defense after getting patched up by Ansel, and the ammo count was still in good shape. "Anything out there?" she asked Callie as they neared the end of their circuit. "Eaters, near. At the walls yet?" "No." "That's good," said Pax, but she knew that wouldn't last forever. Now that she'd seen the damage they could do hitting their barriers, she wasn't convinced the repairs they'd made would stand through the night. The next 2 hours were much the same. The defenders sustained more injuries, as the chompers sometimes made valiant assaults, slipping past defenses. Brianna withstood a charge from a chomper, which was quickly dispatched by Nadia's rifle. A piece of exploding crate went right into Simon's cheek, right below the eye, and a piece of stone broke free from a wall, dislocating Agent Rick's shoulder, but he returned to the fight as soon as Ansel reset it, grimacing whenever he fired his weapon. The chompers had completely surrounded the walls, though the ones away from the path were less aggressive. They were testing the barriers, bumping their heads against them, chewing on the wooden structures as if driven by a deep, insatiable hunger. This kept Pax and Callie in a constant hurry, as she was always afraid that the wall had been breached. Occasionally Callie was able to send them away, but their probing was becoming more insistent. The rain finally arrived as a light downpour, pattering softly on the misty leaves as the heart of the storm shifted east. Wisps of mist rose inside Lufterpost, like ghosts forming from the long-dead Danirians, who had lost the first siege so many centuries ago. Pax was wondering how long they could keep it up, when she noticed that the glow of the smelter had dimmed, as if Counselor Hega was no longer tending the fires that she'd said were so important. After the tongue-lashing she'd received, she was certain that Counselor Hega wouldn't have given up now, so Pax made a trip to the building at the center of the settlement. "Hello, Counselor Hega? It's Pax. I'm just checking to see if you're all right," she called out. The dull light from the smelter made flickering shadows. The generators in the back of the building rumbled at a low frequency. When no one answered, she whispered to Callie. "Is she here?" Her furry companion shook her head, whiskers twitching as her orange-gold eyes searched their surroundings. "Yeah, something weird's going on," said Pax. They found Counselor Hagee's soot-stained tunic at the workers' station near the furnaces, crumpled up and discarded. The radiating heat still brought beads of sweat to Pax's forehead, and Callie panted. There appeared to have been other materials stashed near the station, but they'd been taken. Had the counselor gotten greedy and taken the finished magesteel into the forest? Or had she holed up somewhere else in the settlement, preparing to ride out the attack by the chompers until the airship showed up? It took a lot of ore to make magesteel, and the counselor had a powerful frame. She could easily haul tens of pounds of magesteel, which was worth untold millions. Pax was circling back around to the door, when she heard a bump against the wall of the smelter. They quickly exited, heading along the edge of the building. Pax was thankful for her earring, which illuminated the shadows. Even without Callie's warning, she knew what she would find in the darkness. A medium-sized chomper was bumping its head against the building, as if it were trying to get in. Pax watched for a while, transfixed by its curious behavior. No one, as far as she could tell, was inside the smelter. She knew she should be worried about how the creature entered the settlement, but a deeper mystery had revealed itself, leaving her mind whirling. "They're not drawn by us," said Pax breathlessly, "but the ore." A shiver went down her spine, as if her mind was rewarding her for finally making the connection. Movement to her left, near the Danirian worker building, broke her concentration. She left the chomper, going in search of the gap in the wall. They were getting through somewhere. A crackle on the radio startled her, so she quickly turned it off, not wanting to draw the attention of the chompers until she'd found the extent of the problem. If it were just the two of them, Callie was capable of making them less noticeable. They hurried through the darkness to the northern wall. The barrier that they'd constructed from masonry bricks and timbers had been torn down, and a few chompers had wandered through, sniffing and grunting as they explored the new territory. By the dim light of her earring, Pax could see that it hadn't been the chompers that had knocked it down, as the nails had been removed with a hammer which was leaning against the wall. "Take care of these," she said to Callie, who'd already gone still with the effort of invading the chompers' minds. As the first chomper turned on its brethren with a deadly bite, Pax pulled the radio to her face, preparing to call for reinforcements before she remembered that she'd switched it off. She hunted for the small black dial, and movement by the building brought her head up as she switched it on. It was Counselor Hega. Pax's blood went cold when she noticed the tall Danirian wore dark clothing, straps, and other gear, much like the Phoenix Corporation agents. An automatic weapon hung at Counselor Hage's side, but her hands weren't on it, which seemed incongruous to Pax, as her expression was not friendly. "Callie," she whispered, but her friend was locked into the chompers, keeping them distracted with interspecies combat at the gap in the wall. As Counselor Hage's lips curled into a frown, Pax went for a stun. She saw the tall Danirian's hands move and expected her to reach for the weapon, but the familiar curl of fingers had Pax flinching even before the stun mark knocked her out cold. Chapter 25. The strain of constant phase use was like a dull hammer to the base of Janelle's skull, but she refused to acknowledge it, as a new pack of chompers formed at the gap in the path where dozens of bodies lay. As Liam leaned forward to finish off an injured chomper with his blade, the shattered crates shifted and he fell forward. Janelle grabbed the back of his sweat-soaked shirt, dragging him to the safe side. "Thanks," he said, his voice shredded with exhaustion. He searched her face with his eyes. "How do you look so fresh? Got some secret elixirs you're not telling us about?" Janelle put up her practiced smile, the one that looked like she'd just sat down at a fancy restaurant and was ordering from a handsome waiter. "We'll get through this," she said, adding a wink for good measure. Janelle took to the barrier, squaring off against the chompers with Liam and Jackson at her side. Simon was at the infirmary, getting a bite patched up. A chomper had stuck its head through the barrier and bitten him. He'd been lucky it hadn't been worse, but that's how things went. The path was covered in blood, dead chompers and ones near death, legs twitching in their final throes. The blood never failed to remind her of the day with her brother, when she'd been teasing him on the way to lacrosse practice. Lucky Lamar loves lacrosse. Lucky Lamar loves lacrosse. Then the dump truck appeared, blotting out the sun, blotting out his life. "They're getting ready to charge again," said Liam. "You two stun them, I'll hit them when they're bunched up," said Janelle, blinking away the memories. Liam cocked an eyebrow her direction. "You sure? You've been hitting them hard for the last 2 hours. Not sure how you can keep up without curling up into a ball with a migraine. We can do a stabbing run again. Give you a break." "Don't worry about me, Liam," she said. "You stun 'em and I'll finish 'em off." There was a part of her that wanted that break, to let them risk themselves on a quick sprint into the path. Liam dispatching them with his long blade, and Jackson providing backup in case any of the chompers survived, but she couldn't be weak. She couldn't be just Janelle. The same as Lamar could never be Lucky Lamar again. She had to achieve, not just for herself but for him. As the chompers gathered, the radio on the crate behind her crackled. Not the static that came with the storm, but the on-click, followed by a thick whoosh and then nothing. Pax had been exploring the smelter a few minutes ago, for some reason. It didn't make sense to Janelle why her friend and her companion were at the center of the settlement, rather than at the walls, but she'd learned to trust Pax's judgment, even if it didn't always make sense. Janelle was glancing between the radio and the smelter, the tumblers falling in her mind, when twin shouts beside her brought her focus back to the path. Concerned she'd missed the best window for her attack, she struck out with a ball of flame that went slightly wide, hitting the charred bushes on the left rather than the knot of unconscious chompers. "Damn it," she said as a stab of pain hit her right between the eyes, but for once she wasn't fighting away the grimace, as her mind was pulling her towards the north where Pax had gone investigating. "Don't worry, we got this," said Liam, vaulting the barrier with his long blade in 2 hands. He reached the twitching chompers, and jabbed his weapon into the soft spot beneath their powerful jaws. Jackson joined him, hands up ready to fire off a stun mark. No chompers looked threatening, so Janelle grabbed the radio and held it up to her ear. A burst of static, followed by JY's voice, nearly startled her to drop the radio. "Been too quiet, everyone doing okay out there?" Janelle toggled the radio. "East holds." "South holds," said Agent Nadia a moment later. Janelle stared at the radio in her hands, waiting for Pax's reply. "Come on, Pax." When no answer came, she checked back with Liam and Jackson, still working through the stunned chompers. "You two okay out there?" Pax hasn't responded. "I think I need to go check on her," said Janelle, resisting every urge to drop the radio and sprint to the north wall. Liam paused, his bladed weapon hovering over an unconscious chomper. His forehead hunched with concern. "Let us finish these off and get behind the barrier first," he said. Janelle's hand tapped against her hip. She kept glancing north, feeling a terrible weight on her, as if the dump truck was going to strike again. "Liam." There must have been something in her face, or in the way that she said it, because he looked up and nodded. Liam and Jackson hurried back to the barrier. As soon as they climbed over, Janelle took off at a run to the northern side of Lufterpost. The lack of lighting on the north side turned the shadows treacherous. She almost missed the chomper and ran right into it, only catching the gleam in its eyes. "Shayet." The stun didn't quite hit the chomper square, and it wobbled on 4 legs before turning towards her, but she'd leapt over it, increasing her pace, heart in her throat. "Janelle." The fear and need in Callie's message brought tears to Janelle's eyes. The approaching dump truck flashed in her vision. She was going to be too late, and Pax would be dead, and then she'd be just Janelle again. She didn't know if she could lose someone else so close to her. Janelle pushed harder, oblivious to the shadows, the shapes moving in the darkness. She knew there were chompers that had gotten past the wall, but she didn't care how they'd gotten there, only that Pax was in danger. When she burst around the corner, the scene was impenetrable to her light-starved eyes. She sensed multiple shapes gathering around a fallen figure. The growls, snarls, and wet smacks of chewing brought that tumbling moment when the dump truck had hit their car, and Lucky Lamar was no longer lucky. Indecision invaded her limbs until she was a statue. "Fuck Janelle, you're a mage." The burst of light from her fingertips hung over the scene, revealing Callie, standing guard over her fallen friend. Her 4-legged companion was growling and snapping at the chompers, her orange-red eyes flashing with darkness as the beasties sometimes inexplicably turned on their brethren. The defense was valiant, but hole in the wall was letting in more chompers by the moment, and eventually they would overcome Callie. Janelle hit the broadside of the pack with a slam that hit so hard they tumbled over like trailers in a tornado. The sharp pain of overextension, like an icicle stabbed into the base of her skull, let the air out of her knees for a moment before she waded back into battle. "Breach in the north wall, I need reinforcements," she yelled into the radio, before standing over her friend with Callie at her side, keeping the chompers from getting too near with bursts of magic that felt like she was having a root canal without anesthetic. She battled them back for what couldn't have been more than a minute, but by the time Agent Nadia and Professor Ansel came sprinting into the scene, Janelle's vision was filled with spots. A hand grenade thrown through the gap in the wall stopped the flow of chompers, while Nadia and Ansel dispatched the beasties in the immediate area, leaving Janelle to fall to her knees at Pax's side to check her for injuries, finding her pulse steady and no visible wounds. "What happened?" "Bad porcupine mark." The message from Callie was confusing until Janelle connected the descriptor. "Counselor Hega." "Yes." Callie followed it up with a mental picture of Counselor Hega casting a spell. "Wait, how?" Pax stirred, moaning and grunting, as if she were waking after a long drunk. "Is she okay?" asked Professor Ansel. "Counselor Hega knocked her out with a stun mark, I think," said Janelle, frowning. Nadia had just joined them, and they both stared at the black-clad agent. A heat rose in Janelle, and she started to rise, but the professor put a hand on her arm. "You knew about the counselor?" asked Professor Ansel angrily, turning on Nadia. The agent squeezed her lips together before turning back to the hole in the wall, and letting out a quick burst of gunfire at the 2 chompers attempting to enter. "I knew she was working with Lyman," she said, eyes darting around the area. "I'm not above a little profit, but like I said before, I draw the line at murder. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about her. We've been busy killing chompers, if you don't recall. Why would she be working with Lyman? I thought she was against the magesteel trade, Janelle said as she pulled out a small vial from her medic pack. A convenient cover story, said Nadia, shifting her mouth to the side. Look, can we just survive tonight and not worry about who did what? I swear I didn't expect any of this shit to happen, and if I'd known, I never would have agreed. A moment later, 2 fourth years arrived, and Nadia quickly put them to work replacing the barrier in the wall, leaving Janelle to lift Pax's head and tip the vial against her mouth, trickling the liquid past her lips. Ow, what happened? Groaned Pax after swallowing. You got knocked out, hopefully no concussion, said Janelle, smiling down at her friend and wanting to lay a kiss right smack in the middle of her forehead in celebration of her being alive. Pax blinked awake, her lips creasing at the corners. Thanks, Janelle. Thank Callie, said Janelle. She kept them off you until I could arrive. Let's get you back to the infirmary, said Professor Ansel. Both of you, really? Janelle, you need a break, you could barely stand when I arrived. You've pushed your limits on magic. You could injure yourself permanently if you overdo it. And we could all die if I don't, said Janelle. I'm fine, said Pax, rolling onto her knees before groaning as if she were going to puke, or will be. Just give me a moment. Janelle helped her friend to her feet. If she weren't covered in chomper blood and drenched in sweat, she would have thrown her arms around Pax. The radio crackled to life. Did anyone else see that? Came Liam's urgent voice. Professor Ansel picked up the radio. See what? Hunter Flare East Path. They turned their heads to see a fountain of sparks climb above the mist and the wall. It was an impressive display of magic, and they all knew only one person could be sending it. Pietra. Chapter 26. Pax couldn't help but notice Janelle continually glancing at her on the jog back to the east gate. There was a vulnerability that Pax had never seen before. If Pax was the essence of chaos and bullheadedness, then Janelle was stability and assurance, and seeing that doubt in her gaze really threw her for a loop. Janelle? You okay? Her friend swallowed before looking away. Hey, it was a little hard seeing you limp on the ground like that. I'd give you a hug, but I look like the final girl in a horror movie. Pax grabbed her friend by the arm, pulling her into a tight hug, squeezing until she heard Janelle let out a quivering sigh. Oh shit, Pax, I thought I'd lost you, Janelle said in her ear. No way, said Pax, pulling back to look into her friend's glistening eyes. You can't get rid of me that easily, as much as it'd probably simplify your life. Janelle used a knuckle to catch a tear at the corner of her eye, the noise coming out of her throat somewhere between a deranged laugh and a babbling cry. Pax wasn't sure how she deserved such friendship, but she wasn't about to complain. I will always come for you just like you came for me, said Pax. Together they made the last stretch of the run. Liam was waiting for them at the east wall, his pinched face breaking with relief when he saw them appear. Don't tell me how close it was, he said. I don't want to know. What are we doing about Pietra? Asked Jackson, standing at the barrier, glancing pensively into the mist. We go after her, said Pax right away. Janelle nodded. We don't abandon family. I'll go, said Agent Nadia grimly as she checked her ammo bag, the look in her eyes suggesting that it was getting low. I'm in, said Liam, blowing out a breath. Should we get JY too? 4 is probably too many to be taking from the defense, said Agent Nadia. We don't want to come back to a settlement full of chompers. Are we going to really just fight our way down? Asked Liam. No, said Pax at the same time as Janelle. They shared a smile. Pax nodded for her friend to speak. It'll be slower, but we should head through the trees. There'll be less chompers and the 4 of us can handle them, said Janelle. Pax looked to Nadia, who was retightening her black ponytail. You going to be able to keep up with us? She stared back, a wry curl to her lips. I was going to ask you the same. Professor Ansel sighed heavily. Normally I'd say this is a really bad idea, but if Pietra is alive, then we need to do everything we can to rescue her. She's probably holed up in a tree surrounded by chompers. He squeezed his lips together. I'll stay here with Jackson until you get back. Before they hopped over the barrier, which was barely more than 4 broken and shattered crates, Janelle reached into her second pouch, producing 3 small vials of bright crimson liquid. Not one for me in your little bag of goodies? Asked Nadia wryly. Sorry, without a tolerance and an ability to use phase, it'd be toxic for you, said Janelle. Nadia chuckled, pulling a stainless steel flask out of a vest pouch and taking a sip before showing her teeth and clearing her throat. Don't worry, I have a little courage of my own. The newest potion tasted like a candy red hot, and it burned the whole way down. Within a few seconds, Pax felt like she could run up the side of a 30-foot-tall building, or punch through a concrete wall. The ache in her skull from getting knocked out earlier had been vaporized by the potion, making her wonder how bad the letdown would be when it wore off. A problem for another time. Nadia vaulted the barrier. Let's move. A new batch of chompers was heading up the path, but they went around, leaping like mountain goats down the rocky slope, a little hillside parkour, which took them into the trees where the going was slower and the mist grew thicker. Nadia took the lead, which was preferable to Pax, who wasn't entirely trusting of the Phoenix Corp agent. For now, while their interests aligned, Pax was willing to work with her. Within 100 feet of the wall, they encountered chompers making their way through the gnarled bushes, past the yellow bean trees heading upward. The beasties barely looked up before they were passed, but Nadia led them well and true, and within 5 minutes of a brisk downhill pace, they reached the top of a cliff that was about 30 feet above the valley floor. Nadia dimmed her gun barrel-mounted red light, which reduced vision to a little globe of crimson fog. I can set up a rope for climbing, but there are chompers everywhere down there, she said, taking out a pen laser and shining it through the fog, reflecting off the backs of multiple chompers milling about the base. It looks like they're queuing up to climb the path, said Liam. This is worse than Black Friday in the second ward. What's the plan now? Asked Nadia, crouched on her heels with her rifle across her knees. I don't have much ammo left and only one more grenade. I can blind them, said Janelle intently. Only temporarily, but maybe they're not so thick further out. We can always fight our way back if I'm wrong. Worth a shot, said Pax. Throw that rope down. We can slide down and make a run for it as soon as you blind them. You can use the rope. I want to try something Pietra mentioned earlier in the year. Janelle gestured to a yellow bean tree that reached over the cliff. If I climb out onto that limb, I can drop down in the middle of that group of chompers. That way I can blind the lot of them without getting any of you. That's a 30-foot drop, said Pax, not remembering what Pietra had said that could be useful in this situation. Don't worry, Pietra said you could technically fall from just about any height if you do it right. Just be ready to run, said Janelle as she reached out and pulled herself onto a limb, using upper branches to steady herself as she walked out. She climbed through the tree, to the opposite side above a clearing filled with chompers. I hope that potion isn't making her overconfident, because the 3 of you look like the ravers I used to party with when I was younger, said Nadia. Oh, I feel like it too, said Pax, bouncing her knee. She crouched down with Callie. I'm not sure I want to carry you down the rope, so can you stay up here? This will give us a spot to come back to. Less than Callie stay, Pax safe greater than. That's right, said Pax, pressing her forehead against Callie. I'll be safe. She shimmied down the rope behind Nadia, who hung near the bottom as the chompers sniffed around the base. The fog made seeing Janelle difficult, but she could make her out crouching on the branch. When the signal was given, she dropped out of the tree, which made Pax suck in a breath of air, but at the last second, Janelle threw a slam mark at the ground, counteracting her descent so she landed off balance but on both feet. Before the chompers could even find her in the fog, a flash of light exploded from her, which left black spots on Pax's vision, but she could still see well enough to move. Pax wasn't sure if she was more impressed or horrified at the dangerous display of using a hunter mark in such a creative way. It could have also been the potion. If she could have looked into a mirror, she was sure her veins were sticking out. With her heart still pumping away with wild abandon, she took off behind the others into the valley floor, leaves crunching beneath her feet. Pietra's location couldn't be too much further, and she had to have heard their noisy display of magic. 50 feet from the cliff, they paused near a rise of boulders, looking around for signs of the veteran hunter. With no chompers immediately near, Pax cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled, "Pietra?" Almost as soon as her voice echoed in the fog, they heard a response about 30 feet away and in a yellow bean tree. A short sprint later, Pax found herself looking up at the Danirian scientist, bent, standing on a branch. "I'm coming down," he said, making his way quickly to the valley floor as they stared at him incredulously. "Where the hell is Pietra?" asked Liam, who looked ready to grab Bent by the shirt. "Can we talk about this in a safer location?" asked Bent as shapes appeared out of the fog, heading their way. "No," said Pax, "and if you don't tell us where she's at, we're leaving you here." "I'm afraid I haven't seen her," said Bent, eyes darting. "So the hunter flare was you," said Pax. Bent cleared his throat, holding his hands up at their outward animosity while he kept glancing at the chompers moving closer. "I'm afraid so." Janelle grabbed Bent's shoulder. "Come on, we'll sort you out once we get back to safety." The sprint back to the cliff required a few marks, but the fog and the chompers' poor vision kept them from tracking too quickly. After the climb, Bent faced them, apprehension like a dagger to his throat. "This isn't the first time I've seen you using magic, you know. I followed you a few weeks ago, with a sniper rifle on your back for killing boomers. Why have you been lying to us this whole time?" asked Pax. Bent glanced to Nadia, who was staring at him with her arms crossed. Pax couldn't figure out if there was some unspoken message between them, but after Counselor Hagi's betrayal, she didn't trust any of the Danir's leadership. "I'm afraid I'd rather not say," said Bent. "You can take a short trip down there," said Janelle. "I'm sure the chompers won't care that you have nothing to say." Bent kept his lips tightly pressed together. "Why did you use a hunter spark to get us to come down here, if you're not going to say anything?" asked Pax. Bent's gaze darted to Nadia, specifically her weapon. "Callie?" she asked her companion. "Afraid of Nadia." "Ah, I see," said Pax. "You see what?" asked Liam. "You're afraid Nadia will kill you to save herself, but we already know about you and Counselor Hega and the once-dead Agent Lyman," said Pax. The confusion on Bent's face told her she'd missed the mark. He kept his hands halfway up. "I am not working with them," he said, eyes creasing with suspicion. "Much to the contrary. They are violating Sindregler. I have been trying to track them, intercept their communications." He paused. "If you know she is one of them, why is she here with you?" "Because I didn't sign up for this shit," said Nadia, leaning casually on a small tree, while still searching the fog for any approaching chompers. "Yeah, I agreed to help fake Lyman's death. He wasn't always clear on how this would be profitable, but the pay was enough. I was willing to look the other way. Now this mess. I'm not on board, especially when it's my own neck." Bent reached behind his head and smoothed the quill-like appendages hanging from the back. "This is true?" "As far as we can tell," said Janelle. "We've been working together with her and Agent Rick in the defense of Lufterpost. We don't know where Agent Cody or Hunter Santos are. In fact, we thought those sparks was either of them." "I see," said Bent. "And everyone else is still alive in the settlement?" "Everyone but the other Danirians, who I assume are at the mines." Pax squinted. "Which I assume is where you'd rather be with your daughter." "This is also true," said Bent. "Returning to Lufterpost was not the path I would have chosen, but the surge of Altisbigger forced me into the forest. I was able to make progress to the location you found me, by running between the trees and climbing before they could catch me." "So you knew this was going to happen," said Pax, "and don't lie to me because Callie will know." Bent glanced to her furry companion, swallowing before giving them a nod. "I should be clear that I knew that the loss of boomers would result in the chompers becoming aggressive, but I didn't expect how widespread the result would be. Chompers are coming in from all over the region, converging on this spot as they did many centuries ago. I see by your expressions that I must explain everything I know. I will do it as quickly as possible," because we should get to the Lufter post soon before it's too late, said Bent, forehead nodding. A minor explosion echoing into the valley punctuated the moment, putting a clock to their delay. My presence at Lufter post was not just for the management of magesteel ore smelting. I am a member of a sect of Danirians that wish to maintain Sindregler. We speculated that others of our race would see the profit in returning to a robust magesteel trade, and not be content with this fledgling enterprise. What I did not expect was how quickly they would move to upset the balance of nature in this region. You see, the magesteel trade was one of the things that put our civilization at risk and brought on the cataclysm. The magesteel you see in our lands is the same material that was dug from the ground before then. But greed is a powerful force, and some of my people were tempted by the ore again. What they did not understand is that after the cataclysm, the ecology of this area, the boomers and chompers, were magically modified so that they would protect the ore, keep anyone from taking too much, or risk their own minor disaster. Kill the boomers to find the ore, and you will bring all the chompers down upon you. The boomers keep the hormones of the chompers in check, make them docile, keep them single and smaller. Without the boomers they grow large and aggressive, as you have seen. So you were just going to leave us in the settlement to die while you sent your people to the mines? Asked Liam, throwing up his hands. I am sorry. I did not realize how quickly this would happen. Nature does not follow precise schedules. I had given instructions to my daughter and a few others to head to the mines should things go wrong. We did not understand who was safe and who was not amongst your people, said Bent. A fair point, said Pax, frowning. If the chompers are converging on the settlement, then isn't it the ore that's drawing them in? And why wouldn't your people be in danger at the mine? Because it is not the raw ore that triggers them, but that which has been processed. Bent paused, his hands calmly folded before him like a priest. You now see the danger. There is no defense of Lufter post that will withstand the horde that is headed this way. Not even until the airship arrives? Asked Liam. Bent's pinched expression deepened. I do not believe so. I hoped that I could return, and together we could escape. I worry that window has closed. The weight of his words pressed down on them. It felt like a rope had been cinched around Pax's chest until she couldn't breathe. Callie scared. Me too, said Pax, placing her hand against her companion's furry neck. Gradually they met each other's gazes, gathering resolve, adding nods of solidarity, until the spell of oncoming doom had been dispelled. Let's move, said Pax. I'll take point, said Nadia, unslinging her automatic rifle. Callie will join you, said Pax. The climb to the settlement wouldn't be as easy as the rumbling, avalanche-like sprint to down, but it would be the same for any chompers they encountered, whose shorter legs would make this path more challenging. Pax made sure she was next to Bent, as they leapt from boulder to boulder and hacked their way through gnarled bushes, all the while keeping an eye out for the deadly beasties swarming the hill. I thought the Danirians could no longer use magic, said Pax. Bent touched his chin in what looked like embarrassment. I apologize for deceiving you, Pax. As you are a follower of Sindregler, I feel shame that I could not tell you what my intentions in Lufterpost were. Understanding came like a soft light on her brow. Which is why you sent your daughter to warn us. Tell us about the mines. My people, those that believe in Sindregler, were very taken by your presence during the dinner. You, Janelle, your companion Callie. We have much faith in you, but we could not decide if the others were safe. But the magic? Asked Pax. Returning to our people, slowly, and those that can are recruited by my organization, said Bent. Counselor Hega almost killed me. Knocked me out with a stun mark, leaving me to die from chompers she'd led into the settlement, said Pax, studying Bent's face for clues to their connection. When he made an understanding nod and pursed his lips, she knew that he too had been deceived. I suspected, of course, but could not determine the truth, said Bent as he pulled himself onto a short ridge with help from Liam, then offered his hand to Pax. I think she took the rest of the magesteel, or at least what she could carry, said Pax. I doubt Counselor Hega could escape from this area by herself, said Bent. They climbed for a while in silence. Occasionally gunfire echoed through the valley, and once, Pax was certain it had come from below rather than above. She feared what they would find when they returned. Without the full group, it would be difficult to escape. Then if you weren't killing the boomers, that wasn't a sniper rifle on your back, said Pax, snapping her fingers. It was an antenna for tracking and triangulating signals, said Bent. I should have known, said Pax, shaking her head. Professor Ansel told us you were on our side. I'm sorry. I should have believed him. Questioning the truth is a noble endeavor, and one should never apologize for it, said Bent. Their discussion ended as they reached the final stages of the climb. The mist didn't extend past the trees, so they could see the chompers gathering on the hillside. Small fires smoldered along the path, charred flesh assaulting noses. The snarling, wild mass that bunched up at the neck of the gate, held back by the occasional mark and the piles of bodies, had the energy of a bomb waiting to explode. Pax crouched beside a boulder, the others similarly placed. A blood-covered Jackson stood guard at the barrier, which had grown with hastily piled tables and chairs from the nearby buildings. Others were behind the barrier, but it was high enough she could only see the tops of heads. Liam caught Jackson's attention, after which he disappeared. Get ready to move, said Liam. The signal was a bucket of liquid lobbed into the mass, followed by a single jet of flame igniting the pungent fuel, which burst into a rolling black smoke fireball. Go, go. The short, mad sprint past the dozens and dozens of chompers recoiling from the fire was followed by the shuffling of tables as a path was made for their return. Liam or Janelle, Pax couldn't tell, blasted the chompers in their way with marks, and then they were behind the barrier, slapping backs and side-hugging with their classmates. A weary-eyed Jackson shook his head. I didn't think you were going to make it back. After you left, there was a surge of chompers. It's been crazy, man. His forehead bunched as he examined their group, nodding towards Bent. Where's Pietra? She wasn't there, said Pax. It was only Bent, but we need to get everyone together. We can't stay in the settlement. We have to get to the bridge to nowhere. The airship can pick us up there. What? Are you crazy? Asked Jackson. We'll get overrun. It'll be worse here, they're drawn by the processed magesteel ore. No way we're lasting the night. You look like shit, sorry, and we still have at least until morning before the airship arrives, assuming the weather holds, said Pax, glancing at the dark skies. The clouds were no longer rattling, but that could change. An explosion from down the trail brought them to the barrier. Who did that? Asked Jackson, but everyone shook their heads. Someone's coming up the trail, said Liam, who'd climbed onto the wall partially to get a better look over the black smoke. Up the trail? But all the chompers, said one of the fourth years. Like a mirage shimmering on the horizon and then solidifying into reality, Hunter Santos appeared, moving with the alacrity of a speed mark. At first, Pax thought Pietra was running across the air as if she'd grown wings, but she was using the backs of the chompers, who'd packed together so tightly they were a shifting mass, connected enough for her passage. Pietra bounded across the chompers like a mountain goat, black ponytail bouncing behind her head, and she burst through the smoke and soared over the barrier like a gymnast, landing right in their midst. The shocked and gratified expressions ended the moment the heaving Pietra, clearly worn out from her mad chomper parkour ascent, gestured towards them. What are you all looking at? Gather the others, we have to get the hell out of Lufterpost. Chapter 27. In the aftermath of Pietra's return, Jackson went sprinting away. No one spoke. Pax watched as Pietra finally noticed Nadia, who stood nearby, tense as a trigger finger, hands on her assault rifle. We know, said Pax when Pietra, nostrils flaring, checked back with them. I should waste you right now, and leave you for the chompers, said Pietra, glaring at Nadia, who did not flinch. I didn't know what Lyman had planned. He offered a substantial amount of money, stupid money, enough to retire and get out of this biz, to help hide his death. I'm sorry, Pietra. I know you don't care, but it is what it is, said Nadia. She's helped with the defense of the settlement, offered Pax, hoping to defuse the situation. She's saving her own ass, said Pietra, lips curled in anger. Hey, said Janelle, who was standing at the barrier. She went with us below to get you, or what we thought was you, but it was bent. Pax glanced around. Where'd he go? Janelle clapped her hands. Hello people, chompers? The gap between the barrier and the chompers had closed, as the fire had burned out. The grunting and squealing reminded Pax of hogs at a feeding, but these hogs had mouths as big as hippos and the attitudes of hyenas. A still furious Pietro stopped in front of the barrier, eyes closed, fingers gesturing. The sharp scent of phase hit Pax's nose the moment before a shimmering barrier formed at the edge of the chompers, holding them back. That'll hold for a few minutes maybe, said Pietro, the strain of maintaining the spell apparent in her knotted forehead and steely gaze. Pax understood in that moment why Cassius had called Pietro the best in the business. During that time, the rest of the class, Agent Rick and Professor Ansel appeared at the east gate. Everyone had injuries, bandages, limps, and looked like they'd just crawled out of the medic tent. Hunter Pietro stood on a half-shattered crate. We can't hold Lufter Post anymore, there's too many chompers and more are coming, said Pietro. Grab any weapons, potions, but nothing else that will slow you down. Leave everything else here. We're heading out in 5 minutes. One of the fourth years yelled out, but we have walls here. Pietro squeezed her lips white before speaking. The whole floor of the valley is covered in chompers pushing and fighting to get up here. You're barely holding them back now. The horde that's coming, well, I'd rather be out there than in here. And once we get away from the smelter, they might not care as much about us. She paused, looking over them. Look, I know this is hard, but we're going to fight through them. It's our best shot. We should head north, said Pax, thinking about earlier with Counselor Hega. There's no trail there, and it'll take longer to get to the bridge, said Pietro. Pax bit her lower lip. That's the way Counselor Hega took off after she tried to kill me. I bet there's a hidden trail that way. She was helping Lyman after all, and her place on the north side would make sense. She had a way into the valley. Pietro agreed, and they headed to the northern wall where a small pack of chompers were butting their heads against the barrier. Bent showed up a short while after they gathered, which would have been more suspicious if they all hadn't been grabbing last-minute supplies for their journey. Using the tools from before, they removed the wood, dispatched the chompers, and after applying dark vision enchantments continued down the hill. Callie found the trail hidden in a patch of boulders. After hopping down, the way opened up, leading to a well-manicured path. The fog filled in around them, muting the world. Pax was in the middle of the pack, behind Janelle, who'd grabbed an axe handle as a weapon. The few chompers they encountered were easily dealt with, and after a half-hour of patient meandering down the hill, they stopped on a ridge just above the valley floor. Dozens of chompers milled below, illuminated by a crimson light from Nadia's pack that didn't seem to attract the beasties. Pietro and Ansel quietly discussed the plan, and Pax moved up to hear. We can't move and fight for a few miles, said Professor Ansel. We're a group of student mages, not a phalanx of Roman soldiers. Do you have another idea? Asked Pietro. We have to go fast, said Pax. Pietro and Ansel glanced back to her, both frowning. So she continued, the chompers have terrible vision, especially in this fog, and they're drawn to the hill. If we go fast, try not to get in any fights with them, stun the ones in our way, we can move quick. We were able to move through the valley yesterday like this. The valley is a lot more crowded today than it was yesterday, said Pietro. How are we going to keep everyone together in this fog? Asked Ansel. Buddy system, said Pietro with a shrug. It's not perfect, but this isn't an ideal situation. If anyone falls behind or gets lost, yell out and we'll recover them. It's the best I've got. The plan was conveyed through the group. No one was excited about the idea of running through a mist-filled forest of chompers in the middle of the night, but the grim resolve gave Pax hope that they'd survive. Makes you sort of miss those long hikes with Professor Cassius, said Brianna as they gathered on the ridge. Sort of. Stay with your buddy, said Pietro. Yell out if you have trouble. We leave no one behind. We're headed to the bridge to nowhere. The airship can reach us there. If you have any elixirs, I suggest you take them now. Supplies were low, but about half the class still had mixtures. Janelle handed Pax a crimson vial. "Last of the batch, let's make it count," she said as they clinked their glasses together before throwing them down. With Callie at her side and Janelle as her buddy, she positioned them right behind Hunter Santos and Agent Rick at the point. Professor Ansel and Agent Nadia took the rear position, while the students were collected in the middle. The run started at a slow pace. The fog worked both ways. The chompers couldn't see them until they were right on them, but they couldn't see the dangerous beasties either. Too fast and they'd run into the chompers without warning, a sure recipe for danger. Pax kept her head on a swivel. The valley floor was easier to move across, but tree branches and wet leaves, hidden by the fog, slapped her in the head or across the chest frequently enough that she was soaked. She was sure their noisy traverse would draw chompers, but the ones they encountered were always surprised and quickly knocked over with a stun. They stopped a few times to check location using the datapad. These were always the most dangerous moments as chompers, drawn by their presence, made grunting forays towards them. Halfway to the bridge hill, when they stopped to check orientation, Callie warned Pax. "Many eaters ahead. Many. Many." They were moving further away from Lufterpost, circling around through the valley, so it didn't make sense why there'd be a cluster of chompers nearby. "Pietra," said Pax in a whisper. "Callie's picking up a bunch of chompers ahead. And we're surrounded by them if you haven't noticed," said Pietra, lips curled to the forest floor. "This is different," said Pax, gesturing to the left towards a trickling stream. "Maybe someone is trapped or dead," said Pietra, frowning. "Let's hope that someone isn't Lyman, hiding in a tree." A knot formed in Pax's stomach. Amid all the danger, she'd forgotten about him. She'd assumed he was dead, but if Bent and Pietra had survived, then he might have too. Pietra led them in the direction Pax had indicated. Even before they could see the chompers, their snarling and growling, as if they were fighting over scraps, made their existence easy to identify. A pack of at least 20, maybe 30, chompers gathered around a central point, like hogs at a feed trough. "Whoever it is, they didn't survive," said Pietra. Pax shuffled forward cautiously. The chompers were so intent on whatever was at the center, they hadn't noticed the pack of humans and one Danirian watching. When she was within 20 feet, Pax could see a familiar torn strap and bronze gold bars spilling out of a backpack. "It's Counselor Hega," said Pax when she returned to the group. Or was. She had a backpack of magesteel that probably slowed her escape. "Tens of millions just lying over there," said Pietra with a smirk. "Can't spend it if you're dead." She'd been working in the smelter, finishing off the final batch to take with her. "I bet she still stunk like the processed ore," said Pax. Pietra nodded. "Let's move." After another half-hour of careful movement through the valley, they reached the base of the bridge hill, but the easy travel ended as they found a stream of chompers crossing their path on the way to Lufterpost. Pietra pulled them back 100 feet to make a plan, right as a steady rain pattered onto the leaves. Somewhere above, thunder rumbled, which wasn't a good sign since the airship wouldn't fly in a storm. "They're backed up like traffic on the I-90, said Pietra to the circled group. "We can't just stun a few and run through, we're going to have to make a big splash to carve our way through, and then I'm sure some will follow us up the hill." Janelle stepped forward. "There's a narrow on the path, about a quarter of the way up. A couple of big boulders provide a pinch point." "I'll keep them from following," said Nadia grimly. "Me and Rick. We'll let everyone get to the top, and then follow." "Hey, I didn't volunteer," said Agent Rick. There was a deep pain in Nadia. She growled at Rick. "I volunteered you. Come on, it's the least we can do." Agent Rick looked like he was going to argue further, but the sea of eyes, all of which knew the score, that they'd sold them out for a few bucks, changed his mind. "Fine, whatever," he said, pulling out his clip to check the ammo status and then shoving it back in with a heavy slap. A radio crackled from someone in the group. Bent, who'd been quiet so far, stepped forward, holding up the black speaker to his ear. Pax was too far away to hear, but the way Bent glanced to the skies suggested that it was coming from the airship. He spoke to whoever was on the other end, before nodding and clicking off the radio. They're flying in ahead of the storm, said Bent. We don't have much time. They'll get the others at the mine, and then circle back to get us. If we're not there, they're not staying. You heard 'em, people, said Hunter Santos. Let's make this last sprint count. If you get left behind, there won't be an easy way to get you back before the chompers get you, so don't fall behind. We've got one shot. As they prepared to charge the flood of chompers blocking their way to the hill, Pax had to squeeze the bridge of her nose hard enough to hurt just to calm her nerves. It felt like getting ready to charge into battle. You okay? Asked Janelle, putting a hand on her shoulder as she searched her face. I'll be good once we're in that airship, said Pax, gritting her teeth. Let's kick some ass. Jae Yong was nearby. His skin had turned oily black, and his fingernails had elongated. With the slow, steady rain soaking them, he looked like a model getting ready for a spicy jungle-themed photo shoot. How do you look so good at such a time? She asked, laughing, the moment of mirth a tonic for her nerves. I have good genes, he said with a wink. Pietra held up her fist. Get ready. Positioned in a V-shape with Hunter Santos at the spear, they started off at a slow trot, crouching low as if that would help them avoid detection. As the mass of chompers came into view, not dozens but hundreds, Pax was certain they would not survive, but then a murmur in the group turned to a growl, and during the last 30 feet a full-throated roar exited their open mouths. Pax let the fear, the ache, the worry out of her lips until her throat burned. The cascade of stuns and slams hit the confused chompers like an avalanche slamming into a river. Squeals and grunts erupted. A chomper that lunged toward Callie caught a slam mark from Pax that blew out the creature's eyes. Chaos aided their assault. The chompers were not intelligent critters with a tactical mind, but hungry beasties driven by a magically aided need. They'd cut halfway through the mass when their progress slowed. The sheer weight of creatures, no matter how fierce their marks, kept them from slicing through cleanly. It was like trying to punch through a concrete wall. The first casualty came when a fourth-year named Lionel tripped over a tree root, and a chomper ripped out his throat before anyone could pick him back up. The image of his blank, lifeless eyes as Pax leapt over his body was stamped indelibly into her memory, one that she could only file away for later horror, because the chompers kept coming, until at last they broke through, but as they hit the slope, the path confined them, forcing them to wait for each person to ascend, leaving those at the back vulnerable. A chomper made it past the wave of marks, hitting Liam before he could stab it with his long blade. The heavy creature landed on his chest, and even through the rain and the shouts, she heard something crack. The chomper had its mouth open, ready to engulf Liam's head, when Jae Yong came leaping through the group, shoulder charging the creature off his friend, but an errant claw left a bloody gouge across Liam's forehead. Pietra appeared a moment later, throwing up a shimmering barrier. Pax pulled Liam to his feet. Blood ran into his eye from the wound on his forehead. He fought to clear away, but it kept coming. With the shield to protect their backs, they managed to ascend onto the path, but the chompers, fueled by bloodlust, surged after them, destroying the magical barrier, the back blow hitting Pietra and knocking her over. She was nearly trampled, and Nadia and Rick spent their dwindling ammo in short killing bursts to defend her. Janelle leapt in, and managed to pull Pietra to her feet. She looked like a boxer at the end of a long, brutal fight, with blood dripping from her nose and eyes, but she waved off the support and continued marching to the summit. The narrow path made upward progress slow. Pax stayed in the back with the two agents. Callie made some of the chompers turn on their companions, which aided the escape. A quarter of the way up, the two agents stopped at the narrow. Two massive boulders blocked out the side of the hill, the path heading between. The mist had lightened. Almost glowed. It must be getting near dawn, said Pax. Agent Nadia let off a burst of gunfire, killing the squealing chompers below. Keep moving up. We'll hold them here for a bit then head up behind, she said. I can stay and help, said Pax. Me and Callie both. Nadia's eyes rounded but her lips stayed flat. You. Go. We'll see you up top. We're gonna make it. Janelle tugged Pax to leave. They were at the back of the group. They were 100 feet up from the boulders, when Pax turned back to make sure the two agents were going to leave. The mist had thinned in the rain. Trees were in a pale haze. Gunfire punctuated the dreamlike moment, echoing back on them from across the valley. More eaters. Pax didn't see them at first. Only Callie's warning helped her look past the fog, to see the four-legged shapes creeping around the boulder. She cupped her hands. Nadia. Get out of there. Hurry. Pax ran back down the slope towards the boulders, shouting. The gunfire in that narrow space was making it hard for the agents to hear. Pax was halfway down when the chompers blocked them off. Agent Nadia turned as her weapon clicked empty. She looked at the chompers blocking her path, too many to evade, and matched gazes with Pax. Nadia's lips never moved, but Pax could see the apology in her eyes as she pulled something from her hip. Rick turned as the upslope chompers rushed in, followed by a blinding white explosion that rocked the hillside, knocking Pax to her back. Pietra appeared by her side, blood still leaking from her nose, and pulled her up. Come on, let's go. When Pax hesitated, a steely glint formed in Pietra's eyes as she said, it was probably for the best. The long night had been taxing and she'd kept the exhaustion at bay, but seeing a classmate and the two agents die let the floodwaters in until she was numb. Pax climbed the hill like an automaton. The mist faded until it was only wisps between the trees. The airship waited at the top like a sunrise which had not yet occurred, but colored the horizon with a glow that reflected through the clouds. The aerial craft was an enormous long balloon with bronze gold threads binding it, magesteel she assumed, with a sizable gondola beneath. The open doors were stuffed with Danirians and her fellow students, the latter waving them on with anxious cheers. The open doors waited at the end of the long bridge to nowhere, held in place by anchor ropes. Callie had already run ahead, leaping into the gondola to pats from the others, while Pax ran the final stretch with Janelle. We made it, said Janelle, her mouth curled with a smile but her eyes mourning those they'd lost along the way. The whirl of the engines grew louder as their boots hit the platform. The fear of falling that had plagued Pax on her first visit still haunted her thoughts, but her adrenaline was sapped from the long night. At first Pax thought everyone was waving at them to hurry up, until she saw the fear in their eyes. Eat her behind. Pax turned in time to see the chomper hit Janelle at the back of the knees, in a head-down charge. Her friend turned, slapping at Beastie as she slid across the rain-slicked surface, mute horror on her lips. Pax saw what was going to happen before she could react. The momentum from the impact sent Janelle right over the side, the chomper tumbling after. Janelle. The last thing Pax saw was her friend's wide eyes as she disappeared into the swirling mist. Chapter 28. Numb didn't describe it. Her lips, eyelids, face and soul tingled with an ache that Pax couldn't shake. Hands grasped her, pushed her towards the open gondola, but she fought them off. No, she screamed, water cascading down her face as the rain came harder. Pietra tried to pick her up, but Pax slipped out of her grasp. She's gone. Dead. You can't survive that kind of fall, said Pietra, who was barely standing on 2 feet. Pax blinked away rain. Yes, you can. She did a controlled 30-foot fall from a tree earlier tonight. If anyone can do it, she can. Pietra's jaw pulsed. Pax, please, you know the truth. It's technically possible, but highly doubtful, and we've got to get out of here. The storm is here. No, said Pax, bunching up her lips. No. I can't. We don't abandon family. The memory of Maxine's funeral, of watching her parents crying over the casket. She couldn't do that. She couldn't watch that, not after being in Janelle's home, seeing a life that she wished she could have had with her parents. Pax couldn't do that to them, not to her friend. She couldn't do it to herself. No, said Pax with resolve. I'm not getting on that airship. Pietra shook her head. What do you think you're going to do? You can't fight through the chompers on your own. Pax gestured towards the guide rope. I'll slide down on that. The area below the bridge isn't near the other chompers. Pietra. I'm doing this. Wait for me if you can, but if not, I understand. The older hunter pulled her head back in appraisal. You're serious, aren't you? She squeezed her lips white. You won't survive. This is a suicide mission. We don't abandon family, said Pax, wiping away the water from her eyes, not knowing if it was tears or rain. Not caring either. Pietra stared back before nodding once. We'll circle around, but I can't promise we'll wait. She paused, pulled out a radio and handed it over. Not sure it'll reach once we're circling. I know the storm, said Pax. Go. As they unhooked the lines while she stood on the bridge, a concerned voice entered her head. Pax? Her companion was at the open door, staring out at her as Liam petted her back. I have to go after Janelle, said Pax in her mind. I did the same for you. Save Janelle, be safe. Wait, is she alive? After a moment, a response. Too far. With a quivering breath, Pax saluted the airship as it lifted from the platform. She threw the rope over the side, eyeing the flashes in the clouds above. Below was a sea of mist. She edged over the side, the slick rope in her hands. In some ways the fog helped protect her from the agonizing expanse beneath. She could only see a little ways below, so it wasn't like she was hundreds of feet up, or at least that's what she told herself as she let the wet rope slide through her hands. When she could no longer see the bridge, her heart resumed its drumbeat in her ears. What the hell am I doing? She asked herself, pausing for a moment and considering making the climb back up. No, keep going, Pax. If there's even a small chance. She slid down the rope for what seemed like forever, expecting to hit ground but continuing through the mist. It was only by chance that she looked up to see a blast of white hit the bridge. She managed to let go of the rain-soaked rope before the electricity sped through it. When she hit the ground, only a couple dozen feet below, she landed in a puddle of mud which softened her impact. Climbing to her feet, all alone in the mist-drenched forest, she hesitated to call out Janelle's name for fear of summoning chompers to her location. She couldn't be far, so she hobbled around, looking for her friend. Could she have survived, but already moved away? It would be a cruel irony if they were separated in the fog. She dared risk her voice. Janelle. She said it 2 more times, each one a little louder, fearing losing her friend. When she heard the reply, she realized why she hadn't seen her. Pax, came the whisper from above. Janelle. Pax's heart soared. She jumped up and down as she saw her friend, lying in the cradle of a yellow bean tree. The way the branches above her had cratered suggested a speedy impact, but she was alive. I can't believe you survived. Barely, came Janelle's weak voice, her face barely clear through the leaves. And I can't believe you came down here for me. We don't abandon family, said Pax as she pulled herself into the tree, quickly climbing to her friend's location. When she found Janelle, she saw how badly she was hurt. Janelle had hit with some velocity, and despite the bone hardening and the other bodily enchantments, she had serious injuries. She cradled her arm against her chest, and her face had been beat up from hitting the trees. Merlin's tits, how am I going to get you down? Said Pax as she wiped the rain from her friend's face. Very carefully, said Janelle, chuckling, which quickly turned to a grimace. OWWW, that hurts. What does? Existing. She opened her eyes. I think we can manage together. But my arm is useless. Dislocated shoulder at least, probably a broken bone but not sure. It took them about 10 minutes, but Pax managed to get Janelle to the ground. She could barely stand without help. Her medic pouch had been smashed, nothing in it usable. Hey, at least we've got good weather, said Janelle. Think you can climb up this slope beneath the bridge? It's probably the worst spot to climb, but at least no chompers, said Pax. If I remember correctly, there's a better spot a little further around. It's near the river that the guys always fished at, said Janelle. Oh wait. Pax pulled out the radio. Hello. I found Janelle. She survived. We're going to try to climb up the backside of the hill to the bridge. Hopefully the storm moves on. She repeated her message twice. She received static as a reply. They know where we're headed at least, said Pax. Together they limped through the rain. Pax applied weather enchantments to protect them from the cold, but there was nothing to do about the wet. They just had to endure the rivulets of water running into their eyes. As they limped, Janelle said, "Do those tree scrapings look fresh to you?" "Maybe they didn't kill all the boomers, or the ones from other areas have moved in," said Pax. "Great, another thing to worry about," said Janelle. "I wonder if coterie members do dumb shit like this, or if they just hang out in their golden towers and have magical servants bring them stuff," said Pax. "I don't know, but I'd like to find out," said Janelle. Coughing, she pointed ahead with her chin. There was blood at the corner of her lip. "Internal injuries, probably. I think we're around this bend. Should be easier to head up." The rain dispelled the mist, while the dawn filled the sky with a glow, so sight extended until they could see 100 feet or so. The gurgling of the river could be heard on their right. "Just through this clearing and then up," said Pax. "We can do it." They weren't 20 feet across when a figure appeared ahead. Hope bloomed in her chest. For a moment, Pax thought it was Pietra in her black-clad gear. Recognition came when Lyman lifted his rifle, a grin slowly forming on his lips. Chapter 29. Agent Lyman stopped when he was 30 feet away, tilting his head. "Get in a fight with the dump truck," he said. Janelle bared her bloody teeth. "I'd still kick your ass." "Now how is that for a greeting considering it's just the three of us out here?" said Lyman mockingly. "In fact, I think you should be a bit more respectful considering the circumstances." "You know you got your friends killed," said Pax. "Nadia and Rick are dead." "Cody is too," said Lyman with a shoulder shrug. He placed his boot on a log, regarding them with supreme arrogance. "Got ran down by a pack of chompers before he could climb in the tree. But hey, them's the breaks. I guess I don't have to split my reward with them anymore." "Counselor Hega is dead too, so you can forget your payoff," yelled Pax. "Nice try, but she was just the local contact. You gotta understand when there's this much cash on the line, people will do some crazy-ass things," said Lyman, cocking a smile. "Murderous fuck," said Janelle, spitting blood then wiping it away. She looked at the pink smears on the back of her hand, and shared a worried glance with Pax. "Look," said Lyman, holding up his rifle, "I got no beef with either of you, well maybe one of you, but you're both loose ends. I'm not coming this far to lose the big prize." "You're wrong. You lost. Bent. Pietra. They survived. This whole thing will get shut down," spat Pax, relishing the look on his face as the news of the other's survival reached his ears. If there'd needed to be confirmation that Pietra and Bent hadn't been a part of the scheme, this was it. "Fuck," said Lyman, slamming his foot into a puddle and nearly toppling over. "Damn it to hell." He glared at them. Shook his finger. "At least you two won't get to gloat any longer. Fucking mages with all your power and privilege." Under her breath, Janelle whispered, "I'm hurt bad, let me make a run at him. It'll give you a chance to escape." "Don't even think it," said Pax under her breath. "Both of you shut the living hell up," said Lyman as he checked his rifle, glaring at them with rain running down his face. "If we're gonna die," said Janelle, "at least we're gonna die with honor. You're gonna die out here for nothing. Everyone will curse your name forever. Or just plain forget it." Agent Lyman started to march over as if he were going to use his fists, but then he stopped and started laughing, almost hysterically. "You thought you'd trick me into coming over there, where you could reach me with your magic. But I know you. Ha. Animalians. You're like the kids who get picked last for kickball. Low magic. Playing with your stupid animals, treating them like people. Well, they ain't fucking people, just big dumb animals that I enjoyed the hell out of killing. Murdered whole bunches of them, just like I'm gonna do to you." It took all of Pax's self-control not to react when she saw the broad head of a boomer push through the trees 50 feet behind Lyman. "Oh shit," muttered Janelle. Lyman brought his rifle level and checked the safety, before returning to the site. He was muttering to himself, but Pax had her gaze focused on the boomer, which was trotting towards the unaware agent. He must have heard something, because he spun around right as the boomer charged. The bullet spray went wide into the forest, as the 5-ton beast trampled Agent Lyman. He went under the creature's enormous legs, only a brief squeak escaping his lips before the boomer made a short hop on his head, pushing his lifeless body into the wet ground. The shock of it reverberated through Pax. She grabbed Janelle's hand, squeezed it tight. The boomer lifted its head, staring across the fallen log as the rain splattered across its back. It wasn't one of the big ones, but 5 tons was enough to put a quick end to them both, and Pax was in no shape to use magic. The boomer crossed the distance at a casual meander, completely at odds to the killing of Lyman right before them, and while his death had been fortuitous for them, they didn't want to follow him into the grave, so the whole time Pax's heart was trying to climb out of her head while her mind was doing backflips, attempting to tell her something she knew she should be seeing. When the boomer stopped not far away, snorted softly, and shook its head like an elephant, recognition hit her like a gut punch. "Walt?" she exclaimed, almost hiccuping in surprise. The boomer grunted, moving within arm's reach. Pax reached out and caressed the broad forehead of the enormous beast. Janelle matched her gesture. Together they rubbed the ridge bone that went down the beast's head. Walt turned until he was looking at them with one big eye. "Thank you, Walt," said Pax. "Yes, thank you. Oh, Merlin doing ollies in a half-pipe, thank you," said Janelle, letting a little laugh slip out. Walt wandered to their right, lifted his head and let out an ear-shattering boom, which shook the water from the trees. After a few heartbeats, a couple of replies came thundering across the valley. "The boomers from the northern valleys have moved into the better territory," said Pax. Walt eventually meandered out of the clearing, but not before giving them a second long look and a brief parting boom. After he was gone, they resumed their slow journey. "I guess boomers hold a grudge," said Pax. "Can't say I blame 'em," said Janelle. "Not much further and we can start climbing," said Pax, holding up her friend's weight. There was no path, but the gnarly bushes that populated the other hill slopes were less dense, giving them the opportunity to circumvent. The climb was slow. Janelle couldn't use her right arm for pulling herself upward, which required Pax to haul her friend up certain spots. After a half-hour of patient upward progress, Pax pulled out the radio. The rain had turned to a slow trickle, but thunder still echoed through the valley with the occasional flashes. "This is Pax Nygaard. I have Janelle, and we're climbing towards the bridge. We're about halfway up on the back side," she spoke into the radio. Nothing but static returned. She repeated the message 3 times before they continued their journey. A few minutes later, they came out of the thicker mist and onto easier climbing terrain. The bridge was visible not far from their location, which spurred a quicker if hobbled pace. Summiting the hill brought quivering anticipation, but not relief. The pouring rain had turned to a trickle, and the clouds pulled away, leaving a clearer view of the surrounding region. "Of course," said Janelle with a deranged laugh. "No airship." "They couldn't stay because of the storm," said Pax. She triggered the radio, announcing their location, but the only response was static. "Can we sit?" said Janelle wearily. "I'm so damn tired." They collapsed near the bridge, not wanting to risk the conductive material with the storm nearby. "Probably not the best place to hang out," said Pax, gesturing towards the sky. "But I'm not going back down." "What now?" asked Janelle, wiping blood from her lips and examining it. "Not to worry you, but I'm pretty sure I have internal bleeding." A grunt from their right froze them both in place. Without moving their heads, they spotted a chomper sniffing through the stubby trees on the far side of the hill. "There's more than one over there," whispered Janelle, nodding in that direction, her eyes as wide as flashlights. With slow head movement, Pax checked the opposite direction. Other chompers were moving across the hilltop, probably investigating the noise they'd been making. "There are at least 4 on the left," Pax said through gritted teeth. "I might be able to knock out 2, maybe 3, but I think I see 7 or 8. "I'd just like to ask that they make it quick," said Janelle, grimacing as she leaned over in pain. It was only when Janelle turned her head, looking out across the mist where no chompers could possibly be, that Pax saw the ghost winds. At first, she saw only one, lazily bobbing above the pseudo-cloud layer, a hitch in its skirt. "Bubbles," said Janelle. She wasn't the only one. Other ghost winds followed. As if the mist had come alive and dispatched emissaries, 2 or 3 dozen of the ethereal creatures descended onto the hilltop. Pax watched in rapture. The ghost winds placed themselves between them and the chompers. A few of the four-legged creatures made grunting forays towards them, but as soon as they noticed the hovering ghost winds, they veered away. Bubbles came floating to Janelle, landing gently on her chest in a hug. Janelle put a tentative hand on the translucent creature's back, her eyes round, glistening at the corners. "Thank you, Bubbles," she said, looking ready to fall over. They were so focused on the barrier of ghost winds deflecting away the chompers, they didn't see the airship until it was coming down upon them, growing larger by the second. As it neared, Pax helped Janelle to her feet. She still cradled Bubbles to her chest like a newborn. As the gondola shifted against the bridge, the doors flew open and Danirian airmen hopped out, freezing momentarily at the display of aerial creatures. Having done their duty, the ghost winds drifted the other way, dispersing in every direction like a gentle explosion of tissue paper. Jae-young met them at the end of the platform. "You want a ride?" A weary Janelle responded, "It would probably be for the best. Just be careful with Bubbles." As Jae-young lifted her in his arms, Professor Ansel joined them. His excessively professional veneer gave away the severity of her injuries. Janelle disappeared into the gondola. Pax climbed in and within moments they were lifting into the air. She leaned against the door, staring out the window at the hilltop receding away. Liam, bandage across his left eye, joined her. He couldn't speak but reached out and squeezed her shoulder. The pain in his eyes told her more about his feelings than anything he'd ever said before. Moments later, Callie found her. Pax buried her face in her companion's fur. She was helping calm some of the others. "Once we got into the gondola, a few people just sort of lost it," said Liam. "Understandable," said Pax. "Long day." As the airship turned, Lufterpost was revealed. It sat above the decaying mist, the grounds covered in chompers which were destroying the buildings with their sheer numbers. The smelter was on fire. Black smoke rose through a hole in the roof. She could smell the acrid air even in the airship. "Do you think they'll try to rebuild it?" asked Liam. Pax didn't answer, not because she didn't have a response, but because at the moment she just didn't care. The sky to the west had parted, revealing the sunrise. She wished she could feel its hopeful rays, but almost losing her best friend had put shackles on her heart. Callie leaned against her hip in solidarity, so Pax scratched her ear. "Thanks, Callie. Love you." "Love, Pax." Processing the events of the last few days would take time, but she wondered if she truly fit in hunters after their efforts had been turned against them. Lyman and Counselor Hege couldn't have done so much damage without the support of Animalians. Eventually, the long, strenuous day caught up to Pax. She found an empty spot in the corner, and using Callie as a pillow, fell into a tomb-like sleep. Jae-young woke her sometime later. The engines had turned to a lower pitch, and the gondola no longer rocked. "We landed," said Jae-young, shaking her shoulder lightly. "Patron Adele is here." Pax squinted. "Where is here?" "Back at the portal," he said. "Everyone else already got off. They let you sleep since you'd been up the longest." "How is Janelle?" she asked. Jae-young nodded. "She'll be fine because of you." "Good," said Pax. The airship had landed in a field. The engines idled. Low enough that it was a dull vibration in the back of her head. She had to climb down portable stairs. It felt strange not to have her things with her. Across the field near the portal building, Patron Adele was talking with Hunter Santos and Bent. Pax was relieved to see Pietra standing on her own 2 feet. She'd looked pretty bad earlier. Pax and Jae-young headed to the building, where the other students were milling around, but Patron Adele waved her over. The tall, ebony-skinned woman watched her approach the whole way. Both Bent and Hunter Santos nodded respectfully before moving away. "Pax Nygaard." Patron Adele held something in her hands, but Pax didn't care. She looked back to Pietra and Bent in their quiet discussion. "You knew that something like this would happen," said Pax, thinking back to Professor Ansel's request to trust Bent. "You could have stopped it." "Like this?" "No," said Patron Adele grimly. "I was aware that some Danirians desired a more robust magesteel trade, but if you wish to blame someone, you may blame me. I did not foresee how this might result in these deaths. Dozens and dozens of boomers, one student, a few Danirians, said Pax in a shaking voice. None of this needed to happen. You were blinded by the magesteel, just like Counselor Hega and Agent Lyman were. Magesteel or not, it is always a worthy task to ensure that people and creatures can live in harmony. Even Bent believes that the original intent of Lufterpost agreed with Sindregler. The world moves in unfortunate ways, whether we involve ourselves or not. I wish this hall to partner with people who are trying to achieve our same goals, but I cannot promise that I will be right in every endeavor. I thought that Pietra's presence would ensure this would be successful, but even a brilliant hunter like her makes mistakes. Just as I have, said Patron Adele. Am I dismissed? Asked Pax, hating the way she was speaking to the patron but not knowing how to stop herself. One more thing, said Patron Adele, holding out a thin bar of bronze gold material. Bent wishes that this be given to you, as a token of his appreciation for trying to maintain the Sindregler. It took her a moment to realize it was a piece of magesteel. As her eyes widened, Patron Adele added, yes, this is quite a substantial gift. You and Janelle made quite an impression on him, especially when they came upon you at the bridge to nowhere, and you were being protected by more ghost winds than anyone has ever seen in one place. Patron Adele's eyes rounded. You'll be quite famous amongst the Danirians now. This is a lot, said Pax, looking up at her patron. What would I do with it? Use it, sell it, there are many options, said Patron Adele. How could I use it? Asked Pax, mind reeling from the gift. The most common for a hall mage rich enough to afford magesteel is to use them for bodily enhancements. Strength, speed, that sort of modifications. Part of the bar could be used to pay for the cost of such changes. If you would like, I could introduce you to a company in the city that would facilitate the enhancements, said Patron Adele. I don't know if I should accept it, said Pax. Patron Adele made a noise in the back of her throat. It would be an insult to Bent and his people to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she said, yes, I can take it. How many people could it affect? 6 to 8, depending on the level of enhancements, said Patron Adele. I would like to sell part of it, said Pax. That is up to you, replied the patron. For Lionel's family, Agents Nadia and Rick if they have any too. The rest would be for 5 enhancements. Would that be enough? Asked Pax. Patron Adele nodded. It would. Pax was distracted by a ripping sound, and looked over to see Pietra tearing the company logo from her shoulder and tossing it into the grass. The red phoenix had been turned brown by dried blood. Pietra stomped on the patch before storming away. As Pax turned back to Patron Adele, a decision that had been building in her heart took roost after seeing Pietra's demonstration. The clarity of resolve was like a clear day on Lufterpost. Patron Adele, I have one more thing I would like to discuss. Chapter 30. The final weeks of the semester were a formality. Before long, Pax found herself at Janelle's house sitting in the backyard around a fire pit, sipping an iced lemonade while Callie snored in the grass. No one had spoken for about 10 minutes because she'd explained what she'd told Patron Adele. What are you going to do? Asked Janelle, forehead knotted. Liam and Jae-young both perked up, nodding, watching her closely. Pax let a smile creep to her lips, but it was hard to maintain. She wanted them to know that everything was going to be okay. In fact, it'd be better without her leading them into danger. First, I'll return to the zoo for the summer, but I think I'll visit Baba in Sweden once I get things squared away at home, said Pax, thinking about the conversation she'd had at the beginning of the year with her grandmother. I've got the funds to fly. Yeah, said Jae-young, thanks again for the magesteel enchantments. I thought I was fast and strong before, but you ain't seen nothing yet. They'll come in handy as a hunter. Liam was playing with the scar that went from his forehead to his cheek. How's your vision? Asked Pax. A little freaky, if I'm being honest. I haven't quite mastered controlling it, but sometimes I switch from eagle sight to heat mapping, and the change gives me vertigo, but I think I'll be showing the gang on the trail a thing or two about tracking now, said Liam. Janelle was about to speak when a translucent form floated down, landing on her shoulder and collapsing like an empty trash bag. "There you are," said Janelle. "I'm sure you're all tuckered out from the heavier air here." "I'm just glad that Patron Adele let you bring her through the portal," said Pax. Even that stoic woman was affected by the attack on Lufterpost. If things would have gone a little different, she would have lost 2 whole classes of Animalians. "Doubt she would have ever gotten another mage to join this hall," said Janelle. "I still can't believe you quit," said Liam incredulously. "Technically, I'm still a member of Animalians and Hunters," said Pax. "Adele gave me permission to be on leave, but I just don't see how I'm coming back. I just don't agree with the mission of Hunters." "She wouldn't let you join one of the others?" asked Jae Young. "I didn't ask, nor do I care to," said Pax. "Maybe, and I mean maybe after I spend some time away, I'll ask to join another house at Animalians, but I need to figure some things out first. There are a lot of things I don't understand about myself, or my childhood, or Callie. Baba has never been completely honest with me, so I'm hoping if I see her on her own turf, I can wrestle some answers out of her." Janelle shook her head softly, eyes rounded. "I can't believe you're going to leave me with these 2 knuckleheads. You realize this is a crime against humanity." Pax snorted. "This is true, and I'm deeply sorry. Honestly, it's you 3 that I'm going to miss, not the school. I can't imagine better friends." "You did more than imagine, you made us better with that magesteel," said Jae Young, flexing his impressive arms and shooting her a wink. "Yeah," said Janelle, nodding. "That was a fortune you passed on. You'd be a very rich woman if you'd kept it for yourself." "I'm rich because I have friends like you," said Pax. A tail thumping brought their attention to Callie, who'd woken and was watching them with one eye open. "Less than Pax love, all greater than." Liam let out a hearty laugh. "We love you too, Callie. You'd better take care of your human for us." "Yes," said Janelle. "If you don't bring her back to the hall in one piece, it's on you, my furry friend." Callie moved to her haunches, yawned, and started cleaning her face with her wetted paw. "I have a big question for you 3, said Pax, taking a sip from her lemonade. "Who's going to be your professor for your 4th year in Hunters?" "I'll give you one hint," said Janelle. "And that hint is drool." Pax didn't quite understand until she saw the face that Liam made. "Pietra." They nodded. "Officially this time," said Jae Young. "She quit the Phoenix Corporation. From what I hear, Danir burned down the headquarters on the way out." "Good for her," said Pax with a sigh. "This year was as tough on her as it was on us, maybe more so. Her whole crew betrayed her. I bet Lyman was the one that tried to get her killed by messing up the pheromone vial on our first outing." "Enough about last year," said Janelle. "Living through it the first time was bad enough. Let's focus on next year, on enjoying the moment. In fact, I'd like to propose a toast." Janelle lifted her arm and they all did the same. Even Callie lifted her paw in the air, as if she were holding a glass. With her mug held high, Janelle looked right at Pax, emotion brimming behind her dark eyes. "To never abandoning family," said Janelle. Pax raised her glass higher and repeated with her friends, "To never abandoning family." This has been Mark of the Phoenix by Thomas K. Carpenter.